Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon, and I do appreciate you tuning in on a wonderful Sunday afternoon. I don't have a lot of new news on the tilt here today. We're going to be just diving a little bit into the chat, seeing where you guys want to kind of take the direction of the show. I figured we'd speak a little bit on the draft process that's approaching. I've got a nice little announcement to make here coming forward in regards to sort of this draft beyond the 3 days of draft coverage that we're going to be doing. So we'll be going all over the place here. It'll be a little bit over here, a little bit over there. But I did want to start off in my opening thoughts today on sort of touching on something that I think we've talked about on pretty much every stream throughout this offseason, especially when we've had the signings happening live on air as we've gone. And I think that it's just kind of cemented down for me this last week as I've given it some contemplative thought. And maybe it's a little bit of me feeling ballsy, maybe a little over-aggressive, maybe a little overconfident, maybe a little bit too much hubris, maybe too reliant on the fact that Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson have truly at least mended the bridges enough to make this one season functionally work as a chance, as an opportunity to reclaim the magic, that lost magic that has fallen apart between them. But what I really lie on at the end of the day, as much as anything else, is that I land on thinking we're here to take this division right now. This division is the Seattle Seahawks to lose at this moment as we stand right now. And I don't know that there's a lot that's going to change that off of the draft coming up. I think when you look at this offseason and you look at the fellow teams in this division and take an assessment about where they are, and certainly I'm going to try to do this as unbiased as I can. But at the end of the day, I look at this division, and we're going to go through some of their additions and losses this offseason, but I look at the totality of it, and I go, I'm like Superman in that recent movie, right? Not impressed. Not impressed. Seattle's about to catch the axe right there on the shoulder, and you're not even going to draw a bit of blood, you know? And I think that we're there because we'll go step by step through team by team, but what Seattle's done this offseason, and I'm not going to go through each and every move, you guys know them already. But what we have in the totality of the moves is we have almost every single one of those deals you build in back-end voidable years. You crush down that first year hit as small as you possibly can get it. You just cram and cram and cram and tuck and push. And after doing all the moves that they've done, doing that, by adding on the talent that they have, by improving the team, which is the important part here too. They've improved the team. They still remain with somewhere between $7 to $8.5 million or so in cap space. They still have another $10 million they can claim off the books for this year to grab if they want to convert Russell Wilson's money to bonus. They're still sitting in the catbird seat. And let's look at meanwhile the rest of our division. And I'll put a graphic up here on the side of my face here where you can see what they've had as losses and gains this offseason. But we start out with the Rams, our biggest threat. Oh, the Rams, they're so strong. Jalen, and they added Matt Stafford. Whew, look out now. They've solved the quarterback. It's over with. We're done. We might as well not even play the games, right? Okay, you got a 6-year-old quarterback than the one you had, who's just going into his prime. You got a guy who's got some more injury concerns coming up with him. And when I look at what you've done for the cost of that, and again, now you're going to go into this draft without a first-round pick plus, and you look at what you've had in losses, just go down the list. Michael Brockers, a very good one-tech for him, drafted in the same draft as Bruce Irvin, has been a solid one-tech for him almost throughout that time period since he was drafted by them. A guy that gets forgotten about because he's not flashy with the stats, and he's a one-tech defensive tackle, which means he's not a pass-rushing defensive tackle. But a guy's been solid for them. Gone, traded. Austin Blythe, starting center, gone to the Chiefs. Troy Hill, good cornerback, gone to the Browns. Malcolm Butler, backup running back, gone. Gerald Everett, 26-year-old tight end, moved tight end. Don't have a replacement for him on the roster currently. Gone to the Seattle Seahawks. Even these secondary guys that aren't flashy names, Derek Rivers, Morgan Fox, key, important role players within their defense that I predicted to you guys they were going to lose this offseason because they didn't have the cap space to bring them back. It wasn't that they wanted to lose these guys or that they didn't trust in their talent. It was that they didn't have the money or assets or resources to get it done because they've been going for broke for the last couple of seasons. And then really, two of the quietest, biggest hits beyond all I've just told you about are John Johnson, who's one of the top-rated safeties by Pro Football Focus in the league, a darling of theirs, an important part of their defense, signs a big-time deal to move on. Josh Reynolds, granted, they've got Van Jefferson in place, maybe a good replacement. Okay, he's moved on. And then you've got a guy even in Samson Ekubon who's a very good linebacker, solid linebacker in this league. Another loss. It's the death by 10,000 cuts to this roster a little bit. And to think that they're going to be better than they were last year with Aaron Donald now a year older and these losses they've taken, knowing that recently they have not necessarily been able to re-add in the draft and resupply that roster as much. Why? Because they've traded a lot of draft capital to go forward now to load those roster up like we're doing kind of this year a little bit. So I'm not scared by this 49ers team. And then I look over here at the Rams team. Sorry, I'm not scared by the Rams team. That doesn't freak me out. Yeah, they'll play us tough. Yeah, Sean McVay's a little bit in Coach Carroll's head. But what if we're just more vastly superior talented-wise next year? Is that completely a crazy thought? How often does one division dominate an entire league for so long? Isn't the division due to have some downswings to it? Haven't we been the best of the best for a couple years running now? I think so, maybe. 49ers, lose Tevin Coleman, Kendrick Bourne, important, especially red zone receiver for them, gone. Solomon Thomas, bye-bye. You bring in Alex Mack, 33-year-old center who is really struggling in pass protection. Oh, that's a good thing to have in a division with Aaron Donald, isn't it? You bring, I guess, Nate Sudfeld. There's that. Or Zach Kerr. Ooh, we got him. Then they lose Kerry Hyder to us. Maybe one of their better pass rushers of last year. Yeah, they're going to get back. Yes, I get they get back Bosa. Yeah, they get back Ford. But then you, again, also lost Solomon Thomas in addition, who's nothing special, but he's been at least a good role player for him. Akilio Witherspoon, gone. Richard Sherman, gone. I look at that list and you added Samson Ekubon and what? Alex Mack? This is what's supposed to scare me? Or even better yet, I'm supposed to be frightened to my mortal coil by the thought process that you're going to draft either Zach Jones or Fields? Because I think Fields has got a better upside to him long term. I don't think either of those guys, we're talking about next season right now, and I don't think either of those guys step off the boat ready to right out the gate. They're ready to even play at the level of what Garoppolo's played at recently for them. It's going to take them a little bit of time to develop. Maybe even by year 2 they're there, but I don't think they're there by next year. And as well, they had to give up a lot of draft capital. In addition, they had some more draft capital in this draft they gave up to move up in those draft for those picks. So they don't have a lot they're sitting on either, do they? What's the major move they're making in there that's got us all freaked out? I'm not seeing it. Okay, let's go next. Here's the one team that can maybe give us a little bit of fear in our heart, maybe, because they have gone for it with certain moves, but they've gone for it with some odd moves. You flip out Fitzgerald for AJ Green, 33 years old, a couple years younger than Fitzgerald. Are they trying to corner the market on slow aging slot receivers in this league? Is that what the Cardinals are looking for? Is that supposed to scare me? And J.J. Watt's good, solid. That gives me a little that gives me a little pause. That gives me a jump scare. And Patrick Peterson goes, but then they flop him out for Malcolm Butler. So I feel pretty good for them if I'm done with that. I'm like, okay, that's fair. That's a fair switch out, I think, overall. And certainly Rodney Hudson as a trade was a fantastic trade from them. But again, another aging player. Quite a lot of aging players they've added to the roster this offseason, the Cardinals. And they don't necessarily have a young, dynamic roster full of talented guys ready to just explode like you would do with these type of moves. Not a lot else there. Matt Prater from the Lions, okay, you upgrade your kicker. You lose Hassan Reddick. That's a whatever. You're adding J.J. Watt, so you've got a replacement there. Kenyon Drake moves on. I don't know that they've really got an answer there at running back as we stand right now. Probably going to have to be in the draft. Sean Williams, is that the one that we're going to be frightened about? Is that the one that's going to scare us? So you look at them making these moves, and meanwhile, Seattle has kept back on there, haven't had any real major free agent losses as of yet. KJ Wright still remains out there. You've got Carlos Hyde back in Carlos Dunlap back in here. Kerry Hyder was added back in. You brought back Benson Mayowa. You took Gerald Everett and flopped him out for Greg Olsen, which is an upgrade. You took Mike Iupati, flipped him out for Gabe Jackson, which is an upgrade. I don't know. I look at our offseason and what they've done and how aggressive they've been for it, and I can't knock it. Got to say I'm pretty happy with it, and maybe I'm sitting on overconfidence town. I'm sitting on top overconfidence town on hubris mountain. But man, I sure feel like right now, especially if they can cap it off with a couple of closeout type moves, just another receiver, get the linebacker situation figured out, maybe a center in the draft, corners, maybe in the draft, just something within that spectrum, however you want to kind of handle it or get it done. I'll be riding pretty high by the time of the start of the season at that point if they're able to get to that stance. I don't know if they will. They close this good offseason out, but they have killed it this offseason. And meanwhile, my last thoughts on this, I feel like our division has kind of not gotten it quite done. They're certainly being aggressive. You got to give them that. Rams are being aggressive, moving off from their franchise quarterback, taking at that time the largest dead money cap hit in NFL history. Hey, great, you did it. And the Cardinals, hey, you're getting some names. You get some names in there, Cardinals. But are you getting guys in their prime? Because the Hawks didn't go out there and get aging guys. This isn't like Greg Olsen last year, who's on his last toe, say nothing of his last leg. You got a guy, Gerald Everett's 26. Kerry Hyder's 28, 29. Keelio Witherspoon's 25. Posix just going into the prime of his career. You didn't bring in an aging roster here. So let's bounce on over to the chat, see what you guys got to say. I'm getting super behind already. But feeling good, feeling right. Not a lot of news right now on the burner. Nothing really popping here, but overall, I think we should all feel pretty confident where we stand. Even those guys that might be a little bit of naysayers, either in regards to Carroll or in regards to Wilson or in regards to both of them. Even those guys with the glass half empty approach to things have to a degree here be going, okay, I can see the plan taking shape here, taking form. Maxwell, how you doing? Seahawks Network, yo. Gino, Brandon, who's your favorite rapper? Well, I don't want to jump on the back of this with him just passing, but I'll tell you, I played a lot of basketball in my time and listened to music, and I don't know if there's been a rapper I've listened more to than DMX when playing basketball. So he probably would be off the top of my head, but maybe that's also just because I'm just thinking about him. I'm an older guy, so some of the younger guys I'm not even on the radar with in regards to that. But DMX, RIP, man. Love me, D. Dane Garlitz. What's up, Dane? How you doing? Thomas E. Love the thumbnail. I thought it was kind of appropriate. Seahawks Network, I actually have a pretty good feeling about the team this year. I'm due. I'm again, could be going overconfident. You guys knew me. I do go to overconfidentville sometimes. I do drive through there on my way out of town, but I try to stay away from there. It's a bad part of town and stay more into the realismville. But the problem is it's hard not to look at this in totality and go, what else could I have expected them to do this offseason? What was the move that was missing that they didn't go out there and try to make? We can go, well, Joe Thuney. Well, was Joe Thuney a move to be made? It's a little bit like Jack Conklin last year, where everybody gravitates towards, we could have Jack Conklin for this amount of money. Well, Jack Conklin's a Midwestern boy. We sure he was really willing to come all the way out to the Pacific Northwest, all the way out to what some people out there back east consider Southern Alaska? Jerry the Third. Seahawks will have a top 5 defense and a top 5 offense next year and go 13-4. And we will meet the Bucs in the NFC Championship. Wait and watch for it. I love it, Jerry. I love it. And I'm with you on it, man. I would probably arrive. That's right about the same record I'm sitting at, man. Where I stand right now is about a 13-4. And that's with the anticipation that there's going to be a couple of other moves here made, be it, okay, you bring back KJ Wright, you go draft a center maybe in the second round, you get a cornerback later on in the draft, you sign a guy like maybe Antonio Brown. I am anticipating these moves are going to be made. But it's looking good. Ryan, how you doing, Ryan? TJ, sup, bro? I'm sorry, I'll be right back soon. Don't worry, I'll be on here for quite a bit, I'm sure. Jack Wise, how you doing, Jack? Zachary, we need the 49ers to take Mac Jones. I'm telling you, there's people are trying to twist off of this one and say, oh, no, it's going to Fields. It's going to actually be Fields. There's this smoke screen. I still think it's hilarious to me that people would think that the 49ers are trying to run some counterintelligence program against the New York Jets, where they're going to try to sort of voodoo magic the New York Jets into believing that they're going to take Mac Jones because he's just that amazing. They've traded up for that, and they're going to get the Jets to thusly think, oh, well, we like Zach Wilson, but you like Mac, and you got Shanahan. He's smart. He's really smart. So, come on, no, they've jumped up for their guy. They're not doing Jedi mind tricks to try to flip out to get their hands on Zach Wilson. You can make a lot of argument that I know Zach Wilson's a very talented guy, but even if Zach Wilson's at that talent level, he'd fit within the 49er offense, but the 49er offense might work better with a more Mac Jones type potentially in what they're going to ask their quarterback to do. especially on that short passing game and the intermediate passing game, which is where Mac Jones really accelerated last year. But I've been making this prediction for a while. The second they made the move, I said, this is going this way. I'm telling you, and I think it's still going to be this way where they do take Mac Jones. Bashem, I think whoever team has the best balance ratio of offense and defense, something we missed throughout the season, is going to determine who wins. I think that will be a determinant, Bashem. Certainly how these teams operate in this draft. If there's a team that kills it in this draft, that could certainly swing a little bit of the balance. Some of these teams don't have a lot of draft picks to swing that balance. I'll say that much though. But I also think let's add into that as well, Bash, a little bit of injury. Injuries always play a part. Certainly did for the Niners last year, where they lost half their roster and that sunk their season. But I would throw that into the mix. Jack Wise, Azak, Attack Zach, how yo, girlfriend. Maxwell, did you see that Brandon Marshall said about Russ and Pete, that their relationship is better now than it was ever before? He also said they're on the same page with the offense, real positive news. Yeah, as I spoke about through this offseason, and part of what annoyed me with this offseason and Russell's media tour was it was not just his media tour, but his media leaking tour. There were more leaks on that vessel than the Titanic after it passes an iceberg. And Marshall was one of those leaks. He was one of those guys out there obviously serving as a mouthpiece for Russell and saying what it was that Russell wanted to get out there and sort of starting to build up that PR campaign to potentially moving on. To have Brandon Marshall flip back around like this in 180 degrees different direction tells me that Russell Wilson has told him to do that. He would not do this on his own whatever. Because honestly, it would make more sense for him to want to continue to just stoke the fires, because that would continue to promulgate the story and it would be exciting for clicks and all that and generate traffic for them. So the fact that he goes back in this other direction is because he's being told by Russ to do it. He wants to keep that source with Russell Wilson going into the future. This is why I've said on some of these guys, when they start talking in a certain way, like Cowherd does at times, you can take for granted for the fact that they're saying pretty much verbatim what Wilson or his people want said in that moment. But it's a great thing, and it does absolutely indicate Maxwell, if we didn't have enough indicators before this, being that he's going to go do the workouts with his players down in California and do it with the receivers. You wouldn't have him scheduled with all the stuff going on throughout this country right now and have him fly across the country if you knew you were eventually going to get traded. That in itself was an indicator. Carlos Dunlap calling him before he signed. Is he going to lie to Dunlap just to keep this under lock and key? No, I don't think so. Russ is here. He's here at least for the next year, and hopefully they can mend the bridges for long term. Randall McDaniel, how about the Mariners? How about the Mariners, Randall? Good to see you. Carmine, who do you want the Seahawks to get? So if I did a dream offseason, is if we were to break forward going through this, here would be my dream. This is I sleep with my pillow at night and I'm just like, first off, you do go get Antonio Brown. That's you find a way to get that done. You do convert Russell Wilson's base money this year to bonus, creating $10 million more in cap space. You sign Jamal Adams to a new contract, but lower down his first year cap hit past what it's costing this year by about $1.5 million or $2 million. Once you do that, you've got a lot of cap space to work with at that point. You go into the draft, you go get a center or left tackle, either one at that point for me as far as what the best player kind of is on the board. Even a guard. There's a couple guys that I wouldn't be hating on, but they kind of take that with that first pick, come out of the draft with another center. And then what I would do with that money is I would just be hunting and pecking. And what I'm looking for for these teams as we get out of the draft now that are going to release these players that we don't even think right now are in a releasable state. There's no way that team would release them. Now, he's too important a cog to them. They're going to try to maybe see if they can get a trade for them or they'll do it. But here's where you go from a kind of a process at that standpoint. As I've talked about this before, that's given Team A is trying to bring that player back into the fold if they release him. So it's hard to predict who those guys will be, but if you convert that base of Russell Wilson's, you've already got, as I've said, somewhere between $7 to $8.5 million or so currently in cap space. You re-sign Jamal, you create $2 million more, lower down his first year cap hit if you can get that done. And then bam, you've got a lot of money you're sitting on there with a lot of flexibility. If something comes up along through the process now to add on, another pass rusher comes in, the Eagles decide they're going to release out Fletcher Cox all of a sudden because they're like, we just realized we're not in a state to get there this year. It isn't happening. Well, you're there and ready to pounce. And you can potentially at that point offer more than any of the other contending teams could be offering at that time. So keeping some flexibility in there is not the worst of ways to go, especially if you've gotten KJ Antonio. KJ would be the other guy to bring back as long as it's not a crazy contract. KJ Antonio, dress the offensive line in the draft, get a corner in the draft, and then use that money however you want to, however you kind of see fit to whatever you can jump on that's going to be a depressed asset that gets released out onto the market. Gino, are we going to sign Antonio Brown? Hard to say. I think it's a 50-50 between us and the Bucs still. I don't think it's been decided. Carmine, what do you think about the new cornerback? Are you talking about Demarius Randall? We've had him back around here a couple times, and he's just kind of a body to me at this point. Kyle Mulkey, the Rock voice. Finally, the Brando is back to talk more Seahawks. I can't do the Rock. Can you smell what Brando's cooking? Jerry the Third, John, if we get AB, we might go 15-2. I've said for a while, Jerry, it's let's just take some of the off-field stuff off the plate for the moment, because I know that gets a lot of people emotionally wrapped up. But let's just remove that for a second and concentrate on the player you're getting, a player who's operated very well throughout his career with a quarterback who plays off script, who's able to extend plays, who's able to shake free and roll out about, give him an extra 2-3 seconds to break free and open. Who does that sound like? That sounds like a player on our team. I mean, it's Roethlisberger I'm talking about, but it sounds like a player on our team. Who could that be? So you can see why I think it is going to be a really good fit if you bring him aboard. And he will upgrade the third wide receiver position on this team much better than what it was last year. He's a far superior player to what David Moore is. So I would love to see it. The Seahawks Network, I think he's talking about Demarius Randall. Maxwell, the West is ours. It is ours. Dane, you're huge. You're huge. Thank you, Dane. Appreciate it. Marty MF, go Hawks. Go Hawks, Marty. Good to have you aboard. Thanks for everybody jumping on in this Sunday. And please do smash on that like button if you happen to be enjoying what you're hearing. Gino, our corners are looking questionable if Trey Flowers is starting. I don't know that Trey Flowers is in a position to start right now, Gino. I think right now your starters as it projects out are going to be DJ Reed and Akilio Witherspoon. So you do have Trey Flowers there as a backup guy, and they certainly need to round out the depth. Again, this is why if you create that cap space I was talking about, you could go sign AB, KJ, Sherm, and still probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of about $8 million or so, $9 million or so to still go spend on getting more guys brought in. And my whole approach this offseason is go for broke. Do everything you can this year to break past that glass ceiling that we have bumped up against every single year continually in this one-and-done trend that we have watched over and over again. Wash, rinse, repeat. Randall says, I think we should go after Anthony Miller of the Bears. The Bears. I don't know much about that Anthony Miller. I'm going to have to look him up a little bit there, Randall. But I'll take a look at their Anthony Miller. There was a good receiver back in the day, Randall. You remember the NFC West days. Anthony Miller back with the Chargers back in the day. He was a hell of a receiver. I wonder if this is any. Probably not. But he was good. If he's as good as he was back in the day, then I'm on him all aboard. But I'll take a look at him later on there, Randall. The Seahawks Network. We only have one starting caliber cornerback, so. I know Trey Flowers is much maligned here, and I know Seahawks Network, he's not your favorite guy either. But I would argue between him and Witherspoon, they get the job done. I don't think Seattle's done, as well as I think we've got to keep in mind with this, that this draft is loaded with Seahawk cornerbacks, and not just at the high end of the draft, but all throughout the draft to the 7th round, all the way to the 7th round. You can go into the 7th round and get a guy in, Cameron Bynum out of California, or the kid out of Washington, Keith Taylor, in the 6th or 7th round, and those guys could potentially come in and start for you. And a lot of this has to do with what I've talked about recently, being that with our system, you devalue cornerbacks. You don't pay big money to cornerbacks in our system. And everybody, why not? Everybody tells us to pay because you're playing zone. And you can bring a guy in off the street, off a draft, and have him come in and play zone. And if he's good at playing zone and he fits to the physical parameters they look for, that can be enough to get it done at the position. I understand Trey Flowers isn't going to get anybody a lot of confidence, and he's probably earned that right not to do so. But let's also not forget that he had a couple of really good games last year when he was put into play. He did go in there and shut down DeAndre Hopkins, and they did target Hopkins, putting him on him to try to attack him, and he did a great job against him. He did a great job in that Buffalo Bills game. Again, understand why he gets knocked in, and completely all that stuff's valid. But we're going to be better at the corner. This is part of what I say is the moves I anticipate that will be made that have not been yet made. If it's not going to be Sherman, maybe it's Cameron Hayward, or not Cameron Hayward. Hayward, the corner that's out there that's played in the Seahawks zone for a lot of his career. There's still some guys that are out there. There's still some options, and they've got the money to spend. So having that flexibility and just kind of sitting and waiting isn't the worst thing here. And any corner you get who's familiar with our zone, or one of the guys from this draft who've already done a lot of the stuff our zone does, they're going to be able to come in and hit the ground running, unlike a free agent would. Thomas Cox, I'm a Huskies fan, so Buda Baker, but Jamal is Seahawks, so right now Adams. Oh, Thomas, did I miss part on that? Yeah, Seahawks Network said, I think Demarius Randall probably will be cut before training camp. He's just a hedge if you're not able to upgrade the position, I think, in other places in free agency. Marty M.F. Williams, what do I think about Levi Onwuzurike from University of Washington? Marty, I like him quite a bit. You sometimes in college watch guys used in a very odd fashion. And when you watched him, the strangest thing for me is that he looks like a 3 technique. He's got 3 tech moves to him and his quickness and some of what he can do with his hands. But they stuck him up at 1 tech. And so when you watched him play, a lot of what he did would be a bowling ball kind of maneuver where he starts off the line and he's sort of treating the offensive linemen like pins. And so he hits the first guy that's 1 pin and tries to knock him over, and then throws himself into the second guy and tries to knock him over. And this was his sort of de facto way of beating the double team block. It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch a guy just bang himself around in there. Not the most technically brilliant in that respect. But let me see all my notes with him, because I know I've got a little bit more expansive stuff. My notebook's getting, by the way, deep here, folks. Look at this. Look at this. This is all handwritten notes. I'm getting kind of deep on these prospects now, so getting kind of deep. Let me find him here. Okay, so quick off the snap. He can provide a varied attack for his pass rush ability. So he does have ability. He's not technically unsound. It's just he was just attacking the 1 tech in that way. You've got to take on the double teams. It was just his unique way of attacking. But the times when they did put him up at 3 tech and he was in one-on-one situations, I saw a lot of things that would be real nice at the next level of him transitioning over that, and a lot of reason to believe that you didn't get to tap into the potential that exists there really at the 3 tech because he was playing so much 1. He's got a swim move. Then he can go across your face. Hand fighting is really good, especially because he uses his quickness to get to his hand fighting quick. The best thing about prospects, especially pass rushers, is the chaining together of moves. Having 1 move isn't kind of enough. You've got to be able to chain a couple of them together. And he's able to do that where the quickness it's a move, but it's a strength. He gets into the chest really quickly of the offensive lineman, and that gets him into the hand fighting that much faster. He did play all over the line a little bit, but it was mainly at 1 tech from the couple of games that I watched that they mainly had him set at. He had a respectable Senior Bowl showing. He came out first. The first day of Senior Bowl, he came out and he completely dominated everybody. Just out there, just throwing fools around. But it had been the first time he played ball in a really long time, and he kind of caused himself a little bit of a health problem with that. My bottom line on him was I wrote, he leaves me wanting more speed to go with his explosion and first step quickness. So it's sort of like after he gets past that first step quickness, there's not a lot of speed beyond that. It's sort of like he's got no more juice past that. He hits that NOS button and it's got a 1/4 of a second last time on it. And when it fails, he turns back into what you would look at normally as a normal 3 tech. And this is probably why he tries to get so quickly into the body of the offensive lineman so fast, as he doesn't want to have to then have his little bit of a slowdown show up then. I'd like to see him have a little bit more of a counter to his first move, rather than just always, he's got his first plan of attack, he does, but he doesn't really have much of a second plan of attack. And if the first plan of attack goes, it works and it looks good. But sometimes the second, he just doesn't have anything secondary to go to. There were times I saw him as being a little bit as a liability in the run game. Scouts have said that he played a lot better in 2019 in the run than he did in 2020. Maybe some of that liability is that he's being asked to play 1 tech, which he's not a natural fit for. He's a natural fit to be set up one-on-one, play in and play out against one offensive lineman, as opposed to having to take on a center and a guard each time. But I like his upside. He's an upside guy because some team's going to be really smart at the next level and just move him to the 3 tech and let him roll. And if they do that, they're going to get some good results out of him. He could easily be a guy that gives you, you picked him in the second round if you're the Hawks. He could give you pretty much in similar production to what Jaron Reed gave you last year. Basham may not have the best offense or best defense, but if they can play together in sync, I think we could win. The team depended on different sides at different parts of the season. Offense in the first half, D in the second. Yeah, it's having both of them playing good at the same time, and you can really tap into something. As you said, you'd never had that at any point in time really all last year, and you still got to 12-4, right? So what happens now when you get both of those sides of the ball humming, and let's not undersell the special teams unit, which might be, again, one of the best in the league, if not the best in the league, especially if we can get another returner back there to kind of round things out a bit. So that's another third head of this beast that we've got to consider as well, and I think there's a lot of reason to believe that they can get there. It's, again, where my confidence comes in. Jack Wise says, go Dogs. Oh, we got a lot of dogs up in here. Go Dogs. Maxwell, DJ, and Flowers are free agents next March. Yep. The two things I'd like to come out of this draft, if there's anything I can come out of this draft with. First, young offensive line prospect with a lot of upside. Next, I want 2 cornerbacks. I don't care if it's a guy taken in the 5th and the 7th, the 4th and the 7th, the 4th, the 6th, the 5th, the 6th. Get me 2 of these corners out of this draft, 2 of these Seahawks type cornerbacks, and you guys are going to be really happy. I've been watching a ton of tape on these guys. I don't care if they're in the 6th or 7th round. They'll come in and they'll give you good functional play right out the gate on cheap rookie deals that are costing you pennies on the dollar. And we've got to add more of that as we go forward on this roster. Because when you look at next year's roster and how many guys are under signed, I think 22, 23 players are under right now currently signed under contract. That's not enough. Yeah, you got a lot of cap space, but you need to get a lot more younger guys locked in here so you can kind of build the roster up. That would be the pathway for me. That'd be those 2 things I'd like to most see, I think, from this draft above all else. Enrique M., we don't want no NFC West title. We want the effing Lombardi. Hey, I'm with you on that, Enrique, but you gotta crawl before you can walk. And we got to take the division first before we can get to the walking stage of it. And I think that they've done the parts this offseason, Enrique, to get themselves into that contention. But I would be a complete homer if I'm standing up here telling you right now, oh, we've done so much this offseason to improve ourselves past what the Buccaneers roster has done. The Buccaneers are losing nobody off a Super Bowl winning roster that was completely loaded to the hilt. They're going to go into this draft, and with every pick in this draft, they literally will be able to pick best player available at every single selection. Meaning that they're probably going to end up adding another player or 2 who give them good play next year because they're not drafting for need. This makes them still scary. This makes them still the Everest that we need to climb to get back to the Super Bowl. But we're doing moves to get there. This is why I'm saying create the more cap space, more moves, more. It's not just get a little bit better from where you were last year. It's about getting way better from where you were even last year so that you can compete to get to that Super Bowl stage of things. They're on the path right now. They're on the path. Seahawks Network will probably bring back Reed, but if Trey doesn't take a pay cut or something, he'll probably get cut this year. Probably not Seahawks Network. He probably will be cut, but he'll probably take the pay cut at one point or another. I've predicted he'll do the same thing David Moore did last year. They waited to do that renegotiation with David Moore until right to the last minute of training camp. They will probably do the same with Trey Flowers here. And he will probably take that deal. Thomas Cox, is Randall a player that used just in case they don't draft or pick up any corners in free agency? Bingo. It's more of free agency. They're going to draft somebody, I would guess, but this gets you a veteran who, if the draft pick walks in and you're hoping he can be a decent backup for you, but he completely falls on his face out the gate, you've got a veteran you can bring into the fold who at least can get out there and not be a complete liability. Randall says, we made all these moves without converting the salary of Russ or Bobby. John Ben on his game. Facts. Absolute facts, Randall. You've still got this Russell money sitting there that you can take at any time, and you still got $7.5 million or so in cap space. We got some bullets here in our gun. You know what I mean? There's still some bullets here. Marty F. Williams, I hope we pick up Levi. I wouldn't hate on picking up Levi, Marty. Like I said, he's a guy with a lot of potential, and I think he's just tapping into it, being that he's not played at his main position. But he may be, as Jack says as well, he may very well be picked before where we're picking up, because when you look at the draft in defensive tackles, it's maybe the weakest positional group in this draft. You have Barrymore, and then he's the next guy kind of up after Barrymore. Ali McNeil, some people may like him a little bit more, but he's right there in my opinion. Especially with the flexibility to play both 1 and 3. That's probably going to get him taken by somebody. Jerry the Third, Troy Hill is a beast too. Yeah, all those guys. There's a lot of guys that Ram team lost. They lost some dogs off that defense. Dogs, not just good players, but key pieces. Thomas Cox had a draft simulation that Seattle got Levi from Washington. Hey, it makes sense. We don't have a pure 3-tech on the roster right now. Al Woods is more of a 1-tech. Brian Monet is a 350-pound, pretty much 1-tech. They're going to try to flip Puna over to 3 and give him a try at that this year, but it certainly wouldn't be the worst thing to have a little bit of insurance. The one thing I will say with that, though, is that the team does tend to only carry 3 defensive tackles on the roster actively at any one time, and if they have a 4th, he's going to be deactivated. Do they like the thought process of deactivating a guy like Woods, where you're just then carrying him on? Maybe he's 34 years old, maybe giving him some rest at times throughout the year. But that would mean that on the other side of that if you went that direction. Still, I like me Levi, man. Marty says the Rams did a D-tool. I love it, Marty. That's right. The Rams did do a D-tool this offseason. Seahawks Network, I'd expect Russ to be restructured if the reports about him and the Seahawks relationship are true. I would as well. And I'm not going to necessarily take any certainty out of the reports of it being completely like Brandon Marshall was trying to say, where he said that the relationship has never been better. I don't know if I believe that. I don't know. I mean, maybe they've just had weeks of eating dinner together and just, hashed it all out. But I don't know if I buy that. But we'll see. We'll monitor and see where it's at. At least just get through this year with the waters calm and everybody happy and everything at least trying to take it as far as they can take it this year. Marty M.F. Williams, Levi isn't projected high yet, and although he is thought of as a high-end prospect, I haven't seen the rush that pushed him out of our way, especially if we can't trade up a few picks. Hard, Marty, to see John Schneider in a draft where he only has 3 picks, trading up and losing more of those picks to trade up for a defensive tackle. I don't think that he would do that. Levi is going to probably be picked in front of us because teams will watch his tape and they'll look at him and go, that's a 3-tech. Why are you playing a 3-tech and a 1-tech? Why are you having him take on double teams play in and play out? You're setting him up to fail a little bit in that respect. And maybe he was just the best option that the Washington football team had for a 1-tech, but he should have been playing the 3. Some 4-3 team's going to look at him, be it the Oakland Raiders or the Dallas Cowboys, and they're going to go, yeah, that'll fit into what we want to do. We'll throw him over there at 3-tech and he'll hit the ground running. So I think he will. I think he's probably picked about 10 spots ahead of us in the second round, somewhere in that realm. Ethan's Tech World, there are some very interesting points from the other team. All right, sorry, I got a little bit of a kicked up there. So Ethan said these are some very interesting points from the other team's losses in the division. I knew the Rams lost a good amount, but I didn't realize it was that much. That's why I wanted to bring up those graphics, Ethan. That's why I wanted to show those, is it really kind of nails home how much they truly did lose. And there was a price to be paid this year. They were going to have to bleed a little bit this offseason. They've made moves in recent history, taking out a lot of dead money, and then you take that $22 million dead money with Goff on top of it, and it just starts to limit you at one point or another. People are there's this going narrative by a lot of fans this offseason of, see, salary cap isn't real. See, it doesn't really mean, yeah, it is real. It is real. It can be manipulated, but there is a time and a price that you're eventually going to have to pay that manipulation. Seattle had this happen a couple of years ago. I think it's 2018, where they were paying the price at that point for the manipulations from the Legion of Boom area. You gave a lot of third contracts out. Those guys didn't get through sometimes 2 years of those contracts. Dead money kept hitting year after year after year after year. So you end up having to get kind of squeezed and hedged up against it. The Rams are there right now as I see it, and it's going to probably hurt them next year. I think they're a lesser team next year. They don't have as much upside, and that could even be with Stafford playing better than Goff. Robbing Peter to pay Paul is what they call that one, Ethan. Seahawks Network division games are going to be the most important games all year. Absolute must-win games. Yeah, if you could find a way to get through this division in a 5-1 state or even a 4-2, that's probably gonna get it done. And don't forget about whoever the 49ers get. They will get injured. It's a 49er thing. It could very well be. And they've got a lot of guys injured last year that they're counting on this next year. And again, when you're taking out that draft capital from this year, I think they're losing a third and a first this year now to get Mac Jones, who, look, maybe he is okay. Maybe he's a little bit better than Garoppolo, but is he at that stage next year in his rookie year? I don't think so. So they've essentially taken a first and a third round pick this year and said, we'll just not need that this year. our team's good enough to not need those picks. We'll see. Giovanni, the Card secondary is still really bad, so that makes me feel good about DK and Lockett's chances versus them. They've not necessarily upgraded. And Malcolm Butler is a guy that's got a lot of, I know we've had a tough history with him, but he's an up and down kind of player. Salamander Parkus, I don't think I want to see Malcolm Butler anymore. Well, I don't want to see Malcolm Butler. Look, Russ, I'm okay if you don't throw at the goal line to whoever Malcolm Butler is covering any of the games against the Cardinals all year. I'm just fine with that. I understand if you got PTSD with it, Russ. None of us are going to hold you down if that's the way you go. Just audible into a run. Let's call it a day. Randall says, I bet AJ and Watt don't play 16 games between them. Jury out on Kyler, too. That's a good point, Randall. One thing I didn't mention that I thought I hadn't been meaning to mention in my assessment of the Cardinals is that, yeah, they've made some moves to go for it this offseason a little bit. And Watt's going to help. Watt and Chandler Jones on either side. That's tough. That's going to probably win them a game or two here and there, just in itself. But are they going to last all year? Are they going to hold up all season? I don't know. And I'm not completely sold on Kyler Murray as a quarterback. I'm not just doing the take it for granted fact that he's just going to start turning into a Pro Bowl level player. We saw last year that he started to build in a little bit more of the run game into his playing off of his rookie year. He was doing a lot of Lamar Jackson type stuff running the ball. But he's not that big a guy. And he broke down a couple times, especially in the Seahawks game. I think we injured him because he was out there kind of running around, not just getting down. As well with him throwing the ball, I think he's a little inconsistent, and I don't know that he's always really accurate in throwing the football. Accuracy kind of comes and goes to me just a little bit with him at times. The height limitations are also real, as we've seen with Russ, and I don't know if he's overcome that part of it as well, building within the things you need to build to start to overcome those things. Seahawks Network, if Malcolm Butler is starter, the Cardinals should be worried. He is projected to be so, unless they had somebody here in the draft. He's going to be the guy. I think they needed two corners there, too, because they have their other guys a free agent as well. So even if they get a guy, he still would be the starter. But he has been a little bit more of on a downward trend. There's a reason why now he's on his third NFL team in, 4 years or something like that. But I think where Patrick Peterson was at in his career and where Malcolm Butler is probably pretty equivalent as far as the level of play, what they're going to give you. Russ, I'd be happier if we had one more playmaker on offense and KJ comes back. Yep, that's add the Antonio Brown, which would be my one playmaker. You bring KJ back. That'd be, you'd kind of hem up. If you could get that done before the draft, you really would have at that point taken care of all of your gotta-dos before the draft. And when you take care of the gotta-dos before the draft, you open the door to best player available, which is then opening the door to the best possible drafts. Jack says at least Russ is better than 100-year-old Big Ben. Yeah, I mean, and the same thing with Tom Brady. I mean, Tom Brady has a way of working with Antonio, and they do the timing route stuff, and that's all good. And Antonio can do the timing route stuff that Brady really likes. But the off-script stuff, the just, backyard, just run a go all of a sudden off your slant, and I'll know you're doing it. Russ would be a wonderful fit with Antonio Brown in that respect. Thomas Cox, I think the Cardinals and the Rams did moves that are in desperation. Seattle moves have been smart, short and long term. I'm not scared of Stafford. If they do a good draft, Seattle will be a championship team. If they can do a good draft and add some supplemental parts here in free agency, maximize the cap through the rest, then they can be that type of team. Those things have to still happen for me, Thomas, but they are on the road to do it. And like you, I think that the Rams moves kind of screams more of desperation. We just got to get this quarterback out. He's just not the right quarterback. We'll just do whatever we got to do. It's going to hurt them. I think it's already hurting them this year. And I'm not sold on these other cats. Ethan, I cannot wait for to face the Cardinals this year. I cannot wait for Russ and DK to punish Malcolm Butler for what he did. Russ just targets him like 20 times a game with DK. He's like, DK, you stay on Malcolm. I'm gonna move you over the formation every time to him. Just stay with what I'm doing, man. Just ride with me on this, man. Dane Garlett says Chase Claypool is high-key the GOAT. Chase has got a lot of potential. He's got a lot of potential, man. He sure flashed out last year. Marty says, I just want KJ back. I think, Marty, a lot of Seahawks fans just want KJ back. And luckily, I think the team that was there that was looking to take him, being the Cowboys, is somewhat dream team. He's like Earl almost. We've got a lot of guys that want to play for the Cowboys on our team in recent years, but they have dropped out of the sweepstakes on that now. So that opens, I think, more of the door up to him coming back. It did make a lot of sense for him to go to the Cowboys anyway. They've got, their two linebackers. They've got their will there. He would have just been playing Sam and then coming off the field basically, like on third downs. I don't know. That just didn't make a ton of sense for me. Randall says, I'd like to get another playmaker on offense. We get Penny back, our most explosive running back. My guess is we're banking on one of the young wide receivers separating himself, whether Hart or Swain. Could be that, Randall. It could be, too, that you're waiting to pounce on a receiver that suddenly comes up that people aren't considering. We're talking about Antonio Brown. It's harder for me to make these projections because we're talking about a receiver that we can't anticipate that's going to be available, or a playmaker, like you said, that isn't going to be available who suddenly is available. What if you get out of the draft process and the Browns go out and they draft a wide receiver and suddenly they feel good about their wide receiver core and they're like, hey, we'll trade OBJ. And OBJ just so badly wants to get out of Cleveland that he's like, hey, I'll restructure my contract and, bop-it-a-bop-it-a-bop. Those are the kind of moves that'll then open up Randall, I think, which is why I think having a little bit of patience throughout this whole offseason will be beneficial to the team rather than just trying to just get all the moves maximized out right now. Because you could find yourself in a situation, I referenced this to last year, where you had last year Leonard Fournette basically on the open market where you could have made a claim on him for a $4 million contract. You would have paid the same money to him that you were paying to Carlos Hyde last year if you had just waited to spend that money a little bit later on in the process. A guy, I think, in Fournette, I know he's not a fan of everybody, but he's a better player than Carlos Hyde is at this point, in my opinion. So, a little flexibility isn't bad. I don't think that they're going to rely on Hart and Swain to that degree past a fourth option or fifth option, really. I hope they don't, at least. The Seahawks Network, I was initially against re-signing KJ, but I really hope he comes back on a $3 to $4 million deal and then bring back Sherm. It's a pipe dream, but I hope. Hey, it's a pipe dream that we share, Seahawks Network, and KJ's got a lot of value to coming back to this team. He's a 2-for-1 guy. He plays two positions for one. That's got value from supreme familiarity with the scheme. He knows it backwards to front, forward to back, left to right, up and down. Can't hate that part. Hard not to look at that and see value in it. Like you said, $3-4 million deal just feels like the money spot to be in there. I've long contended Seahawks Network. He's got to make the understanding that you're not going to make what you made last year. You're not up at $7 million. That's just not the market for Will linebackers, for Will or Sam linebackers in a 4-3. Take a little bit less. Understand that's the nature of where it is. Come back in the fold. Let's give this one more good last ride. Jack Wise, what do you want for Russ? What I want for Russ is I want Antonio Brown because that's going to make him happy. It's a guy he's sought for like 3 off seasons now. He's been seeking Antonio Brown. So you make him initially happy out the gate while starting to elongate out your receiving core talent a little bit. I wouldn't mind seeing them go back and get Josh Gordon if we get some kind of more certainty from the commissioner's office this offseason. And I wouldn't even mind looking for one more guy, one more cat. Maybe it's a tight end. Maybe it's somebody out there that maybe is David Njoku suddenly available, OJ Howard suddenly available. Just look for something like those kind of moves. Try to get as much as you can. Obviously, in the draft is where I'd like to build the offensive line because I'm becoming really enamored, Jack, with the thought process of building a more of a young, talented offensive line that's really cheap as well. And I think Seattle's tried to do that. This is where people knock Seattle for not investing enough resources in the line over the last 7-8 years. It's not that. They've invested as much, if not more, resources in the offensive line than any team in the NFL. They just haven't been successful at it. They've drafted as much as any team in the NFL for the offensive line, and it's just not worked. And there's a lot of reasons for that, and there's a lot of reasons for why that should change now as we go forward, thanks to mainly Tom Cable being gone. But get the young on the offensive line, round the other skill position parts out, get the talent there. I think that would make me most happy, Jack. And getting depth, being able to sustain an injury or two and still having the guys that can come in there and roll. R.I.P. DMX, R.I.P. DMX. Man, he was a great one. Legitimately a great one. Go Hawks 2021 says no to Sherman. You're out on Sherman, huh, Go Hawks? I understand, man. There's a few folks out there. He's been fairly good overall. So he's still held up decently with the 49ers, even last year, coming back off that injury, graded out pretty well by Pro Football Focus. Master Chief, what's up? What's up, Master Chief? I finally catch a live stream. I usually watch you on the rewinds. Oh, thanks for watching on the rewinds, Master Chief. Sorry we've been missing you a little bit on it, but glad you can catch the live one here. Thomas Cox, what do you think of Stevenson and Rodgers in Seattle's offense? You'll have to, Thomas, which Stevenson and which Rodgers. So you'll have to let me know which one you mean on that, because there's a couple of Stevensons in this draft. You have Ramondre Stevenson out of Oklahoma, and then you've got Stevenson, the receiver, Marquez Stevenson. So you'll have to let me know which ones you mean on that one. Marty, I really hope another corner offensive lineman, KJ back, but if I can get two, I'd give us a B. I'm sitting at an A- right now for my offseason. But I'm okay. You can get those in the draft. You get the corner and the offensive lineman in the draft. Bring back KJ. It'd be good. Seahawks Network says, I love it up here in southern Alaska. Hey, I do too. Let them keep thinking that. East Coast has got a weird idea of the West Coast sometimes. Go Hawks 05. How far you think Farley falls? It's highly unlikely he falls to us, but oh boy, would that be awesome. I think you'd see Coach Carroll jump on a jet stream, and no, he'd go to the military facility there in Tacoma. He'd get on an F-16. He'd go Mach 3 to get to the draft so he could hand deliver that card as soon as possible if you were to see Caleb Farley fall all the way to us in the second round. He will fall. Back surgeries scare the hell out of teams. Back surgeries are things that you've seen this with a guy like Gronk, for instance, where it's like, yeah, you get it fixed, but is it fixed? Is it just continuing now to degrade as you play hard with it, as you train hard around it? That's going to be some question with it. But with that said, his tape is so good, and the measurables are so good. I think he probably lands up at the top of the second round, if not the very last couple of picks in the first round. We're one of those teams that's in the playoffs that I mentioned the Bucks, or a team like that, where it's like, if you got to pick like the Bucks do, where it's like, it doesn't matter who we pick. We could pick seventh rounders through our whole draft, and it wouldn't matter to our overall roster, really. So if that's the case, somebody's going to probably pick him from a standpoint. It's just too much upside to deny at that point. But I wouldn't mind him. Go Hawks. Ethan, if there is a really good cornerback or wide receiver in the second round, which of those would you like? Or do you want to trade back for maybe more picks like one in the third? For the wide receiver, for me, when you get past the what I would call, I guess, the second tier of guys, and sort of like Tutu Atwell to me is like he's the beginning guy into that third tier of guys who are fine, but they're guys that I'd be much happier picking in the fifth round as opposed to the second round or even the fourth round. So I would gravitate towards saying if it's got to be a receiver into that second round, it's got to be a guy that's dropped who probably won't drop, at least as we're standing right now. Somebody always does drop. And let's face it, right now, we could be looking at 6 quarterbacks taken in this first round. That's the latest scuttlebutt. If you get 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round, that's going to push more picks to us into the second round. And maybe that's a receiver that we think will be taken earlier who just doesn't. Could be a Kadarius Toney. That would be a guy I would jump all over in the second round if he's lasted. I probably would still hop on Rondale Moore if he lasts all the way to the second round, even at his 5'7" self. Who'd be a couple other guys? I want to like Rashad Bateman's and Terrace Marshall's tape a little bit better, but I think they'll also be selected much higher, even though Bateman came in 2 inches under than what he was listed at height-wise at Minnesota. I always say Minnesota with the Minnesota accent. Cornerback-wise, second round, if there was one that fell to us in the second round, probably there's not one that falls to us either in the second round that makes me really hyped up versus getting the same type of guy in a 4th, 5th round range. You get a Paulson Acebo, I think, in the 4th, 5th-ish round, or Israel Makamua, or Rondarius Williams, versus picking a guy there, like maybe a Asante Samuel Jr. type who could be there at that spot. I might for Asante. Frankly, I like his tape a lot. Who would be a corner, though, that I would look at? I'm trying to think if there's a guy that jumps out to me. And there really isn't, because you've got all the nice guys off the board, right? Surtan's gone, J.C. Horn's gone, Caleb Farley's gone. Maybe Robinson. The kid out of Northwestern, cornerback out of Northwestern, might be a guy in second round that I would jump on, Ethan, because he's legitimately talented. Arms longer than just his knuckles are scraping the ground when he goes down to get set pre-snap. So he'd probably be the one guy I would look at there. But wide receiver's hard because it's just that drop-off that happens after that first tier. It makes me so hesitant. Maxwell says, looks like KJ Wright didn't have the market he thought he would. It's part of what I was talking about with him, Maxwell. I don't know why he thought there would be a market. And part of it was like, look, he had to understand too. He's like, I just played my best year of my career by far. By far, he had his best year of his career. I mean, he should have been probably a Pro Bowl player. It was that good of a season. When you get that level of production from a guy, 32 years old, it's understandable that he might think that there's still a contract out there to be had. But there wasn't. And the NFL is getting smarter and smarter and smarter about assigning positional depth. And not all positions are built equally. You don't measure them equally. Some things weight more. Some things matter more, especially when you factor in scheme and stuff, like in a 4-3 being a will. I've referenced this before, Maxwell. It's like, how many outside will linebackers have we seen in the Hall of Fame over the last 30 years? We're going to see one. And there's not one currently sitting out there that's playing right now in the NFL that's due to go to the NFL Hall of Fame. So it's just a position that's very hard to have that kind of impact that teams are going to pay for because you're not getting sacks. You're usually not getting interceptions. You'll have some tackle numbers to attribute to your name, but that just doesn't draw the same value it once did in the NFL. Seahawks Network, Farley falling to the Seahawks in the second round would be a once-in-a-lifetime gift. Laughing my ass off. He's my favorite corner in the draft. My favorite corner in the draft as well, Seahawks Network. He just barely shades out J.C. Horn for me. But, yeah, and he shades it out, too, not because necessarily J.C. Horn's that much worse of a player, but because Caleb Farley would be such a scheme fit for Seattle, a little bit more than Horn, though. Horn would be a good scheme fit as well. Go Hawks 221, you in Ketchikan. I'm in Maui right now, Go Hawks. Though I'm coming back, I'll be back within about a week and a half now, back over in Washington. I think I'm going to the east side. Marty M.F. Williams, yeah, Farley falling that far would be a crime and worse than DK. It would. But what was the thing with DK that was one of the biggest factors of him dropping? Yeah, limited route tree. Okay. Yeah, there were some questions on the hands. Yeah, the questions on production. But it was the neck. It's the neck injury. And maybe just beyond the back, the only thing that scares teams worse than neck injuries is the back. Back injuries and back surgeries. So, hey, if history's done this once, can it not repeat itself? Dane says, you are my fire, the one desire. Believe me when I say I want it that way, but we're too old to tell me you ain't nothing. I am not singing any boy band stuff today, Dane. You're not catching me on that, buddy. Thomas Cox, I see Randall is the same. I would think they get Sherman, but I think Seattle will double dip in the corners in the draft. Yep, I would see it play out that way too, Thomas. That's how I see it kind of going. Maybe that's my ideal situation and how I'm hoping it's going to go. But I can see it feasibly going that way too. Ethan's Tech World, do you watch baseball? Those Mariners had a great comeback today. For what seems like an eternity, it is a very exciting season. It's been, I have a lot of history, Ethan, with baseball. I've thought long about doing a baseball channel. I've not watched in recent years that much of Mariner baseball because it's been 20 years of bad baseball. I mean, it's been a long period of time. And the thing to understand about the Mariners as you look at them from a franchise standpoint is it's been bad baseball from your inception to about 1992-ish, 93, about 93, you're just god-awful horrible. Then from about 93 to a 97-ish, 98-ish, you're pretty good. And then 2000, 2001, you're good, and then you're back to being crap for 20 years. The franchise has not done a good job of putting a good product out on the field. But they've finally done the thing right, which you need to do in baseball, which is to build slow, build with prospects, get your farm system put together correctly instead of buying free agents and trying to make it happen that way. They're on the right path, and I'm going to start watching them more now that they are on the right path. I haven't been watching much this year because I'm in Maui right now, but I'm going back to Western Washington, so I'll be able to catch a little bit of their year as I come back. UE2K, we still need a center, wide receiver, linebacker, and running back. I'll believe when they address those needs. Until then, I'll reserve my unbridled optimism for the Mariners. Fair enough, UE2K, fair enough. They've done good so far. They had a lot more than those needs heading into this offseason, and they've certainly addressed those. But they've got the room to do it, and they've got the time still to do it. Seahawks Network, I wouldn't draft a running back until round 4 at least. I'd rather go running back in 2022. Well, for me, where I stand on the Seahawks Network, I'm a guy that says if you're going to take a running back, you take one every year, theoretically, as long as you got the draft picks. Now, if you only have 3 picks like this year, maybe it's not the year to take a running back. But if you got your full assemblage of 7 draft picks, I always say, take one in that 5th, 6th, 7th round range every year. If he doesn't work out preseason, it's not good, wasn't what you thought, cut him. No big loss at that point. And it takes 3 of drafting those guys to get 1 Carson or Thomas Rawls, so be it. Because when you land on one of those guys, the cheap value, what they bring for 3 good years of cheap production at the running back position is well worth it. Brandon Marshall is a bit not all there. that is true as well, but he can be not all there and still a little bit of a mouthpiece as well. Always compete. Greetings, 12s. Haven't made it live for a couple weeks. Well, thank you for making it live. Always compete. You are a warrior to keep this site rocking. I love it. Hey, thank you so much, man. Well, you guys make this as much fun for me as I'm hoping it is for you guys. So I love doing this. Sorry we didn't get out this week for it, but was a lot of news to talk about. I wanted to do a little bit more of just some film watching. I'm diving into some big time draft stuff, and then I've got a new little endeavor here that I'm putting out. We're going to talk about here in a second to get you guys some more content from a different direction. So always expanding, man. I'm always grinding here. Thomas, I did a simulation where I had Seattle taking Demetric Felton and Jamar Jefferson. Felton could be a Kamara chess piece. He could. Legitimately, I would say, Thomas, he's probably the only real true running back in this particular draft that is the running back and a wide receiver as well, in that he really can do both. You're not just going to line him out wide and he looks uncomfortable running routes. He'll look pretty comfortable running routes, and he's decent with the ball in his hands. I like him a lot. I've still not had a chance to watch Jamar Jefferson's game much. Just a little here. I liked what I saw with him. He's a good player. But admittedly, I've got to watch a little bit more on him to get a little bit better feel for him. But Felton's outstanding. He'd be a good pick. Where you pick him is kind of the important part, because you don't want to be taking him to be in the 2nd, 3rd. I think even the 4th round's a little bit early on Felton, though some team probably will, because they'll see the Kamara type comparison theoretically, Thomas, in doing it that way. But in the 5th round, you might have me sold. You might have me sold at a place like that, because he's a piece you can use around the board. Seahawks Network, yeah, where is Brandon Marshall getting this information? Brandon Marshall's getting this information from Russell Wilson. I am undoubted here on this, folks. Undoubted on this. When he was coming out there as hard as anybody to push forward, the Russell's dissatisfied and he's wanting to move on, he was being fed that by Russell. Just like he's being fed by Russell now, everything is amazing, and it's never been so amazing. Wouldn't it be just like a Russell thing to tell somebody that he's been feeding information? It's never been better than it's ever been. When that's not the case, when it's fine, things are at least calm, but he'll overstate it to try to course correct from the driving off road that you were doing earlier on this off season. So yeah, it's definitely Brandon Marshall getting fed this. He's not just coming up out of he's not inventing this stuff off the top of his head. Kyle Mulkey, how you doing, Kyle? He says, I got 2 questions. Let's see, fire away. What did the Falcons do? I don't think they take a quarterback with Matt Ryan with the $40 million cap hit next year. Where do you think KJ and Sherman end up? The Falcons have put themselves up against it. They're going for it, Kyle. That's the thing that I've kind of taken away from the Falcons this offseason, is that they still think they can compete. Now, you look at that division and you go, okay, Saints lose Breeze. They take a step back. Carolina Panthers now got Sam Darnold as their starting quarterback. Are they really ready to overtake us? They've really just got to compete really with Tampa Bay at that point, and they maybe feel good about their chances with it. I was doing that mock, Kyle, and of all the mock picks that I probably ran through in running my 2-round mock that I did a couple of weeks ago, the hardest pick was kind of the Falcons, because you go, well, okay, Penny Sewell, left tackle. Yeah, but you got Matthews already as your guy there. Were you going to bounce Matthews to right? It's easier said than done, bouncing a left tackle to right tackle. You're going to take Penny Sewell, maybe a cornerstone franchise left tackle, and bounce him to right tackle initially? I don't buy it. So you go, I don't see him doing that. I ended up coming down to them taking Kyle Pitts and just trying to create a super offense, because Parsons, maybe the guy you take there, but it's a little bit high. You don't feel really good about any of the real other defensive players. Cornerback, it's a little bit too high to be taken there. They probably do trade back at some point, Kyle, is where they really land, because some team's going to fall in love with Fields. Fields is available now at number 4, and they'll throw a ton at them, and then the Falcons will look really good. I think it'll probably go that way, but then the teams can also probably operate from the standpoint of you're not taking a quarterback. The Falcons I maintained in this offseason, everybody gave the Saints the hard time for the $95 million over the cap, or the Eagles for being $65 million over the cap. The Falcons were low-key kind of the team in the worst state and situation is where their roster was, because all those other teams had a lot of guys that you could clear off of their cap who would have a little bit of dead money, but they could get their cap down to where they need to get it. Whereas the Falcons, any of the guys they cut were carrying too high of a dead money hit, meaning that it was going to cost too much to release them. There were no cap savings, so they were just kind of stuck with them. I think it's impeded their process a little bit this offseason. Where do I think KJ and Sherman end up? KJ, I think, does end up coming back to Seattle because there's just a relative lack of options. I think Sherman probably ends up, for whatever reason, I still just kind of land on the spot. If somebody comes in and gives him an offer, some Oakland or Dallas type team, maybe something like that, where he's just they're going to the Seahawks scheme and they want a veteran presence in there and they like what he did with San Francisco and they think that he can maybe do something similar with them. Seahawks Network, have you watched Nashawn Wright from Oregon State, 6-foot corner? I haven't, but I will. I'll take a look at him, man. My list here. Add them to my list. Nishan. Okay. He's on my list, bro. I will look at him. The situation laid out makes more logical sense to me. Russ 4L, he always been a Kobe type. This is true. The situation laid out makes more logical sense to me. He has been more of a kind of a Kobe type. I'd agree with you there. JVM, I think I understood what you said, Marty, but I'm not entirely sure what you're saying there. But I think I got the gist on it. JVM, I just read A-Rod is buying the Timberwolves. My plan failed, was gathering a team of investors to move the T-Wolves up here to Seattle. Unfortunately, we have to wait a bit more. That's a bummer, man. Seems like there's a lot of NBA franchises that just aren't doing jack with their franchises, and it's just like, the fan base would be so behind the Sonics if you could get them there. But A-Rod coming in again to screw Seattle over. Haven't you done enough, A-Rod? Boom Shakalaka. How's it going, Boom Shakalaka? We will definitely hook up this week. I'll be hitting you up here tomorrow for show. John, how you doing, man? Go Hawks. I'd be so happy if we got Fletcher Cox. I would too. He's a half inch behind Aaron Donald as far as the type of player he is. He's getting a little bit older, so maybe it's gotten to maybe a full inch at this point. But it's still a fantastic 3-tech, big guy. Just would be wonderful to bring a guy like that aboard. And just doesn't feel like the Eagles have quite bled enough this offseason versus where they needed to be coming into this offseason and what you expected them to lose. Wouldn't be surprising to me if they did. I think he's a guy that does save money if they move off from him. Max says, honestly, I kind of want to go all in on sign AB, trade for someone big with a high pick next year. I'd be okay with it, Max. Go all in, dude. That's where I'm at. This is where I think the team should be in on this. I've mentioned a lot of reasons why it's this way, being that you were trying to mend the fences with Russ, being that you have hit this plateaued state over the last 5 years, being that you're trying to break through. That requires an aggressive, firm action. That doesn't require you to sit here and rely upon a 3 and 4 year plan. It's the 1 year plan. It's the now plan. It's the today plan. And that's where they need to be. Hopefully they finally have landed at that spot, and I would love to see them do it, Max. If it fails, fine, it fails. But you have failed running 50 miles an hour forward. Not speed walking, but sprinting. That's where this team needs to be, a sense of urgency. Seahawks Network, I'd only draft a running back before the 4th round if Javonte Williams is still on the board at 56, which he won't. No, he's been too good in the post-season process and the draft investigation process by the teams and what they've seen. I mean, like what the kid could have gone to Harvard, 20 years old, broke more tackles than anybody last year, tested just fine, wasn't fast in the 40, but nobody thought he was going to be fast in the 40. He'll be taken early on in the 2nd round, and I frankly can't. Maybe he's not the first running back, but he's got to be probably at least the 2nd running back taken, just by how he's looked so good on tape and still a young cat, 20 years old, 21 years old. You're getting a guy that's just scratching the surface. I think the people have called him Nick Chubb 2.0. That's been an apt comparison. Seahawks Network, we don't have a first next year, so I doubt we trade a 2nd for someone. Yeah, I don't think we're probably trading out much out of next year's draft unless it's the back end of the draft to get a 5th, 6th, 7th round pick this year. I could see them doing something like that, but they're not going to probably trade high draft assets next year at this point in time. Ruvim, if you got to choose anyone from the draft class to the Seahawks, who would you choose? What a great question. If I could choose any guy. Oh, that's a really good question. Because it wouldn't be my favorite guy, Rivim, you know, like my favorite just, and this is all just emotionally based, but my favorite guy is Jamar Chase, right? Like he's like what Antoine Winfield Jr. was for me last year. Is he the best prospect in this whole? No, probably not, but he's just a guy that I really gravitate towards as far as the player he is. But would that be the biggest need on the Seattle roster at that point? You know, Penny Sewell. You know, I never run the same problem. You get flipping the right tackle and cut shell at that point. I don't know if I'm going to do that. But defensively, there's not that game changer at the top of the draft that gets me that interested. You know, there's not that edge rusher or something like that. I'll think about it a little bit, Ravim. I probably would have to land on Pitts just because of the consensus of him and the thought process of having Pitts to go up with Russell Wilson on some of those deep balls where Russell will throw the trust balls up there, and watching Pitts film last year and that he just takes the ball away from guys. It's like Moss, where you just watch him do it and there's nothing that anybody can do about it. There's nothing the defensive player can do. He's got such long arms and he's got just such a high catch radius with his jumping. You can't do anything about it. I think that would work really well with Russ, and you could move him between tight end. You'd have two basically move tight ends at that point, but we'd make it work. We'd make it work, and that'd create one hell of a super offense. Gino, is Jadeveon Clowney still an option? I think he's going to go as he's gone recently, at least last year. He's going to go to who pays him the most money, and I think the person who's going to pay him the most money is going to be the Cleveland Browns. They sit in the position to be able to do so. They want to get another rusher in there. He gets to know that he comes in there, and Garrett's going to take up any double teams are going to Garrett, so he just gets single block city all day long. Finally maybe gets a chance to eat. I'd expect Jadeveon to probably take a low one-year deal, but he'll probably still get paid $7-8 million this year on a one-year deal, something like that. I don't think Seattle's willing to go at that rate. Nor do I know if he'd necessarily go here over that option of Cleveland, where, again, there's some pluses to it being that he's closer to home. I think he likes being down there a little bit more, and again, they've got Garrett on the other side, so he's not just going to get the double-team hell beat out of him. Seahawks Network, the Hawks Nest. No, I've been a Trey Flowers defender. I like him, but I don't think he's starting caliber. Fair enough, man. It could be very well true on it. I'm not looking to rely on him either necessarily. Booby Shaka Laka says, let's get a center and 2 cornerbacks with those 3 picks. I'd love it, man. I'd love it. Love it. Brandon McDaniel says, Chargers Anthony Miller always wore the visor. I think he was 81. Yeah, he was just a good receiver. He's like what that kid out of Cal's been for them before the kid out of Cal. And he was like that the prior, but he was a hell of a receiver. He used to just bury our Hawks every time we played him. Maxwell, in my opinion, we have a better team right now than we did last season, and that's without getting KJ, AB in the draft. Agreed, Maxwell. I think you've done moves that have upgraded. You're upgraded left guard. You're at the very same, at least equivalent across all positions, with the exception, like you said, of maybe the Will and maybe the Sam, but those aren't that as big of important positions as upgrading the spots that you've upgraded. Go Hawks 2021 says Slim Pickens at center. It requires you to pick early if you're going to go Hawks. You know, if you wait for the center position, you're going to wait into the 5th, 6th, 7th round, then that's going to be a little bit too late. Whereas there'll be tackles in the 5th, 6th, 7th round that you can then maybe get who have some potential. You know, maybe they're not certain bets at all by any respect, but they've got potential. Center, though, Landon Dickerson, Creed Humphrey, I think the kid out of Ohio State. There's some solid guys out there as far as center up at the top of the draft, but not as you get deeper into it. Marty M.F. Williams says, no longer down for Clown Town. Me neither, man. Me neither. Ravim, if you got to choose anyone from the draft class, Ravim, I'm going with Pitts. I'm going with Pitts right now. I may change my answer here. Well, wait, hold on. If I got to choose anyone from this draft class, I'm probably going Lawrence. If we want to be all argument, whatever, you know what I mean? Because I'll take Lawrence and then I'll flip Lawrence for 6 first-round picks or something if I want to, you know, after a year. If Russell wants to go, you can move on. I got Lawrence sitting here in my back pocket. And so that'd probably actually be the realm I would go with it now that I think about it. It took me a while to grind through that one. UE2K says, I want us to sign Cordell Patterson. He's big and more of a scheme fit and is a hedge against the inevitable Carson and Penny injuries. AB ain't about that blocking life. No, he's not a blocker anymore. He's definitely a guy making the business decisions in the run blocking game. You have Mountain just passing situations. Has Patterson made the complete transition to running back? I thought he was still more of your wide receiver than he's gone to being a running back. But I'd be on board with him. I like me Cordell Patterson. He's legit, and he'd give you a good guy in those fly sweeps, end arounds, which we don't really have right now. Ryan Snags, how you doing, Ryan? Welcome on in. Seahawks Network, they just need confidence. He's so inconsistent. 1 week he'll lock up D-Hawk, and the other hell look like a D2 corner, laughing out loud. Yeah, I think Trey Flowers was on a nice little rise, and you got into his second year, and you got right around the end of the second year, and then into the Packers game in the playoffs, and I think he got beat up on a little bit, and the fan base got a little hard on him, and I think he got down. And playing corners is a position of confidence. You need to have swag. You need to have that just, I'm gonna let it all hang out there. I don't care if I get beat deep. And I think he started to kind of reclaim some of that last year. I'm hoping for another year of development. We always like to think of these football players as just arriving and being what they are when they arrive on the scene. And if they fail, if they're not enough, if they don't add up, but stack up enough, everyone goes, okay, throw them in the trash and get something else. But players develop. Sometimes players take some time to come along, and especially a player in his case, as I've argued, a guy going from the safety position to cornerback out of college is going to take a little bit of time for him to get his feel for things. But he's a guy that can hit. He's a guy that can tackle. He's a guy that is capable of picking off the pass. I think he had, 3 interceptions in 2019 when he was playing. So I still like him too, man. But I get where you're coming from on I go where you're coming from on not one to rely on him as a starter. Matthias 23451, top 3 moves you could still see us making. Sign KJ, sign Sherm, sign AB. I think if I'm talking about likely moves, Matthias, those would be the 3 moves I would say would be like, okay, there's relative likelihood that this is going to happen. Anything else, I'm making a pretty wide guess to say that it's going to go on. But you need those. I think you need to round out those things. And I think, especially with KJ and Sherm, it gives them then that confidence to go in the draft and not having to stretch for a need at that point, which I think will appeal to them. Seahawks Network, Penny had 1 bad injury. Penny doesn't have a bad injury history. No, he's had 2 injuries. He broke his hand when he came in as well, but he's still not injury prone. Randall McDaniel says, I like the wide receiver from Oklahoma State. He had some injury history recently, but was a stud early. I still believe he'll be available in round 5. I think you're talking about Tylan Wallace. Tested out well in his pro day. I think he might barely last to the 5th round, Randall, but my inclination on him is he's taken somewhere in the 4th. I think he's taken somewhere in the 4th. But if you grabbed him in the 5th round, then I'm fine with it. He's exactly like what I talked about as that player receiver of why you don't get the guy in the 2nd round late, because there's the equivalent of a receiver who maybe lasts into that 5th round. He would be exactly that type of guy that I'm talking about with that. Ian Rappaport was on Rich Eisen yesterday and said, don't rule out Russ getting traded this season. It feels like the media cannot let this go. They want it to happen so bad. They do. We watched national media just kept twisting, even after this had kind of long been determined that it probably wasn't going to happen. They kept looking around, twisting it around, looking at it, twisting it around. I don't see it happening, and I don't see Russ again, and he's playing this cloak and dagger session. Like, let's walk through this as a logical process where the front office and Russell have come together and they've been like, okay, you are going to be moved at some point. We got to wait till the draft. We want the best offer. We want the best offer at the draft. So you need to play like you're going to be here long term, or you'll destroy your value and we won't get that trade capital back. And then Russell goes, okay, I'll go do all this stuff. So I'll set up these meetings with my receivers and I'll have them give tickets and make plans and set time out of their life to come meet me in California and throw, when that's not really going to happen, or it'll happen, but I'm still going to be traded. And then when Carlos Dunlap calls me and he says, look, I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old. I don't have a lot of years left, Russ. I want a championship. I played for the Cincinnati Bengals for 10 years, Russ. 10 years I played for the Cincinnati Bengals. I want to win. I like Seattle. I like this team. But I'm not signing this new contract unless I know you're going to be here. Are you staying? Russ says, yes. And then we fast forward a month from now and then they trade him. And Russ was then leaving the whole time because he's got to waive the no trade clause, of course, to be traded. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. And I don't know why the national media has stayed so enthralled by this. Maybe it's just the thought process of Hall of Fame quarterback moving is so enthralling in itself that they just have to stay on it. But he's here. He's here, man. For sure. Wheeler says, did you hear about A-Rod potentially buying the Timberwolves? Somebody just mentioned it here on the chat, which cool for him, I guess. You know, it's nice to see that him going, you know, back in the day when it was never about the money, according to him, when he went into free agency, it was about playing for a winner. And then he went for a bottom dweller so that he could make the biggest contract in MLB history. Good to hear that he's doing good things with that money. It's good to hear. Russell Wilson says, as of right now, where would you put each team in the West in standings for next season? I've got Seattle at 13-4. I'm gonna put the Rams at 11-6. I'm gonna have to work on my math with this. These records don't work anymore with this extra game. We'll go with the Cardinals being. I think the Cardinals are going to be a 10-7 team. And then I've got the 49ers at a 6-11 mark in the last. That'd be where I would put them out right now. Matthias23451 says, you check out any other draft picks you would like us to go after this draft? Well, I've definitely been watching quite a few guys, so it's definitely a run of dudes. Let me see here. Let me do a quick whisking through here. There's not a lot of guys that have jumped out to me necessarily that stand out. I like the David Moores I've talked about, and obviously Creed Humphrey's a guy I really like quite a bit. Quinn Miners is the guy that I'm on board with completely. Kind of going through this. I kind of like Amon St. Ra's tape out of USC. He's a guy that's kind of interesting to me a bit. I do think he'd be a pretty fun player. UE2K's got me a little bit on Trey Sermon out of Ohio State as a running back. I've been digging on him quite a bit. Ramonde Stevenson I talked about out of Oklahoma is a really fun guy to watch. Israel Mukamua, guy you can get in the 5th round. I think he's a Brandon Browner clone. I'd love to see that brought back onto the team. Kind of going through a few of these guys here. See if there's anybody that jumps out to me on any other real names. Not a lot of names other than that. Terry Tamarian out of Florida State, I think, is just kind of scratching the surface on him. I think he's going to be a really good player. Tommy Tremble out of Notre Dame. I'm completely enthralled by the thought process of bringing in a guy who can play tight end and fullback and do both of those really well. So those would be the main guys. At corner, it's kind of the guys I've talked about. What you get later on, if you Paulson Acebo, it probably goes a little bit higher. But any number of those guys that are even deep into the draft, I mentioned the kid out of California or University of Washington. They're not going to be stars at the next level, but they should be okay corners. I think they could hold up in our scheme pretty well. Rondarius Williams, I was watching last night, a lot of tape on him. I think he's going to be a really good cornerback in this league. Probably get him in about the 5th round or so. So those would be a stack of some guys kind of off the top of my head. I'd love some receivers, Matthias, but most of the guys I like are the ones that are a little bit higher in the draft, and they'll be gone by the time we draft. I'll try to think if there's somebody else that sort of stands out to me. Maxwell's, I'm waiting to see the Pete and John press conference. Probably not going to see it until right before the draft, as at this point, I would say. Seahawks Network, random, but there are a scary amount of Thunder fans in the state of Washington. Oh my God, that's sad to hear. That's sad to hear. Seahawks Network, David Moore, Trill Williams, Israel Mukamua, Nishan Wright are some late round guys I'm really hoping for. Trill Williams is another guy that's really fun. You can play 3 positions in the secondary. You can put him at safety, slot corner, outside corner. Fun player to watch. Really good. I think Melo Fonwu, his guy on the other side of him, is probably going to be picked a little bit higher. But Trill, I think, he's a football player. You know what I mean? He's just a football player. I was watching somebody last night that I was liking a little bit more on. Boom Shakalaka, is the hated A-Rod going to move T-Wolves in 2 years or no? Well, maybe that's what he's doing. Maybe he's looking to buy him to bring him back to Seattle so that he can mend the fences of Seattle so that he can dive into some of that sweet tech money. And Ruvim, yeah. So I go with probably Trevor Lawrence if you're talking about any player in the draft, because I can use that as an asset to get so much more in draft capital than anything else. I would lean that direction, I think, if I said any player in this class. If you say I can't take a quarterback and it's just got to be a player, then Kyle Pitts for the freakishness he can bring. But it's close between him and Chase. Chase is going to be awesome in this league. He's absolutely going to be awesome. Seahawks Network says, I want an expansion team. It would be messed up to just take another city's team, IMO. Yeah, I'd probably lean towards that direction of things as well. Seahawks Network, I'd probably want, if you can, to expand. But the one problem here is the NBA in a position to be able to expand right now. I don't know that they have enough to be able to do that. I don't know if there's enough, where they're standing right now on things. I don't know if there's enough talent for them to drain that talent by another, 11 teams. You already got the super teams going and then a whole bunch of teams that don't do anything. They got to solve that. They need to get a competitive balance back into that league somehow, some way. Randall, I get the feeling the front office did a lot of self-analyzing this offseason, just based on how we attacked this offseason. Firing Shoddy, the OC hire, the pickups, the contracts, change. Yeah, they've changed a lot of directions this offseason in the way that they've gone about things, and it's been encouraging to watch. The voidable years thing is something that I don't think Schneider would ever do over previous years. And this year he has completely not only done it, but he's not just done it in a dose or two here or there. He's done it across the board on nearly every contract that he's done. It's very good to see. That's going for now. That's maximizing the today. The Salamander Parkus, can you imagine if the Niners draft Mac Jones? I not only imagine it, I think it's a likelihood to happen, Salamander. A couple weeks ago on the live stream show, I went through a pretty in-depth detail about what I thought the process of Mike Shanahan's mind was thinking in trading up and targeting Mac Jones specifically. Why he was making that selection, why it was based off of 30 years of family history and looking at quarterbacks and assessing quarterbacks' value and what they need in their scheme and what they need their quarterback to do in their system. And I came to that moment saying, I think it's going to be Mac. And then the very next day, we hear more of a general release to the public, leaks to the public being, yes, the Niners are indeed going to be looking at Mac Jones, that they go to Mac Jones's pro day on the same day Fields is throwing. They're at Mac Jones's pro day. I think that they are absolutely going to select him, and I think it's hilarious. And it's going to set that franchise back with that selection. It's another case in point where a coach thinks in just all their brilliance that they don't need talent. They can brilliantly put it together because they're just so smart in who they are as a tactician. And we'll see if it works. We'll see. I remain skeptical though. Nick Reeder, Elijah Moore. I like Elijah Moore too, Nick Reeder. I don't think he's in that group though. That's not going to last to where we pick in the second round. He's taken somewhere up in the high second round. Maybe even creeps into the first. Maybe. I don't think so. But he's getting a lot of late arrow up in the draft. Browns are expected to sign Clowney, so Seahawks Network. It seems like that's what this has been kind of leaning towards, Seahawks Network. It seems like it's been kind of leaning into that direction as it's gone. So we'll see how it goes. Thanks for the update on that. Ravim, if the Niners draft Mac Jones, I'm going to run around my house so happy because they just chose another Mitch Trubisky. Well, I don't know if he'll be a Mitch. He's a different player than Mitch, that's for sure. But as far as, the level of production you're going to get out of him may not be much more than Trubisky as far as what you're getting from him as a quarterback. But he's going to fit. I mean, the one thing I'll say about him, he does fit within their scheme. He was the most accurate quarterback on passes inside of 10 yards in NCAA last year. This has been what we've seen out of Garoppolo. They don't want to necessarily have to attack deep. They're looking to attack short and intermediate. That's going to be their passing game. That's what he does very well. So he will fit from that standpoint. But the lack of mobility, lack of arm strength, lack of accuracy, throwing the ball deep, in my opinion, I think that's going to catch up to him a little bit. And I would be like you, running around my happy. I will be running around this. You guys got to watch me on live stream. I'll be doing freaking dancing and all that. If I see them truly drafted, if they really do go in that direction, because I still, even though I think it's going to happen, I'm still like, this has got to be, no way. They're not really going to do this, are they? I think they are. It will be amazing. It will be amazing, as Salamander Barkas said. U2K, yeah, the front office made changes in how they operate. The spotlight Russ put them under was helpful, and their poor drafting that necessitated trading away capital has forced them to make changes. However, they got to get to a state of doing something new at U2K. I'm at this point, don't care what caused it as far as the what led into it. You changed. That was the necessity, and the mistakes are the mistakes. But you reverse course now, try something new and different. That's how we start to solve ongoing mistakes and problems. Matthias, what other wide receivers can we sign? It's super lean right now, wide receiver wise. It's too lean to look at this and say there's guys out there on the open market that you would really look at. Antonio Brown's kind of about it. When you look behind them, you're looking at like Paul Richardson, who's been training supposedly. Maybe we want to look at Paul Richardson again. But no, I think there's not really a lot of guys out there outside of guys that are just not going to get you excited, Matthias. It's not going to be names of guys that you're like, oh, it's good. Even the third tier, fourth tier, where free agent wide receivers are basically off the board at this point. Your Sanu's, your Josh Reynolds. You'd have to probably go make a kind of trade to get any other kind of wide receiver if it's beyond, in my opinion, Antonio Brown. You're just taking a flyer on a guy at that point. Seahawks O, is the Russell beef over, or is it just on hold till next offseason? I'm still in the camp of saying that outside of a season that turns things around and they truly get past where they've gotten recently, Seahawks O, I think that's going to be a determinant factor here. It'll have less to do with Russell Wilson and Coach Carroll getting together and holding hands and singing songs around a campfire. And it's going to be more based upon, do you have a successful season next year? Does Russell see the pathway to this now, getting through to where you've gotten, getting not stuck in the forest as you have of one and done in recent years, but getting through the forest to the clearing? And that's where I think that they're trying to push towards. If that happens, there's a chance it's over. But if that doesn't happen, even if they're on the same page getting along right now, and you go into next year and you still see it play out the same way that it's played out recently, I still think in that case he does move on at that point. I think this is why I'm in the go for broke stage of things. It's why I'm pushing this so hard. Because based within the go for broke is the trying to keep Russell here for the long-term future, which is what I would most like to see. And so you can get there with it, but this is going to be less than having meetings and talkings and getting same pages and more about winning. Giovanni says, what role will Penny have in the offense next year? He'll probably be mixed in a little bit, Giovanni. I mean, he's going to be healthier than he was this last year. He'll be ready to roll. And we saw with him last year, they did a good job early on in the year with Carson before he got dinged up a little bit of trying to regulate his carries and his touches overall. I think they've understood that over the first couple of years of his career when he was getting those injuries that were knocking him out for the year, 2 out of his first 3 years, this happened to Carson, that they were overusing him. Now you have to start to dial back those carries and mix in another running back here and there. I would expect them to do that with Penny. I don't think it's any guarantee that Penny's absolutely 100% on the roster day one. They may draft a guy and like them better and want to move on from Penny and just decide he's not a fit here. He seemed to have somehow, for some reason, gotten a little bit into the doghouse of Coach Carroll to a degree where he's just not gotten a lot of opportunities. But I'm hoping this year he does. I've been tantalized by his potential, and I'm very tantalized by his potential within this scheme. I don't think he's going to ever be a superstar or a star in this league, but a very effective outside runner, a guy that could average 5-6 yards a carry running outside. Yeah, I think he could be that. James Bond, what would be my dream draft? Dream draft, James, would be you trade back into the 3rd round. You pick up an extra 5th round pick. That early 3rd round pick, Creed Humphrey, is there by some magical dream. You said it's a dream, so I could operate like this is a dream. You pick Creed Humphrey at that point with that 3rd round pick. Then you're into the 4th round when you take next. In the 4th round, I would probably take, oh my God, it's going to be hard. In the 4th round, I would probably take the best tackle that I have on the board at that point. If there's been a guy that's dropped that's just like, no way this guy's dropped, maybe I'll pick on that if that would. But let's just say that it plays out the guys don't drop. Then I'll probably take one of those good left tackles that'll still be on the board. Jackson out of Clemson, for instance, would be sitting there. Maybe Jalen Mayfield, maybe out of Michigan, still sitting there in the 4th round. You're by your first guys and your second tier guys, but you do have this is a deep draft for tackles. And I think even in the 4th round, you got some guys available. 5th round, you get a cornerback, be it Mukamua, Rondarius Williams, Paulson Acebo. I'd love that. Then you come back into that seventh round at the end and go back for cornerback again, being it a Bynum out of California or a Butler. I think that staying within the realm of realism here, James, and not going outside of just going into just wonderland and then we'll get this pick. We'll trade our next year's second for 3 firsts this year, and then let's try to stay within reason. But something along those lines would make me feel real good. You get your a little bit maybe a swing tackle for the future type guy. You got Creed Humphrey who will push Posick to maybe upgrade the center position right out the gate. You get a couple of those cornerbacks that I talked about. You might end up with 2 cornerbacks who end up starters a year or 2 down the line for you on cheap rookie deals. I would probably feel best with something kind of like that. The Renaud. I'm going to go Renaud. I hope I pronounced that right, Renaud. I'm thinking they will wait until after the draft to move on a wide receiver 3 if they don't find what they want in the draft. It would make a lot more sense if they went that route, especially if it's what I'm thinking with being that you'd have to do it by trade versus being a guy that's out there in free agency if it's not Antonio Brown. But it would make sense why they would want that flexibility to see if maybe they can find the guy in the draft that they really target and like. There may be guys, there's a lot of receivers in this draft. There may be certain guys that they're a little bit higher on than maybe the pundits or myself or other people would be because they just think this guy's such a good fit for what we're going to need in this offense. A bunch of those kind of cats, your Marsettes or your Bebes or Tylan Wallace we talked about, Marcus Stevenson. There could be some guys that they like and they would target and think that those guys will come in and they're going to be ready to roll. Matthias 23451, what other moves would make us Super Bowl favorites? Well, I've mentioned KJ Wright signing, Sherman signing, Antonio Brown signing, go through the draft like I just discussed, getting the center and kind of that stuff. That would your step in the right direction, converting the Russell Wilson base salary to bonus. Okay, now you've got at that point that's going to have about $18 million or so that you've created at that point. Now with Sherman's contract and with Antonio's contract and KJ's contract, you're probably slicing a big part of that, but you got about $8 to $9 million left after you sign them. Okay, now go out there and make another deal. Find another upgrade somewhere on this roster, somewhere around the league, even if it means giving up a future 3rd, 4th round pick to do so at that point. I mentioned a guy like Fletcher Cox who could be made available. I'm not saying he will for sure, but a player of that stature, of that type. You bring that one last player back in to just kind of onto the crew, that last additional extra part. Oh, we don't even need this guy, but you're bringing him in. That would be enough to me to say that, man, Super Bowl favorites. You might need to do 2 moves to get to Super Bowl favorites, 2 of those type big moves of because we're talking about Super Bowl favorites. This is a very talented NFL out there right now. And while we've upgraded our roster, there are some rosters that are really, really stacked. So it probably takes something like that. We'd have to do some aggressiveness, Matthias. It'd have to really go beyond even what we've done so far to get there. But they got the ammo to do it. They got the ammo to do it, man. They're like Rambo right now. It's draped crisscross across their chest, those big, huge bullets. So they could do it if they wanted to. Marty says, steal Aaron Donald somehow. I love it, Marty. The Renaud, the remaining free agents will be cheaper after the draft anyway. It's a couple things with that too, Renaud. You're right. Boom. Receiver, they're going to all be cheaper because everybody's used all their cap space up at that point. You got not a lot of competitors on the market for the available guys that'll be out there. Number 2, you're going to get more free agents pushed onto the market because there's teams that are going to hold on to players right now on the roster that they like, but they're just holding on to them to make sure that, and once they get that player, they'll release the first player off the books because they'll okay, we got our starter now. We saw Seattle do this last year with, for instance, DJ Fluker. You got Damian Lewis. I think it was the very next day after the draft, you released DJ Fluker gone because they knew right from the start Damian Lewis is going to come in and be a starter for us. So you'll see other teams throughout the league make those kind of similar moves, and it'll be very good to put yourself in a position as a team to have that space cap-wise to go out there and sign those guys because it doesn't then just become about who's got the most cap space. You'll have veteran players that are more likely to want to go play for a ring. So now you can remove out all the losers. All loser town gets to go away. All those teams that are the bottom of the dregs who may have $30, $40 million in cap space, so what? You're not competing for Super Bowls. We are. Come on over to us. And that could be the deciding factor. You got the money and you're a Super Bowl contending team versus those other teams out there, be it Tampa Bay won't have any money left right now. New Orleans ain't got no money. Kansas City ain't got no more money left. Baltimore's not going to have any money left. You'll be one of those only teams out there in that stance to make that kind of move. Antonio Brown, the locker room cancer, you want him. Yeah, James, here's where I've always landed on this with folks that bring up the locker room aspects of it. I acknowledge the fact that Antonio Brown's got some locker room issues in the past and some off-field problems. Where Antonio Brown currently sits is he's on his last chance. He is not going to get a 3, 4, 5-year deal right now. He's an older receiver with all these issues. He's getting a 1-year deal. He's not getting a 1-year deal with a lot of guaranteed money. So when you bring Antonio Brown on, if you have trepidations about his behavior, understand this. At any point in time, with the contract you bring him on, you can basically cut him at a very minimal cost. So it's a high upside, very low downside type of deal. If he fails out, you don't like it, steps out of line, cancer, problem in the locker room, bye. That's the way you go with it. So I know where you're coming from, that I get the people that go, I don't like Antonio, I hate him, he's horrible, he's awful, maybe all those things. But he's also going to be basically standing on the end of the plank at all times while he's on your team. And when you got a player that's got to toe the line like that, sometimes that's what players need to toe the line, is to know there's no more chances. He toed the line early on in his career. He wasn't a complete, miscreant throughout his time early on. It was as he got more into the diva stage of things. Jeremy Bohm, how you doing, Jeremy? With the major uncertainty of the draft, this will be a season to make him the undrafted free agent part of team building. And he asked that with a question mark, and I didn't read it like a question mark. Yes, there's going to be more undrafted free agents coming out of this draft than ever before that you're going to want to target. And certainly Seattle gets to have a little bit of a claim to fame saying, hey, usually we have 12, 13 picks. This year we only have like 3. You have a good chance of coming here and making the roster. And not just for this year. Look at us next year. We only have 22 players right now allotted on our roster. There's a good chance you're not just here for 1, but 2 years if you can truly play. That will appeal to those kind of free agents who a lot of times make their decisions based upon the fact of how likely it is me going to this team and me actually making this roster. There may be a lot of offers you get out there from teams that they are already stacked, and it's sort of a bonus for them to bring you aboard, and not a good chance you're going to make the team. Whereas with Seattle, they might be able to, with certain positions, make that kind of claim. But yes, as well bent into this, the reason you're going to see more really talented guys out there not drafted this year is because so many of these guys opted out last year. So many of these guys still came out early. You don't have the tape to back up drafting them. And this is going to make it hard for certain guys whose tape was a little bit rough and had a lot of rough edges on it to then be picked. As well as it's a pretty deep draft, Jeremy. It's a deep draft for the talent-wise. So it all kind of pushes a few extra guys out onto the street free agent level of it. And it'll be interesting to see what Schneider does. And if he's got a couple of guys that he's just been targeting throughout this time period, knew that this guy's not going to get drafted. Rome de Upseta. Niners are getting Fields. He'll be a problem. Well, and this is where I don't disagree, Rome, on the respect of Fields. I think is a very talented quarterback, and he's going to be a good quarterback long term. The question comes into play, and as it pertains to this particular show, and what I'm making is my point or my declaration here, is that if you get Fields next year, Fields is not playing at upper level coming out the gate. He's going to play like a rookie quarterback. He's not a rookie quarterback with refinement where he's just ready to hit the ground running and he's going to light the world on fire. Fields is going to take a little bit of time to develop. May take a year or two to get him there, just like Trey Lance will take a year or two to get there. So we're talking just specifically about this next year, and he'll be probably a good quarterback in this league moving forward. He's not Dwayne Haskins coming out of Ohio State. This kid's legitimately talented, and maybe the Niners are going to select him. But even if they did, it doesn't move my meter for next year with them. Marty M.F. Williams says Antonio Brown did win a Super Bowl. It's a good point, Marty. Also towed the line enough to keep a team on point to go win a Super Bowl, man. The Renowned, do you think we're going, and that was wild, Marty, him not being made a number 1 target. He wasn't just getting targets all over the place and being featured a whole bunch. That was asking him to serve a role with that team, and he fit into that role and served it. Salamander says, AB next to Preacher Russ, you're going to be a saint. Oh, it's got to rub off, right, Salamander? Some of the nerd juice has got to come off down to AB, just a humbleness. UE2K, drafting the offensive line hasn't worked because they have used high enough picks on it, and the few that they did draft early were busts. Drafting hasn't worked because they haven't had enough high enough picks. Yeah, then they haven't had high enough picks because it would require you to trade up, and we all know UE2K that John Schneider is not going to trade up in the first round, no way, shape, or form. So that has been a part of it, is that, yeah, you have gotten those linemen a little bit later, but it's been poorly drafted. There's I think enough data to look around the league and look at the quality of offensive linemen in the league and to say you get them from all places in the draft. They're not all just taken up in the top of the first round. It can help. It can help you get those guys all out what the Cowboys did a couple years ago with Tyron Smith and Frederick and Zach Martin. But you're not always in a position to be able to do that. And sometimes you got to pick the guys a little bit later on. But they have picked high as far as, look, Jermaine Ifedi was, I think, a first-round pick. Ethan Posick is a second-round pick. They've made some choices throughout their times, even looking in the fourth rounds with Phil Haynes a couple years ago, third rounds, Reese Odiambos. Just hasn't worked out well. Just not good at drafting linemen so far. Marty M.F. Williams, if Niners get Fields, I'll be mad. I won't be that mad, man. I won't. I mean, like, he's a good player, and in a year or two down the line, maybe he will be something. But I don't know. I don't know that there's much a fit for what they want him to do. I don't know. What do I think of Zaven Collins? He's a big old rangy sucker. Let me get my notes out on him. Somewhere here. I had them written down. I don't think I put them in my notebook yet. So with Zaven Collins, I have my notes here. I just don't have them in here in the right way. He's a big rangy guy, outside linebacker. Probably could play a little bit of inside if you needed to him as well. He'll probably be past Micah Parsons. You'll have Micah Parsons, and then you'll have the kid out of JOK out of Notre Dame will be the next outside guy taken, and then you probably see Zaven Collins taken right around the back end of the first round or so. Big, he can run. He's got a little bit of a Devin White to his game, the guy out of Tampa Bay, but he's not as good as Devin White by any measure. He doesn't have White's natural instincts. But he should be a good run stuffer right out the gate. I've got some questions about the guy as far as in coverage. I don't think he is all that great in that respect of things, which is going to be a little bit of questioning then how you assess his value, where he goes at that point. Because if you're talking about picking this guy in the high first round, as we saw this last year with Jordan Brooks, it doesn't make a lot of sense from us. It just doesn't. The analytics tell us you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be taking a tackle, the guy's main attribute is his ability to tackle at the linebacker position who's not great in coverage in this modern age. That's just their general stance with it, and I tend to agree with it. But he's a good player, solid, won't be there when we're selecting. I doubt they would take him in the second round, even if they were. But he should be a decent player in this league. He doesn't blow me away. I don't think he'll be a star. Kind of a Devin White, poor man's Devin White. The Renaud, where is he reading his questions from? I don't see any of the questions or users he's mentioning. Renaud, I read in the chat for any people that are new here into the chat. The way that I go about this, I try to answer everybody's question in the chat. This is a good thing in that I think I respond to everybody, but this is a bad thing in that I also run pretty far behind because it means I don't have live wire just reading the chat as it's coming through. So bear with me as I do fall a little bit behind, but I do a very good job, I think, of catching back up here at one point or another, and we'll get up to all the questions. C's Velasquez, should we get Mitchell Schwartz? The Seahawks still need a little bit more help on the offensive line. As I understand it, he hasn't even been able to touch his toes yet as far as his rehabilitation is concerned, and I don't think the prognosis is very good with him long term. I think he probably is a guy that's going to retire Z's, and I just don't want to necessarily bring in an injury-prone guy if it means I've got to cut out Brandon Shell, who Brandon Shell is not amazing, but he is healthy right now. He is a younger player than Mitchell, so I just wouldn't be on board with that, unfortunately. When the draft, I think it starts on the 29th or so, boom shakalaka, through the 1st, something like that, at the end of this month. Marty M.F. Williams, is there any player in this draft you would possibly could trade all 3 picks for? Ooh, geez. All right, well, we got to be in realistic ground again here, Marty. So if we're talking third, we're talking a second, a fourth, and a 6th, 7th, you're really not going to get higher than maybe you squeeze into the top of the first round with that. Maybe, but you're probably only getting up into the top of the second round at that point. If I'm looking at a player that I'm going to pick in the top of the second round, hold on. I was looking for my draft. Let me see my mock draft here that I got. It's a good question. Man, who would you trade up for? It's such a good question there. It's not super exciting names as you necessarily would think. It really isn't. Right at that spot, you're looking at like a Kadarius Toney, Javonte Williams, Carlos Basham, Elijah Vera Tucker types. That's kind of what you're sort of picking through there. But then Caleb Farley probably falls at that point. Do I take a Caleb Farley with my second and fifth round pick? Ooh, that might be pretty tempting. If I've got the medicals clean on him and he's good to go at that point, I might take Caleb to make that trade up happen if Caleb falls, because I think he's the best cornerback in this draft. So you're talking about taking the best player at a position in the draft at the top of the second round, and part of it is that you just don't get very deep in the draft with those trades. A late second round pick with a fourth and a seventh doesn't get you very much, but probably go that route with it. D-Boy, good to see you in here, man. Long time no see, D-Boy. I know you've been listening in on replay, but it's always good to have you in the chat. Max says Sherm said he won't sign until after the draft. Makes sense. Makes sense. He's just trying to see where maybe the final value is going to be in. Max, can we call in later? I might, Max. I'm kind of packing up right now, so we might just be doing the show kind of just straight through today because I've got to get ready for a move here in the next week or so. I'm going to be heading back. Randall, the Mariners will break the postseason drought in the next 3 years. We have young guys up on another 6 of the top 100 prospects coming. Yep. They finally doubled down on to doing the farm system, which takes a couple of years. Then they had to hit the reset button after being bad, and that was going to be hard on fans. But now, slowly the reset button's coming up, and the talent's starting to come up. And once you got the young guys coming, and you got no cap, no salary, you're already spending on old, aging veterans like they had before. Now you start to be able to go into free agency and round out a roster rather than roster build, which is the best way to do it in baseball. Boom Shakalaka says, OS, Brandon Marshall took Jake Heap's job. Jake is the biggest mouthpiece I have ever seen. Well, they're certainly competing, aren't they, Boom Shakalaka? They certainly are competing. Kyle Mulkey, rumor is Seattle might put Blair at corner. We'll see how that goes, Kyle. I mean, he didn't play any outside corner in college. We still have seen a very small breadth of him at the slot corner position. They probably like versatility with him and be able to move him all around wherever they could use him. And they also want to try to find him a pathway to getting on the football field. And right now that pathway does not exist. Jamal Adams is here. Quinton Diggs is here. Ugo Amadi played some of the best of any of the corners on our roster last year. Just there's no path. So maybe they're looking to try to create a path. And if he can play better than a Trey Flowers or better than a DJ Reed, certainly that doesn't set a high benchmark in itself. I like Akilio Witherspoon. I think he's going to come along. But I guess it could make some sense. I'm a little pessimistic it would work with him as an outside corner, though. UE2K, the problem with only taking running backs in the later rounds is that at best you end up with a Carson or Rawls. Good, but not great. I want a Lynch type. Best value in the draft is running back in the late or second rounds. I think that this is one thing I'd mean to ask UE2K because we've talked about this. You acknowledge, too, there's places on the roster you got to go cheaper, right? Like you in roster building and how you balance it off, there's spots that you're going to choose and say, okay, I got to go cheaper here because I need to spend, this is the thing that's more important to my team and I've got to spend the money on that. And where I operate from reverse engineering the running back position towards saying in my model I would look towards the later rounds is understanding that, number one, the analytics tell us that those running backs, as much as that to our eye test, maybe we think, oh, he's so much better than this guy. Analytics tell us that really there's not any real big marker or bearing between those guys as far as how much yards they generate. And then more of the marker is based upon what kind of offensive line they have blocking in front of them. The effectiveness of a running back is built upon the effectiveness of the running back, upon the offensive line blocking for him. Marshawn Lynch, for parts of his thing, had good blocking, and for parts of the things had not so great blocking at times as it went along there. I tend to come back to this line of things, being that you can have a great offensive line and you can have a running back who's not the best of the best, but just a little bit less than best, as you speak about. Good, not great. but he's going to look great because he's got an offensive line opening him up highway lane-like holes on every single play. As opposed to, let me put my assets actually in the running back position. I'll have a good starter, and then I'll spend $4 million on the backup. And then I'm going to go lighter on my offensive line and expect my running backs to then generate yards. There was a top 100 thing that was coming out a couple years ago where they were doing, Chris Carson got up on the top 100 of that NFL list they do every year. And it was a defensive player talking about Carson. And he said he has to do more with less blocking than anybody else to earn his yards. And that's great that he's that way, but what if it was the inverse? What if it was that there was those easy yards to be had and you have the good but not great back behind him? Look at the Cowboys like a year ago, where they've got their backup running back running at like a 5-yard clip and the Ezekiel Elliott guy running at like a 4-yard per carry clip. I think it's based more on blocking, in my opinion. And I know we disagree on certain aspects, Huey, and this might just be one. But in my opinion, this is the place where if you invest in the offensive line, they can make those good running backs turn into great. Whereas a great running back is not going to make a good offensive line great. A great offensive, it'll overcome it a little bit, but the difference isn't going to be that huge, especially when we look at the analytic numbers of it and how it plays out like that. UH says, I trade all 3 of our picks for Kyle Pitts. Yeah, you're not getting that, though. We got to stay within realism. Rome to upsetter. I heard San Fran is looking at Seth Williams, who apparently is supposed to be another DK Julio build from Auburn. He's not that. He's not that. That would be an incorrect comparison of Seth Williams. He's guy's going to go in the 5th, 6th, 7th round. And if he gets drafted higher than that, then that's done by San Francisco. And if they were to grab Mac Jones and then select Seth Williams really early on, just the pathway of making me happy has been opened up that much wider. Seth Williams. Patrick, you know who NorbCam is? Y'all should collab together. I do, Patrick. Norm's big dog, though, man. He's sitting up top the Seahawks YouTube channel mountain right now. So I'd love to work with him, but he's got a bunch of guys I think he collabs with. He's kicking butt. I don't think he needs much from me on my help. But I love his channel. Does great work. Joey the Boss 2000. Hey, how you doing tonight? I am doing amazing, Joey. Hope you're doing well. Who do you think the Hawks get with the 2nd round pick? I've targeted pretty hard in on Creed Humphrey with this one, Joey, and I've been riding Creed. I'm gonna stay on the Creed Humphrey train, and I'm gonna ride it until it goes off the rails. But I think he's the one that's got me a little enamored, because then you truly, I think, upgrade your center position past what you have in Posick with a guy day one who comes in as an upgrade right out the gate. Then with Gabe Jackson, now you've taken an offensive line and starting to round it into more of the strength that I've really wanted to see it become. It's not going to maybe be a dominant unit, but an upper level unit at that point, in my opinion. So I would prefer they go that route with it. And I would like to, there's a couple guys that would you go right along with it, Joey. If it's not Humphrey, then fine. I'm okay with Landon Dickerson. If it's not Dickerson, I'm okay with Quinn Miners. I'm not going to be necessarily super picky, but any of those will be good for me. Devin Martzall, glad you're here, buddy. Missed your Thursday. Do your thing, man. Much appreciated. Go Hawks. Thank you, Devin. Yeah, sorry, missed on Thursday. Just in the middle of a move right now, and it's a lot of moving parts to try to go. And I got cats I got to move, and it's a lot. It's a lot back to mainland. But it's good to see you in here, Patrick and Joey. Cade McGee, sup, y'all? Question: how much do you think the Hawks defense has improved? I don't think the Hawks defense has really improved. I think the Hawks defense is basically in the same state as it was at the start of the offseason. You've lost a little, you've added a little. You lost Jaron Reed, you added Kerry Hyder. That's kind of lateral. You've lost, KJ Wright, Bruce Irvin. You don't have necessarily a linebacker thing put back in place yet. Something could still happen. I'm anticipating you still are going to do something at that position. But certainly there's not been a step forward made there. And Akilio Witherspoon is good, but you've also lost Dunbar and Shaquille Griffin at the same time. So it's more lateral as we stand right now, more than it is an upgrade. But Kate, I still think there's going to be more moves made. You bring back in, you bring back in Sherman, you bring back KJ Wright. I mean, you could stay at that point. Well, okay, then you add in Al Woods, and all right, maybe they're a little bit, tiny bit better. some of it too is just coming together with the things more coming together, and Jamal Adams being healthier for a whole season, getting back Marquise Blair and Darrell Taylor, who played not even a snap for you last year, at least getting some kind of production from them. Those things will help, but there's more moves that need to be made if we're going to truly say that they've taken a step forward on the defensive side of the ball. Randall, yeah, I had to double back my way to Trevor Lawrence on that way when I thought it through. I'm like, wait, no, Trevor Lawrence, let's take him. AI, I hear they might be taking a wide receiver with our second round pick. Having a badass third wide receiver would make us a juggernaut. It would. The one thing I wonder with that, though, is that you've got your top tier one guys. Let's put Kyle Pitts and Waddle and Jamar Chase and Javonte Smith. We stick them all up into that top group. And then you got your next tier that come in, your Rondell Moores, your Elijah Moores, Kadarius Toney types. Okay. We get into that one. To me, those are your first two groups, and then you get to your third group. And I think you get to the third group by the time Seattle's picking at 53. I think there'll be a run of wide receivers into that second round after you've already seen 5 or 6 of them taken in the first round. And that just leads you to a place of positional value where you're going to end up now not taking the best player available on the board, but stretching for need. And that's what gets you in trouble in the draft. That's what leads to more mistakes in the draft than just about anything else. Ravim Munlav, what do you think about Tutu Atwell in the 4th? That is about the appropriate place of positional value for him, Ravim. I'm not as blown away by Tutu Atwell. He graded really well out, not last year, but the year before. He was one of the top-rated receivers in college football. And then last year, he just fell off a shelf. So you see a lack of development moving into last year. Maybe it's explainable due to the situation that was at play last year. But he's a very slight guy. He's like 5'8", 5'9"-ish looking. He looks like he's about 165 pounds, and yet he's running a lot of end arounds in college, which I don't think he's going to be able to do at the NFL level. I think you got to be a bit bigger to get that done. To me, he looks like a guy smaller than Tyler Lockett. And if I've got worries about Tyler Lockett being able to do things in this new system as far as the blocking goes, as far as some of the yak stuff goes, why wouldn't I have that with the same type of guy with this guy's limited size? I'm not as high on him. He's got some flash to his game. His second to third gear is kind of his trait there. He's not the sudden 0 to 1 to 2, but once he gets some second to third, it's like seamless transition in his gears from one to the next, which is where his acceleration really comes into play. But I would like a guy with a little bit bigger, just a bigger frame. I don't trust the 165-pound wide receiver in the NFL. I think that guy's going to get beaten up, and he's not going to hold up really well. Cade McGee, what do you think about Jordan Brooks? Jordan Brooks' best position is at middle linebacker moving into the future. At the will linebacker position, he can early downs do well enough. He can stop the run, but in coverage, he's going to have a lot of limitations. And if you put him at the will linebacker role versus the middle linebacker, those limitations are really going to have the spotlight open up a little bit wider. That aperture opens and opens and opens and opens. And last year, this showed out quite a bit because he didn't have a lot of coverages and snaps. Seattle tried to protect him by moving KJ from the Sam to the will on passing downs and then taking Jordan off the field. But even when he was in there on the early downs and pass coverage, he was something like 93rd out of 95 outside linebackers in coverage last year. So not good. At the middle linebacker position, he'll be better, but he will continue to struggle at the will if they continue to put him out there in positions where he's got to cover a little bit more out there. Middle linebacker-wise, I think he'll be a very solid middle linebacker in this league with some Pro Bowl type star potential to him, but some of it's going to be built around and based around his ability to get better in zone coverage. That was the hole in his game coming out of college. It remained the hole in the game that I saw of him last year in the film I've watched. It's something that he can improve upon potentially, but it's going to be the difference maker for him as far as his top end and where he'll lie. He's an awesome run stuffer. He's a guy who's a great tackler. He can lay a hit coming down into the hole. He knows how to fill a lane. There's a lot of stuff to his game in that respect that you can expand upon and say this is really, truly top-end stuff he's bringing to the table. But the coverage stuff is the stuff that pissed me off when we drafted him because this is moving more and more to a league where it's going to require linebackers to cover. You want that as a plus skill almost first and foremost, almost ahead of being able to be a run stuffer at times. One that he just doesn't necessarily bring to the stage, but still like his upside, still like his future. Jeremy, I think with the lack of picks and the crapshoot that this draft will be, the Hawks could sign a couple of diamonds in the rough on the UDFA side of things. Absolutely could. Absolutely could. Saucy Piney Cone, Waldron going to let Russ cook? It'll be balanced. It's not going to be full on. You're going to throw the ball 60% of the time and run the ball 40%. It's going to be back to more of a balanced state. But he's going to give him easy throws. He's going to give him an ability to be a lot more harder to predict pre-snap what we're doing or where we're doing it at, and which is going to help out Russ as well. So there'll be other things that help out Russ's game beyond just necessarily letting him cook. Maybe a slight simmering. Randall, more likely Penny has 800 yards rushing or Blair has 3 picks. Ooh, good question. I'll go with more likely is Penny having 800 yards because he's such a scheme fit to what Waldron would theoretically want to do if he's bringing any of the elements from the Rams offense to this team, specifically the outside zone stuff. Boom Shakalaka says, I can't wait to see Brooks in year 2. Should improve. They usually do. That's usually Coach Carroll says that's the biggest leap that players make is from year 1 to year 2. Ravim, Marquise looked great in our defense in the beginning of the season. I wouldn't really be surprised if he makes the playoffs. I think you mean Pro Bowl, Ravim? We'll see. Coming off that torn ACL, so it's going to be kind of just to see where he's at on that. Robert Pennington says, have you announced the draft content? No, but I guess it's as good a time as any, Robert. So I am going to announce for you guys right now, I'm going to be doing a new channel here. I wanted to have a channel that I could put it's going to be kind of a rougher channel, not as cleaned up around the edges, just kind of me just posting videos to it. And it's going to be what I call Seahawks Scouting on YouTube. And what I'm specifically going to be looking at is a couple of different things. Right now, I'm going to be looking at prospects in this draft. So it's me just grinding tape, talking about the prospects in the draft, looking at film, just trying to kind of go deep into that realm of things. Sorry, we got the phone ringing here as well. So we're going to be, I'm going to be going through that. I'll also be looking at players potentially that we look at in trade targets, guys that we sign in free agency. I wanted something a little bit separate from the channel here. We got the Great Seahawk moments and the live stream stuff we do here in the Hawks Nest episodes. So I just wanted kind of a separate place that I can just kind of put something together really quick, down and dirty, post it up, just get it up there. Again, it's just me just kind of yakking away, talking about these prospects a little bit, trying to just dive into a little bit deeper and looking at some game film a little bit, going through the process. I thought it would be kind of fun. So if you guys are looking for another channel, check out. You guys want to do some geek out over the draft as we build up. I'm going to be pumping up a lot of videos. I got about 5 over there right now, and I'm going to be trying to do about 1 a day here as we lead up to the draft and get a good, maybe 20, 30 prospects that we've got allocated where I can kind of bring them up if we do see one of them selected to our Seahawks right off the fly. Jay in the Bay, he does not, he finds it hilarious that I think the Niners are going 6-11. Well, yeah, you guys, last check, if I just checked the stats last year, you were in the bottom of the division last year. That's where you guys were at last year. So, what major moves, I guess, Jay in the Bay, if it's funny on that one, what moves did you guys make so much this year that's markedly improved you? Or you're just counting on the fact that Bosa comes back as a healthy guy and that's going to vault you guys in and itself, one pass rusher? Why do I? Seattle 12-4 last year. The improvement of the NFC West is kind of overblown. The main improvement being Stafford and a healthy San Francisco. Seattle improves offensive efficiency and they are a better team. Agreed. I think it is a little bit overblown. I think teams have tried to go for it, but just because teams are being aggressive doesn't always mean that it's effective. Fish, how you doing, Fish? Saucy Pine Cone, laughing out loud. Someone has to be taking the L's. That's right. Someone's got to be on the bottom. Someone's got to be the bottom on this division. Isaac Fisher, how high are you on Benjamin St. Just and Israel Mukamua? I am not high on Benjamin St. Just. I've kind of continually pointed to go watch Benjamin St. Just tape against Penn State. Go watch that tape and come back and tell me what about them. Not you specifically, Isaac. I mean, to the person in general who might be very high on Benjamin St. Just. When you watch that tape and you know he's a rough guy and just watch, it doesn't look good to me. I watched a little bit more. I wasn't that impressed on some of the other stuff that I saw him either. Certainly he's got the size and he's a Seahawk corner as far as the measurables and all that stuff goes. But I didn't see a whole hell of a lot of his game to be excited about, especially when you've got a draft that's loaded with a bunch of guys to get excited about. One that you mentioned right there in Israel Mukamua. Like I've said, I think that he's Brandon Browner reborn. He's 6'4" and long, and he's all of that. He's a lot like Brandon Browner in that the reason that you go for height and length in this scheme And the reason that Coach Carroll is so enamored by the 6-foot cornerback with 33-inch long arms is because the thought process goes that the difference in a zone scheme when you're covering, you're playing off coverage, right? I'm off coverage 10 yards at the snap, and I'm going to be dropping into a cover 3 bail technique. It means I'm going to protect against the deep side of the field off the snap. Here comes the snap. Now that receiver runs a slant route. Now, if I've got a guy who can drive on a ball with length and size, when he arrives at that ball, if I've got a guy at 5'10 and 31-inch arms, he'll arrive at the same time as that guy that's 6 foot with 33-inch arms, but the guy with 33-inch arms is going to be that much longer, that much more of his wingspan to get in there and knock away the ball. And the thing you see in Israel Mukamua that he does is he will make up his makeup speed is almost in his length. He'll be behind a guy a yard or two, the ball is thrown. Oh, suddenly he does the go-go gadget arms, stretches out, knocks the ball away. That's the thing you saw to me in Brandon Browner's game when he was at his best as well. When he would drive on a route and be able to use his physicality along. He can press and do all that other stuff too. Israel's just like Brandon, and he can maul you up the field and press. But that ability to do that is what really has them gravitate towards that length in their corner position because you play zone and you're going to at times be a little late to arriving on the ball. So any little extra benefit you can get in length or size is very helpful in that respect. But Benjamin St. Juste, man, that Penn State tape to me was horrific. And to me, that almost alone, in addition to what I saw with him at times, just it's 7th round guy, UDFA, in my opinion. Whereas with me, Mukamua is more like 5th round guy, maybe a 6th. Nick Reeder says Brendan Nelson doesn't think Quinn Miners is good at all. What does he point to that he doesn't like on Quinn? You can point to competition level definitely, but went to the Senior Bowl and pretty much dominated out at the Senior Bowl. A guy with positional flexibility between playing left guard and or center, and maybe being a long-term answer at guard and or a long-term answer at center. Again, I can get the folks that say that they don't like the fact he hasn't played against high competition level, but that's why you've got the Senior Bowl as a fallback to getting a better snapshot of the player. Sappy Saucy going, wanted to draft Nico Collins in 2 corners. Nico's okay. He's all right. Fish says Ramondre Stevenson is my favorite late round running back prospect. I think he might be mine too, Ramondre, or Fish. I think if we're talking 5th round onwards, he might be that cat for me. I really like a guy at that size who's still got a lot of juke to him. A lot of just, he's not just a plodding, I'm just going to grind through the yards. He can do all that, and then he's got a little bit of juke to his game as well, which I really like about Ramondre. But I think I might be on the same boat as you with that. Some of the later round guys, nobody's really jumped out at me at the late round guys as of yet. But Nico Collins is good, but I like Ramondre just a little bit more than Nico. Goodness, I got behind on the chat big time again. Fish says, I want Tamarian Terry, Afante Melifonwu, or Tyson Campbell in the 4th round, and Ramondre Stevenson or Kylan Hill in the 6th. Tamarian Terry is probably going in about the 4th round, in my opinion. Afante Melifonwu is going to go in either the 2nd or early 3rd round. Tyson Campbell is going to go in probably the 2nd or 3rd round. Ramondre probably goes in the 5th, and Kylan Hill probably goes in the 5th as well. I think that's where they more situate out to. So I don't think you're going to get all those guys falling that way. But Melifonwu was great. He had a fantastic pro day, and the tape, I think, is just going to lead teams to picking him a little bit earlier on. YDY says, I don't trust Arizona's coaching staff, and Los Angeles Rams lost so many people, and adding Stafford. Seattle is in a very good position to win the NFC West. I agree. I think for this next year, which is what we're just specifically talking about, not 2, 3, 4 years out, but just this next year, Seattle's positioned themselves very well to take back the crown again for a 2nd year. Fish, but TJ Vassar looks like the best late round receiver. He looks so good. I will add him to my list. Fish, I have not looked at TJ Vassar. Go Hawks 05. All former Sonny fans are welcomed with open arms. If you want to be Blazer fans, can't bring myself to a Go Hawks. Just can't quite become a Portland Blazers fan. Maybe some other fans in here can. Maybe some other Hawk fans can. I can't. Fish says, but we can all agree Justin Fields is better than Wilson. I don't know. I don't know on that. I don't know that. To be honest with you, on both those two guys, I think both of them are very talented, and there have been two guys that I haven't necessarily been able to wrap my head around as cleanly as I can with quarterback prospects. But that's been my own failing than it has been that they aren't great players. But, again, too, when you're talking about parsing between the top two quarterbacks, two of the top three quarterbacks in the draft, you're getting down to a very small line between differences in potential, in my opinion, too, to a degree. Sappy says, we have to get Nico Collins or Kadarius Toney, get another DK or Robert Woods like. I'd be okay with that. Nick Reader says, let's go Utah Jazz. UE2K Balmer will bring the Clippers here eventually whenever the Staples Center deal falls through. Seattle Clippers, very appropriate name. I hope we change it. We got to go back to the Sonics if they do that, but they make sense to me, man. I was long kind of hoping that was going to be the case, and it was sad when they did announce that they got the stadium deal done down there in LA, but maybe there's a chance. You're telling me there's a chance. Sappy says Mac Jones is going to drop to the Patriots, laughing out loud. No, he won't. No, not when you've got the first three, basically the first four slots almost, you're going to see quarterbacks taken, which just means that you've got number 5, number 6 quarterback going to be taken there soon afterwards, just because there's so many guys taken off the board. I think this year we see 5 to 6 quarterbacks taken in this first round. But I don't think Mac Jones lasts to the Patriots. Thomas, would it be shocking Seattle trades up in the second round to grab either Levi, Dickerson, or one of the top receivers in the second round? It would be shocking because you don't have any draft capital this year. And even next year, you're already down 1 first-round pick as we stand. So you're gonna not only put yourself into 1 year, this year being that you don't have draft capital, but then you're going to add a second year into that mix for this one player that you've targeted. I think that would be very surprising. Nick, I just joined. Have you talked about Penei Sewell? I haven't talked about Penei Sewell, but I will say a little bit about him. I think he's being a little bit unfairly maligned in some of this post-draft process by people. And folks are looking at Rashawn Slater and going, oh, it's sort of the de jure. The same folks that love themselves Zach Wilson and tell you Zach Wilson's better than Trevor Lawrence are the same people that will tell you that Rashawn Slater's better as a tackle than Penei Sewell. The thing with Penei Sewell that you got to keep in mind with is the kid's young. At 20 years old, he's out there dominating on basically just sheer physical audacity. Rashawn Slater doesn't have those same physical traits, and he's a couple years older. When you have a prospect a couple years older, you've got to kind of take that into account and keep that in mind when you're looking at him and evaluating him, because there's a lot more room for Penei to grow into that body and grow into his skill set. He is, to me, one of the better left tackle prospects to come along in the last few years. He's better, I think, than Becton is last year, coming out as, I think, the number 1 tackle in the draft, or one of them, better than Thomas last year in the draft. I like Penei Sewell. I think he's going to be a future star at the left tackle position. To me, he lots right into that same place that you've got the Joe Thomases, the Walter Jones, the Jonathan Ogdens, the Orlando Paces. Is he going to get the Hall of Fame status? I don't know. That's a pretty wide jump to make out the gate. But is he going to be, or should he be, a Pro Bowler in this league for a few years? Absolutely. And there's still some more development to happen with him. You got to factor in that age just a little bit with that guy. Why do I? Still seeing rumors Seattle is trying to sign AB. I'm very conflicted about him being a Seahawk. You're not alone. Why do I? I go back to again and again. For those that are worried about him, keep in mind, you sign him to a contract. You can cut him at any time at no loss if he steps out of line. That's the clincher for me. If we're talking about giving Antonio Brown a 3-year, $27 million deal with $15 million guaranteed, I'm going to freak out right along with you. We're talking about a 1-year, $7 million deal, not a lot of bonus money. Hey, let's let it ride. AI, you guys need to go watch the NCAA championship game again. 37 for 45 for 455 yards and 5 touchdowns. Yeah, Mac Jones did great with Alabama. So did the guy that got drafted to Miami last year. He looked great behind that Alabama in that Alabama offense as well. You have 5-star recruits across the boards. The backups are 5-star at Alabama. You get 2 first-round receivers taken every single year that you get to throw to. A lot's set up for them to look really good. A lot is kept really clean in front of you for you to really shine. It's not to say that the guy isn't talented, but I think he's gotten vaulted up this process way farther than he should have been. He's, to me, an end of the first round type guy that you'd pick at, and he's been vaulted up to top 3 status. That's the post process of the season playing out, where a guy gets pushed higher than he ever should. And somebody mentioned Mitchell Trubisky earlier, and I think it's very reminiscent of Trubisky. You started out the offseason, Trubisky was not going to be that number 2 quarterback taken at the place where he was taken, but then everybody starts to talk themselves into it through the process. And I think a little bit of that has gone on here with Mac Jones. But I don't necessarily take from him the championship game. He throws for 5. College football set up for them to throw for yards all over the place. The wide hashes, everybody's throwing for a lot of yards. Go Hawks, could you imagine how terrifying a NASCAR package of Dunlap, Fletcher Cox, Hyder, and Darrell Taylor would be? It'd be nasty, man. It'd be nasty, Go Hawks. And you would have the depth behind them. But yeah, you would, to me, that's now taking a defensive line from taking a strength to being one of the best in the league. And that's a great place to be because it's a place I've gone over and over again. People get caught up with Legion of Boom, Legion of Boom. Well, those Legion of Boom's best 2 years, 2013, 2014, you were generating the most pass rush in the entire league in both of those 2 seasons, and you were doing it with just front 4. We've got to get back to that stance of things, and I think that would be a step in the direction. But I love Fletcher Cox too. Nick, I joined the Discord a few days ago and was wondering what's going to happen on it. Mainly, Nick, I just created the Discord server as just kind of a pathway to be able to do like the call-in show aspect of this. I like that, especially once we get back to the next season and instant reaction after games and stuff. I want to have that available for you guys to be able to call in, and I mix it in here to the show every bit. But it's still kind of in development, man. I'm still kind of moving around with it a bit. So if you guys got some ideas on the Discord channel, I'm open to it. But just kind of just starting it, just getting it going. Fish says we don't need a center. Yeah, you need a center. Posic's on a 1-year deal right now. You have no real good backup behind him. He played at about a little bit below league average last year, and I thought he could give you at least league average play, but he didn't give you that last year, finally sliding into his natural position. And if we want to try to maybe turn this offensive line into more of a strength than it's been, if we want to get a little bit better in pass protection than it's been, then that would mean upgrading the center position. Randall says, the front office changed. Like I said earlier, I think they self-analyzed. I hope Russ did the same. I do. I think that they had to have. I mean, they've been such a stalwart team on remaining true to who they are and going through doing their trust the process that you have to believe that they did some self-analyzation to move so further off that than what they've been. 100% agree. Ravim, Ethan Posick is a decent player, and he should be better in Shane Waldron's offense, so I don't think we should draft a center, at least early. Some of this is a little bit about competition with Posick. I don't like allotting guys positions and saying, you're going to be the starter. I think this franchise was at its best when competition was truly king, and you don't get much competition truly being king if you're not trying to push to have a real adequate person behind your frontline guy. And Posick, as you said, is a decent player. But so far right now, he's played a couple years, and no time has he ever been rated at anywhere near league average as a player in this league. Counting on him to have an impact is a little bit of a wide stretch, in my opinion. And if there's better options in this draft, a guy like Creed Humphreys, which is going to be a cleaner prospect and who's just as much of a fit as you're mentioning that Posick would be, then I would go that route instead and get that competition in there, which is more of what I want to see. There's competition even at left guard right now. Phil Haynes, who's been a guy that was a former 4th-round pick who's been oft injured, could suddenly get healthy, kill it this offseason, come in with Gabe Jackson, and win the job over from Gabe Jackson. We don't have an equivalent prospect fighting it out there with Posick, and Posick is on just a 1-year deal. Posick goes out this year, doesn't play that well, muddles around a little bit like last year. You're now going into next offseason needing to go out and find a center somewhere. So it puts you in a position of need going into next offseason as well. So you do kill a couple birds with a stone by addressing the center as the center in the draft. I had a simulation getting a Taylor and Ambry Thomas. I had a chance to check out Ambry Thomas. Taylor's good though. Adrian D, how you doing, Adrian? I'm late. Just came back from the gym. Good to see you. Kyle, media is so into Russ getting moved, they need to pay attention to Green Bay and Rodgers. I think this is Aaron's last year in the Bay. I think it could be too. I wouldn't be surprised. There's been some thought process, as crazy as it sounds, that he might just take the Jeopardy job and suddenly retire, which is nuts to hear, and I don't think he's going to do that. But there's definitely it's been a lot quieter than the Wilson Carroll stuff, but the same sort of animosity stuff that seems to brew between two parties is happening with Green Bay as well a little bit this offseason with Rodgers and them too. It's not been as vocal. It's not been as out there in the media, maybe because Rodgers didn't submit a list of 4 teams. But there's definitely some weirdness going on over there in Green Bay, and there's no guarantee that Rodgers is going to be there in the long term. And certainly the Packers have given a lot of indication that they're looking to maybe potentially move off from him. They're in the same situation as Seattle is with the base salary on Rodgers, where they can convert it to bonus money instantaneously if they need to. A team that came into this offseason slightly over the cap as it was, but they haven't done it, like Seattle hasn't yet done it, which is interesting to see. Randall McDaniel, Tamarian Terry is an intriguing guy for me. Another guy who basically didn't play last year. He, Tylan Wallace, or De'Ame Brown in round 3. I bet you they can contribute and upgrade the wide receiver 3. I agree on all three of those guys. I think all three have more talent than David Moore did with Seattle as overall and what they could bring to the field. Tylen's really close to probably David Moore as far as that type of player goes. But Dyami Brown, I think, goes early second round at this point. I think he's vaulted up people's boards, and I don't think that he gets to even us in the second round. But Tylen Wallace, yeah, Tamarian, they would be there. Even if you trade it back into the round 3, they should still be there. I like those guys. Scary Terry, I love it. U2K Posick is not up to the job in this division. He's outmatched too often, and his injury history doesn't help. We need the center to be an asset, not just okay. We've tried the okay offensive line, and it ain't good enough. Agreed. 100% I agree on that. Fish, I like Daz Newsome a lot. He's definitely a pure slot with a lot of speed. Daz is on my list right now, Fish, so I've not checked him out a ton, but he is on my list to get into doing some tape watching on. So maybe I'll do a featured video on him when I look at him on that other channel. Why? Usually a slot player would have less value than an X slot receiver or X or Y slot receiver. Not as much for Seattle. Lockett is better on the outside. We need a good slot badly. Yeah, I would think they would look. This draft, too, is loaded with the receivers that are in the draft, the later receivers in the draft. There's a lot of slot guys in that realm. So you've got a lot of pickings to choose from if you want to pick. And I agree. They're probably going to look for one, I would say. Move more of Tyler. The scuttlebutt has been maybe Tyler's going to move more to the outside and be set up over there. Randall, I'll throw Terrace Marshall into that mix. I think Terrace Marshall goes late first to early second, Randall. Him and Rashad Bateman are going to be right in that same territory. I don't think that they last beyond that. That seems to be where everyone's got them kind of marked to go. Fish, the one thing I would say in regards, so why do Wise says post 6 if I'm back up at center and we need a starter that can pass block? And Fish responded, why do Wise? So 900 snaps and only giving up 2 sacks isn't pass blocking. I think as well with sacks are never a good indicator to utilize as a metric really in any shape, way, or form on its own. It's fine if you're doing it in addition to other stats, but what was the pressure rates? What was the run blocking grade? What was I know you're not talking about run blocking there, you're talking about pass blocking, so I shouldn't bring that up, but what is the totality of the player that we're given? And I think from the eye test, to me, Posick was okay, but a little bit below average. Not far below average, not a problem on the offensive line, but he wasn't great either. And again, as 2K said, the injury thing is a big issue with him. He's had a prop up a couple times. It propped up last year and again affected him. That's something we have to factor in as well. If the guy tends to miss a couple games through every part of his career, probably going to miss games throughout this year as well. You probably want to have a good backup in place if that were to happen. But I don't think just the 2 sacks alone are enough because to my eye test and watching Posick last year, he was okay in pass protection, but it wasn't amazing. And the one last thing I'll say about this with the centers and giving up sacks is that centers don't tend to be one-on-one against guys in pass protection. You're tending to double a guy in pass protection, specifically the one tech. So what is that going to mean? Well, you have the stage set for more often than not to be okay in pass protection for the most part. But what happens when you in pass protection set up, for instance, and you double team a guy and then somebody runs through your gap and you give up a sack? Do they always count that as the sack? Especially if it's coming from a gap that's not as easy to read as being right next to you, but one gap open that you should have slid back out to. I think it's a tough position to make some of those assessments. It's almost more of a position that does at times rely with that eye test and what you're seeing at times. Posick's not a bad player, but is he the answer over there? I don't know that he's the answer. And Posick did play better than Britt, but we're setting our watermarks low if we're putting the metric of, well, Posick's better than Britt. Yeah, because Britt was playing poorly the last couple of years. So you know he is a bit better, but it's not to that place of even being it. You should at least look to ascend to league average state with offensive linemen. I mean, that should at least be your barometer of what you're looking for the guy that you have as your frontline starter to me, especially if we're talking about a team in Seattle and our offensive line that has had a lot of struggles over the recent years in pass protection specifically. They haven't even run blocked at times all that great. So I think that, relying on a guy that right now, you look at Pro Football Focus grades last year, he rated out to a little bit below league average as a player. That matches to what we probably saw about on our eye test. We probably can do better than that. I didn't know we had so many Posick backers. I love it. As Why Do I says, sacks are not the only one stat. Post 6 overall pass block grade or win rate is not great. Thank you, Why Do I. That's what I would point to. You got to look at the other things because sacks tend to be based on other things at times, other factors at play. Pressure rates, pass rush win rate, quarterback hits, quarterback pressures. What is he giving up from that aspect of things? It's a good point, Why Do I. Reed is one of the most overrated players in the NFL because people just look at sacks. Beyond sacks, just average. Yeah, Reed's a very good point to on that, on the flip side of that. A guy that gets, he's 6 sacks last year, 7 sacks. Yeah, but he's not a consistent pass rusher, and he doesn't stop the run, and he's relying upon edge rushers to force quarterbacks and flush him up the middle into his waiting hands. That's a value, but is that a value as much of a 3-tech who's just blowing past guys off the line and getting into the backfield and creating tackles for losses or instant pressure? No, it's not the same. You wouldn't weight it at the same degree. Adrian D, do you think if we draft a cornerback in the second round, he will be a first game starter? And will that decrease the chances of Sherman coming back to Seattle? And how have you been? Well, thank you, man. I'm doing awesome, number one. If you drafted a guy, would that reduce the chances of Sherman shining? No, because if you draft a guy, it gives you leverage with Trey Flowers to renegotiate his deal down from the $2.3 million he's costing you down to $1 million. At that point, you'd have DJ Reed, Flowers, young guy up and coming, Akilio Witherspoon, and Sherman. That's 5 cornerbacks, and you're going to usually carry 5 cornerbacks on your roster at any given time. Sherman would be the starter. You let Witherspoon and Reed battle it out at that point. Trey Flowers is sitting on the bench with the young starter up and coming, and you let him compete, frankly. And if the young kid comes in and he competes and he wins the job, then you let him win the job. Witherspoon's on a 1-year deal. DJ Reed's on a 1-year deal. Nobody's here right now or set up right now for really long term to be here. So again, it's another move about creating more competition for the now and also with an eye to need for the future. Raveem says Postic's going to be better in Shea Waldron's offense. Well, you're not alone, Raveem. There's a few folks in here who seem to have a lot of positivity with Postic because I'm on board with it. I'm a guy, I'm open to Postic getting better. Let's face it, he's only had 1 full season in the NFL playing the center position. Maybe there is room there for him to grow and improve. But to me, it's the injury thing that's kind of the deal breaker on them, just relying on him whole hog and saying, oh, we're good. We don't have to do anything else at center. Because if he's missed throughout his career, usually 2, 3, 4, 5 games a season, then I probably want to factor in that that's going to probably happen once again. Play to what has been the pattern. And if the pattern is that he sits out, then I need to have a good backup that can come in there and do something. And if not in the draft, then from where are we going to get that backup center? Nick, you said the Seahawks would win their division, but where do you think they stand in their conference? Ooh, there's the key question, huh? Some of this is me looking at this forward, Nick, and saying, I think this move's going to happen, I think that move's going to happen, and I think that move's going to happen. If Seattle makes their bare minimum moves of what I see to come forward and happen, being KJ Wright, Sherman signed, and Antonio Brown is brought on a board, that puts you into a contending status in the conference. That puts you right there with Tampa Bay and Green Bay. You are one of the best 3 teams in your conference. Does it make you at that point ahead of Green Bay? Maybe a little bit ahead of Green Bay, but maybe you're a little bit still behind Tampa Bay as far as just a talent situation goes. You also have a lot of young guys on your roster that could pop. Darrell Taylor, Jordan Brooks, Alton Robinson, Marquise Blair, Jamal Adams coming back from a year of just being beat all to hell. You could have a lot of guys suddenly now develop and turn a talented roster as it sits right now into a super talented roster. But making that kind of projection or prediction, I think I would be, I don't think I'd be very honest to say, oh, I see that happening 100%. I don't know that I see that happening. So you're probably sitting somewhere right there with Green Bay, 2 or 3, depending on what you do, kind of go through the rest. But you make those 3 moves, I think you take a little bit above Green Bay, but you're still just right behind Tampa Bay because Tampa Bay is stacked. They've lost nobody. They're the only team in recent Super Bowl history that's gone through an offseason and lost no one. No one. The continuity they bring from another year, Brady being able to implement more of his offense into that offense and forcing Arians to do so, capitulate. I think they're a problem. That's why I keep saying we could really do a lot more still if we wanted to and really go for it. Thomas says, I think the Niners will take Mac Jones third overall. Kyle saw what happened to RG3 and he won't want to make that mistake. Yeah, I just don't think he is as enamored with the mobile quarterbacks, and seeing him get burned by mobile quarterbacks with RG3. I mean, how many assets did his dad with the Washington football team give up at that time to get RG3, to jump up in the draft with the Rams? 3 first-round picks. It's one of the biggest draft hauls ever given up to go get a quarterback, and it blew up in their faces. While at the same time, their 3rd, 4th-round quarterback, Kirk Cousins, ended up being a better player. I think that set in Kyle's mind at that time, that there was a rule that was sort of burned into his brain at that time that's kind of held on. Randall McDaniel says, I'm not saying Posick is Kevin Mawai, but he's not bad either. I'd say he's average. He played 1 year. He's costing us $3 million too. I'm not against drafting a youngin. Only costing us $2 million, Randall. It's only costing us, they actually added a voided year onto Posick's deal. But I'm with you. I'm not anti-Posick. So I'm not. I just want to make sure we're assessing him correctly off last year, where last year he didn't play at average state. He played at a little bit below league average, especially as you look at the second half of the season where the play really winded down and out. Now, maybe some of that's on the injury standpoint of it, but that's been my point with this, is that the injuries is a factor with him. And if he's getting beat up to where he can't perform at the early season level because he's always getting beat up, then you need to have at least a backup in place to address that. Clara, how you doing, Clara? Just loving the facial hair, getting the beard back, Clara. It's coming back along. Glad you like. Can we talk more about this division and what to expect? Well, I think that the Niners are going to ride with a young quarterback, and that's going to be tough. They'll probably still, I don't think they're keeping Garoppolo at that point. I think they're going to have to move off from him one way or another. I don't think they get a lot for him. Nothing past probably like a 3rd-round pick for the kid. So they're kind of stuck, and they don't have a lot of moves to make. I don't think any of these teams have a lot more moves they can really go make. Cardinals are interesting with Watt. Interesting bringing Rodney Hudson in, starting to round out that. Their offensive line is like slowly coming together for their side of things. But I'm not yet on board yet, Clara, with where Kyler Murray's development's at. I think he's still got a little bit of ways to go as far as tapping into what he's going to be, if he's going to really tap into that level of being like a Pro Bowl level type quarterback in this league, or if he's a guy who's just really mobile guy with some limitations as a passer. Not huge limitations, just little limitations that kind of hold him back from being one of those top guys. But feel good about where we're at. I think we're more talented. We haven't had the losses the rest of this division's had. We've added more than the rest of the division's added. And I think that leads us, as you look forward into next year, being the front runners, especially when the Rams, the toughest test that we've had, lost so many guys this offseason. Just a list of them, Clara, that we can go down the line of that just you've lost a ton of talent. Yeah, you added Stafford, but you lost your safety. You lost a cornerback. You lost a linebacker. You lost your starting center. That's a lot to lose and expect you to take a step forward the next year, especially when you don't have the draft capital to reload like you need to reload. Why do I? Reed would hardly ever deal with two blocking Puna or Randall, I'd rather have Dunlap than Reed. I'd probably rather have Puna than Reed too, but Reed is a nice piece. Yeah, he is a nice piece. It's just he was costing at $8 million cost to the Seahawks. That's just a bit much for a guy that I think doesn't stop the run versus it's a guy he wrote off reputation, in my opinion, of stopping the run coming from Alabama, where he was a one tech. But they moved him to more 3-tech role with Seattle, and he did okay with that. But he wasn't a monster in that role. He was fine. He's talking about paying a guy $8 million, though, for the upcoming year, and that's where it's like, you're not giving us $8 million production. Maybe if you could step the run from that 3-tech a little bit better, where you're in one-on-one situations, actually getting us some TFLs from time to time, that would be something. But he's more of a guy who just holds at the point of attack like you'd have from a 1-tech, but at the 3-tech position, and it's just... It kind of puts him as a sort of a tweener guy at this point in his career. Randall says that'd be 3 positions in 3 years for Blair. Just leave him be. Yeah, I agree, Randall. You'll get him on the field at one point or another. Somebody's going to get beat up, and you'll get his chance. It's not great that you don't have a pathway to him getting a starter role yet, but he is coming off an ACL, and maybe it takes a little bit of extra time to get himself back fully on with his legs underneath him. Ethan Posick is not a top 15 center fish. Not last year. Not last year, man. I'm sorry. It's just not. And again, we may have just some disagreement in the chat here on Posick. I never knew Posick had so many people that thought he's playing at this high level. He didn't play at a high level last year. He played at, if you have league average, it's like the Forrest Gump chart. Remember in the movie Forrest Gump, and the principal's going to the mom and he's saying, ma'am, here's the IQ chart. Now here's average. Here's a little bit below average. Your son's right in about here, ma'am. Well, that's Posick's year last year. It's not at a stage of like, oh, it was god awful. It was like, Jesus, this is the worst center play we've seen in years. Again, better than what Britt was. Better than Britt. Yes, it is. But top 15? Top 15, I don't know if I can go say that he was at a top 15 rate. He was probably more at about 21-ish as far as ratings, as far as centers go. And again, keep in mind, I know folks don't like Pro Football Focus grades, but let's be clear about this. Pro Football Focus has multiple people watching an individual player every single snap of every single game. And they take multiple those assessments to come to a derived down to a bottom line. To throw all that out the window, when we all know, myself included, I haven't watched every single snap of Ethan Posick and just concentrated and watched what he did on that given play. I think you got to wait a little bit of that to a degree. And you've got to sort of go, okay, I didn't do that. These guys did. And when they come back and say he's playing at this level of things, I probably should give it a little bit of weight because I'm not watching it in that same fashion. James Valvis, whoever gets Jonathan Abrams, wide receiver out of Arkansas State, will be getting the steal of the draft. James, I'll add him to my list. I have not watched him. Let me add him. Abrams. Adams. I don't know why I said Abrams. Jonathan. I'll check him out, James. Thank you for the suggestion. He's on my list. He is on my list. Fish, if only giving up 2 sacks and only allowing 3 quarterback hits makes him the weakest part of our O-line. Our O-line is the best in the league. Who do you think is weaker than him, Fish? I guess would be the question on that. Because Gabe Jackson's obviously better. And again, the sacks, quarterback, it's the totality of the stats on him. And again, I think we have some disagreement on the chat. This is the place where I like to land and say, we obviously see this player just a little bit differently. I love Posick, Fish. I was the guy last year when we signed BJ Finney on the day of free agency that said, Ethan Posick is going to be your day one starter next year, and he's going to be a better player than BJ Finney. I certainly landed on that. What I had expected and hoped to see out of the next season after making that proclamation was we would see league average play, if not a little bit better than league average play at the center position. He didn't show that. So my confirmation bias going into the year was to want to see Posick be into that average role, to be the guy that I thought that I was going to see on the field, the guy that I saw in college at LSU. He didn't show up to that. It didn't play out to that. And then that was backed up by what I saw on the Focus scores. That's how I came to my assessment on this. But there is still some upside with him. He's not locked in as being just this is who he is, and he's not going to ever get any more. That was his first year playing center. We can all acknowledge that. They've been putting him at guard through his first couple of years with Seattle, which I thought was a disservice to Posick in allowing his development to take that step forward. Maybe he can take that step forward this year. Maybe this is the year that it can go through. But let's throw all of it out the gate for a sec, Fish. Let's throw all of the performance-based stuff out the way, because that's where our disagreement is. Where I think our disagreement won't be on Posick is in regards to his injury history. Every year that he's been in the NFL, he's had injury problems. If he gets injured right now, you have Kyle Fuller as your backup center. Fish, do you feel good about Kyle Fuller as your backup center as we stand right now? And you look on the market for centers, they've all been taken. All the decent ones have been now picked out. So are we just going to ride with Kyle for 3 to 4 games that Posick invariably is going to be injured for? Because that's the other part of this. Let's throw the performance out. Let's just concentrate on that aspect. And I think that aspect alone necessitates that you've got to find a young lineman to get in place there. Randall says, give Wayne Gallman a great O-line to look like Marcus Allen. Facts. Zachary Swigler, should we draft Quincy Armstrong? Boy, you guys got some there's some names here. I've not seen Quincy Armstrong, but I'll take a look at him, Zachary. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to check in. I'm getting some deep into some names here, but you guys are pulling some ones out that are far down the line. But good, I love it. I'll take a look. Fish, PFF even said, PFF even said he's a great center and he's only 25, replacing and wasting a second round pick. That is insane. Okay. Hold on. Let's now we're getting into the weeds here. Posick, PFF. Okay. So let's look at Ethan Posick's stats for last year at the center position. I'm bringing it up right now. I'm not going to show you guys, but I brought it up here in front of me. I'm looking at it. He played 932 snaps at the center position, which is 21st in the league, meaning there are 20 guys that played more snaps. There's a little bit of a sample size. Why is there a sample size? Because the guy gets injured. Penalties, 1 penalty, that was good. Tied for 26 in the league. So being that he's tied for 26, it seems like not a lot of centers in this league that are having 0 penalties given on them. You got to, what's the metric up against other centers in the league? Okay, maybe the position itself isn't lended to giving up penalties. Likewise, the sack numbers that we keep seeing referenced here in the chat. 2 sacks allowed, 2 sacks allowed. Yeah, that's good for tied for 13th among other centers. So that's not an elite stat on his part. That's league average as compared to other centers in the NFL. But what's his overall grade by Pro Football Focus that you mentioned, Fitch? Because you're mentioning Pro Football Focus saying that they love him. He was rated 62.4 last year by Pro Football Focus. That is not league average. That is well below league average in performative level versus other centers comparatively throughout this league. That's where he lands at. That's his bottom line. You can say your eye test shows it out to be a better player. And maybe they've got some guy writing an article saying he's 25 and he can still tap into some potential. But by the way that they rated him, by the way that they look at him, by their metrics, by individual guys looking at every one of his plays, and there being multiple guys that did it, and then they taking those and they condensing that down into a final bottom line level, his bottom line was a 62 grade. That's not league average. That's below league average. So Pro Football Focus did not like Ethan's Posick year last year. They may still see some upside, but they didn't call, that's not a great center at 62. Daniel W., you don't need to collab with NorbCam. If the Seahawks podcasters is cable TV, NorbCam is the Nickelodeon channel, and his content is for the casual fan who doesn't think too deeply on anything. Yeah, I'd love to do some collabs here at some point here with some other YouTube channels. I'm just trying to figure out how to do that or who would want it. So it's a weird land here in YouTube land with us Seahawkers. Everyone's got their own little spot that they've staged out a bit, and they're just kind of saying, here's our land. I'm going to stay here. I'm going to do it. But I should do some more. I should probably reach out to some guys. Randall McDaniel says we should create our own Hawks big board and cross off the prospects as we go along day 2 of the draft, a virtual war room. It's a great idea. I'm going to be working on some ideas for that 3 days of the draft. I'm going to be doing every time we got a pick, I'm going to get that sound that you hear when the ESPN did that sound, that little noise it would make when a guy's been drafted. So I'm going to try to implement a little bit of that for the draft, and it's a great suggestion. I'd like to get something up that we can kind of show maybe the top guys we have on the board or what we're looking at. I'll try to put something like that together, Randall. Great suggestion. Thomas Cox, could I see Seattle taking Eichenberg and trading away Brown? No, not necessarily. Eichenberg's tape is very inconsistent, and he's a very tough prospect at the left tackle position, being that he's got good feet. He's technically very, very sound. The problem with him is a matter of, I think he doesn't have a lot of power, and he gets beat at times by the speed edge rushers nonetheless. And the natural thing that you might then do with a guy like that is then kick him over to the right side, where he's not going to be put on glaring display as much by those elite benders and the quick guys with the fast first steps. The problem is, though, then he doesn't have the power that you want at right tackle, where you normally would look at right tackle as far as being more of a road grader type. So it sort of leaves him as a man without a position, in my estimation, as far as looking forward in the NFL. He'll be a left tackle with someone. Is he going to be a very good left tackle? For me, is really the question. And I'm not as sold on him, Thomas, in the respect of his tape's just a little bit rough. Some good, some bad. Again, a lot of reliance upon being really technical, which is a fine thing, but it's not the greatest thing for me in a prospect, because I'd rather see a prospect whose skills and toolsy. You take a guy like James Hudson out of Cincinnati, who's got all the physical skills and stuff, but doesn't necessarily have the technical refinement of Liam Eichenberg. I would gravitate towards more of that type of left tackle, and I would think Seattle would too as well, rather than just going for kind of the safe guy who's going to be maybe physically a little bit limited. EW2K says, my point is never pay running backs, just draft one every year in the second round. Seahawks wouldn't have been better off drafting Taylor or Dobbins last year. Hell, even Dillon. Seahawks would have been better off drafting Taylor or Dobbins last year, or even Dillon. Well, I agree with you on Taylor. I'm not as sold on Dobbins or Dillon. So Taylor was and I advocated for them. I did advocate last year, 2K, for them to even draft because he was such a pure scheme fit for what they wanted to do. He made all his money off that inside zone at Wisconsin, and that's what we were trying to run 24/7 here with our offense last year when we picked him. Where my counter to that, 2K, is you take that high drafted running back you drafted and you put him behind a porous offensive line. How well does he do? Because the one thing is, with all three of those two guys that you brought up as an example, Taylor, Dobbins, Dillon, they're all playing in front of a great blocking offensive line in front of them. And so the question comes, it's a sort of what comes first, the egg or the chicken, right? Chicken or the egg? That's what this argument is. And it's a matter of, if I've got that upper level back, but my offensive line's not very good, is that upper level back going to be able to flourish versus having an upper level offensive line with a little bit lesser of a running back, a talented but not the top 5, top 10 running back in the league? How is he going to flourish on the other side of that? Which one has a more of an opportunity to flourish and do better in? That's my question. And to me, W2K, it is a little bit of an either or, because as we talk about there's places you've got to find on your roster that you're willing to go cheaper on, that you're willing to go a little bit less expensive. That's the nature of the salary cap. There's not one team in the league outside of maybe Tampa Bay we can point to at this given moment that isn't having to make that determination themselves. Every team has to cross that bridge. So you've got to make your choice about where you go cheaper, where you have a little bit of a place that you're not putting as much money or draft capital into, because you would need to put it at more important positions. Randall says, my only question is, who is Norv Cam? Lance Johnson. Hey, Lance. I love the idea of, can you take me higher with a second round pick? Trade down from the 4th pick to the 5th, add maybe a 6th or 7th, draft a couple of corners, snare a wide receiver cap casualty. Oh, Lance, I love it. I love it. And I love the idea of it as well. You trade just a little bit back, collect some extra picks, because this is going to be the draft, Lance, because you have so many guys that opted out last year, so many guys that opted, and the strange nature of last year's season and the way it played out is going to push guys' value who they just don't have the tape enough to show out. They might have the talent. They might have refined that talent over these off seasons now, but you don't have enough of the tape to go back off of, and it's going to push them out the end of the draft, where other guys that are a little more safer will be picked. And if you're ready to pounce, if you're ready to get in that 6th, 7th round range to grab one of these guys that's falling and that shouldn't be falling, man, you could be getting a hell of a couple of players as we go forward the next couple of years, starter level players on cheap rookie 5th, 6th, 7th round type deals, contracts. I love it. And Fish is right. John, draft capital Snyder will most likely trade down. I would be shocked if we stayed at that second round pick and just picked that, because that's the number one pick. That's the most valuable one to trade down to pick up more capital with. He'll be probably humming to get that trade down happening as soon as he can. Why do Pete and John Snyder have 10 plus years of draft to look at? It seems Seattle thinks you can get athletes at left linebacker, cornerback, safety, tight end, day 3, and coach them up. Linemen, offensive and defensive linemen, and skill players being the ones mostly drafted day 1 and 2. Yep, that's where they've usually gravitated towards, as they build with the trenches, is where they want to put their talent, which I agree with. It's an old school approach that you win in the trenches. I think it still tends to be pretty true. It's nice to have the skill positions, nice to have the flashy cars, but sometimes you just need you need the big dog that can just get it done. That's where they've gone with it. I think they'll tend to go with it this way. This is one of the reasons that I have them gravitating towards an offensive lineman with that first pick. But you're right. They do tend to go with more of the athletes at the linebacker, cornerback, safety kind of market of things. Randall says, I saw a list of wide receivers picked top 15 since, I think, 2015. Not a good list at all. Like, a running back needs an offensive line and a wide receiver needs a quarterback. Teams picking top 15 typically have quarterback problems. Yeah, solid point. And it's a big part of probably why you get that fail rate coming into play with some of those receivers that are picked as highly as there are, as well as, offensive lines will be a problem. There's other issues you usually have as a team to be in that top 15, range of things. So it's been a hit and miss position in the first round, wide receiver has, and one that's really tough to estimate on, in my opinion. It's just tough to land on. They do okay with it, but even last year, I mean, the guys that were taken in the first round last year, I thought was one where it's like, I don't know on these guys. They're running 4-5, a couple of possession kind of guys looking, a guy in Ruggs that, he's okay, but he's got speed. What else does he got? He's not like Jalen Waddle this year where it's like, he's actually a really complete wide receiver. Sometimes the guys get overdrafted, I think, Randall, too. They just teams will fall in love with the fast 40 times or just start to think they talk themselves into it a little bit, especially at the wide receiver position because it's such a glamorous position. Why? The players dropping down the draft board because 2020 was not a good year or they did not play could mean studs dropping to the 4th and 5th rounds. Even beyond that, to the 6th, the 7th round, and the undrafted free agents. Why? All the way through there, you're going to see those guys. Because it's just the assessment on this year's draft is completely just, to me, it's just, you have no combine. The pro days are all over the place. Everyone's running a freaking 4.2. It's just, how can you make your same kind of assessments like you could in the previous years? You can't. And it's going to cause a wider differentiation. It's going to cause much more worse picks early on by teams. This is one of the reasons Seattle traded out for Jamal Adams and those picks, is because early on, the crapshoot factor is going to be turned to 11 in this draft. It is. You don't have the kind of tape you used to have. Take a guy like Gregory Rousseau. The guy, one of the top edge rushers is going to go off the board, 16 sacks. Then he opts out last year. Well, then you look at him and like, well, but then he doesn't test well in his numbers. He goes to his pro day. His pro day is not all that great. Where do we put this guy? Goes back to college last year and he plays it through. Maybe he's a top 15, top 10 pick. But he's probably going to, at the very minimum right now, slide to the back of the first round, if not into the second round. And that's just going to happen all over the place. You're just going to see that happening all over the place, which is more beneficial, in my opinion. John can collect as many 5th, 6th, 7th round picks as he can at the back of this draft. Very smart. Be very smart. You can get a couple of starters for the future. Hold on, I'm going to get some more coffee. Maxwell Stern, are I a pineapple pizza type of person? No, I'm not. I'm a pepperoni. I'm a pepperoni type of pizza person. Nice lively chat here, folks. You guys kind of love a discussion in here. Chat's going back on the on some of the Russell stuff and offensive line. Yeah, so there's a little bit of chat here on Russell Wilson. I can see in the chat regarding his play last season, holding on to the ball, accuracy on short passes, or how often he takes those short passes in games versus other quarterbacks. We've gone around on that, and I think that part of this is going to be neutralized, this argument, by Waldron coming in here with his offense, because he's going to force Russell Wilson to operate within the context of the short passing game and the intermediate passing game, getting the ball out of his hands on a timely fashion versus always trying to extend the play. I think he's got a little bit of a point in that they did offensively build around that skill set of Russell Wilson because they've been working for a very long period of time, and they were just leaning on that, and they continue to lean on it and lean on it until it snapped. I think now they're not going to lean on it any longer. I think you're going to see more of Russell Wilson now fitting into being more of a traditional passer. Can he operate in that way? That's going to be the big question. That's going to be the big thing to see if that can be proven out this season, and I hope so. I think he's got it in him. But he does need to develop that aspect of his game to operate within that because he's not had that in his game prior as much, whereas now it's going to be a big part of how he needs to play the quarterback position. This is the transition Russell's going to be making this offseason. And so to me, it's a valid argument for both sides to stand back and say, well, Russell had to play hero ball. Well, Russell also didn't develop certain things. Well, Russell didn't have a great offensive line. Well, Russell held onto the ball too long. The back and forth is there, and I think both parties have a little bit of validity behind what they're saying with this. But at the end of the day, the new offensive coordinator should change this. This should now go away one way or another. And Russell may fail having to operate within script, and we suddenly learn and come to find out that he's not a quarterback that can do it that way. He has to do it off script. He has to be the big, taking the deep shots all the time and nothing but the deep ball and all that. Maybe he's that guy. But we will find out this year. We will come to an understanding of like, oh, okay. And if he can fit within it, you're going to see a whole new level of Russ. Because teams have not seen this Russ ever at any point in time in his career. I'm going to hit my back foot on my fifth step drop and play in and play out. That ball is going to be out of my hands. There's moments and glimpses you have it happen where it's just wondrous. And you go, oh my God, if he can stay into this mode, he's unstoppable. But it's whether or not he can really embrace it. As somebody said, 36% pass rate on short passes. He has not embraced it up until this point. Could some of that have been scheme? Could that have been Schottenheimer? Could some of that have been Carroll? Could some of that have been Russell in his own I've been successful with what's working. Why fix something that's not broken? Okay, well, now it's finally broken last season. It broke. So now it needs fixing. And we'll see if it's done. It remains a question, though. Mark Coppercorn, I think it will be between Seattle and AZ for the West as we are tweaking our teams, whereas the other two teams are kind of rebuilding with all the people that they've been losing. It's a solid point, Mark, and certainly AZ has been the most aggressive team of any of the teams in this division. They've also had the most room to be aggressive, being that they certainly still have their quarterback on his rookie deal, not costing as much as he probably will eventually cost them. But I do think that they're a dangerous team. Having two bookend edge rushers like they have, it can be dangerous. I mean, Watt and Chandler Jones, I talked about Clowney going to the Browns with Myles Garrett. You have two edge rushers. You're not going to be able to double both those guys. Meaning play in and play out, you're going to have a very dangerous pass rusher single blocked every single play. And that's where you can start to, as a defense, really lean on that to become potentially dominant, even with a team like AZ that may have some questionable parts in other places on that defense. I still do wonder, Mark, a little bit about the development of Kyler Murray. Is Kyler there yet? Is he at the spot where he's ready to take that step forward and be the number 2 team in the division or be a team that really pushes the playoffs? He was okay last year. All right. But I don't know he's taken that step forward yet for me as of yet. And I still have a few questions with him. He might still be. I'm open to him being convinced, but not certain. Oh, thank you, Brian Roberts, for mentioning that. Please do slam on that like button if you happen to be watching right now. Would really appreciate it. Helps me grow quite a bit. We've been doing awesome with the ups on the subscription and the growth of the channel, just cooking right through 4,100 subs and on up. So please do hit that like button because it will help me out a ton. Whitey White, I'm not worried if AB will be a locker room issue or any problem while on the team. I'm morally conflicted that I might be cheering for a rapist if Seattle signs him. Well, I understand. I'm not ever going to argue somebody from a moral imperative standpoint. I will say this with it. And we're seeing this with the Deshaun Watson situation as it plays out. We live in a society that more and more often lands in the realm of essentially kind of seeing the outlier facts that might exist in a given case and deciding that they're going to come to a determination, as opposed to letting it play out, in court or at trial or criminally speaking. I tend to, as I get older and older, land more and more in the camp of, if a crime's been committed, then contact law enforcement and prove a crime's been committed. And if you've not reached that stage of things, especially when we factor in things like, settlement amounts, well, then I tend to land on the spot of you innocent until proven guilty. That's the country that I was raised in, and that's the way I'm going to continue to operate. I don't like this. People die because somebody comes out with a text message they show or something. I think we live in a world where it's really easy and quick to just sort of, tar and feather people without really getting all the facts out the gate. Nobody wants to be patient and wait for everything to roll in before they make their judgments, which is how you make poor and wrong judgments. The Salamander Parkus, did Josh Allen not hold the ball longer? Josh Allen did hold the ball a little bit longer. He's right in the same realm as holding the ball about the same time as Russ. I would argue at this point, Allen's a younger player who can get away from pressure better than Russell Wilson can. He had a better offensive line in front of him as well, so they were able to hold up for him longer than Russ's line. Some of that is also because Josh Allen's on a rookie deal. You're not paying Josh Allen the type of money that you pay Russ. So you can afford to put those assets in other places because of that. But yeah, Josh Allen did hold it for like 0.04, 0.03 seconds longer than Russell. Go Hawks. As a Bama fan, I'll give you guys an assessment on Mac Jones. He's a pure pocket passer that I think has good leadership skills, but won't ever be super. Gonna suck to hate if the Niners draft him. Yeah, he's a fine quarterback. Go Hawks. I think he compares pretty favorably to Kirk Cousins without Kirk Cousins' deep ball. That to me is the type of player he is. You know, he's basically like Kirk, which is fine. As a player who's upper level starter in this league. But are you going to trade 3 first-round picks and a third-round pick to go get a quarterback whose top end is 13th in the NFL? That's where the height of height will be as far as his quarterback play. I don't think that's the move you make for that kind of guy. But I don't hate Mac Jones. That's just way too high to be picking, in my opinion. Randall, Randall, you were responding to 2K. Chat's having a lively discussion on the chat regarding Russ. I love it. Nas, let's be real. They fixed the relationship with Russ by giving him what he wants. Waldron's going to run his normal zone scheme, but he's also going to let Russ sling it, which I think he'll thrive at. Yeah, the main parts that I go to with Waldron that's going to separate from Schottenheimer, the main things that you guys will notice right out the gate that go, oh, that's different, is pre-snap. They're going to be a lot harder to read because they're going to run out with the same formation time and time again. The same formation, it'll look the same every time pre-snap, and because it looks the same every way pre-snap, but you can do a variety of things off of that same formation, teams will not really ever be able to know for sure where they're going. You had teams with Seattle prior where they could see us come out with a certain, they're coming with a 3 wide, 1 tight end, or they're going to 11 personnel. That means it's got to either be this or that or this. Well, now with this, it can be almost anything. And so the ability pre-snap to keep those teams off on their heels a little bit, not as much on their toes moving forward and knowing where they're going to go, that's going to help him. The intermediate passing game and building in easy completions into this offense, that's going to make the game a little bit less hard on Russ, a little bit less hero ball at that point. That should make him better. That should make him better as well. The under center stuff, he's going to go a lot more under center, a lot less of that out of shotgun read option look that we've seen time and time again. A little bit now more of the 2 tight end sets with him under center and then some rollout games, which is really going to fit in well to Russell's skill set. I think Waldron's a good fit for him. There's things within Russell's game that he's got to get better at that he's not been good at historically speaking, being the intermediate passing game, for instance, which has been one of the holes in his game. Now, maybe that's on purpose, but maybe not. Well, we will come to find out and see if that is the case. But Waldron should certainly, be a helping hand in taking Russ a further step forward in his career and as far as his top end is concerned. Najee's Wook, would you like to see the Hawks draft Quinn Miners for his versatility? I think he could be a center or a guard. Yep, guy played left guard at college, and then at the Senior Bowl was transitioned over to center, and he looked really fluid at that, impressed a lot of people. My feeling on this, Najee, is he's probably going to be picked before Seattle selects at 53, but if he were to last to 53, I almost feel equally happy being between Dickerson and Miners and Humphrey. Between those 3 guys, I almost feel equally happy if any of those 3 guys is the pick at 53. Because I think all those guys have a lot of top side to them. With Landon Dickerson, you go, okay, well, the injury thing gets me worried, but he's got the highest upside maybe of any of those guys. With Miners, you got the position flexibility to where Gabe Jackson and can challenge Ethan Posick at both positions right out the gate, in my opinion. And then with Humphrey, to me, he's just a clean, safe center prospect. So I I'd feel okay with it if they went that, but I like his positional flexibility as well, Najee. Humphrey gives you that too. Humphrey started out his career at left guard, so technically he could play some guard too because he played it in college. He's got some familiarity with it. HB, I'm really excited about the idea of a healthy Penny running outside zones using that speed. Think he's next year's sleeper on this team. He's the guy, HB, that when Waldron was first signed beyond Russ, I said this guy should be the most excited of anybody on the offensive side of the ball. Because we were talking about Jonathan Taylor a second ago and went last year's draft, and this guy at Wisconsin ran inside zone off of Tyler Bidas time and time again. Got them both drafted very highly. And I liked it from that aspect, but part of it is a bit of a problem too. Is why I wanted Taylor was because you weren't willing to run outside ever. You guys just will not go to the outside or test the edges, and that's Penny's game. He runs at his best to the outside. He's an outside running back. That's where you can use his speed best. I think Waldron's going to do it because that's what the Rams featured for many years there was the outside zone scheme. They still do with Akers, though they used a little bit of Akers' inside running ability last year to a degree as well. But I did a video a couple weeks ago, HB, of saying I was tantalized by his potential, and I'm still tantalized by what Penny could get you in this offense, even bringing back Carson. You need two backs. They both fend well to each other because Carson, you got your bull, you got your hammer, and then with Penny, you got your outside, kind of more of your finesse type runner. I think that you can put together a nice little running back roster with those two guys working their game. Juno, not sure if it was already asked. Hello, Juno. Good to see you. Not sure if it was already asked, but what do you make of the bear front usage last season and thoughts on if that will be the base front in 2021? Well, look, bear fronts are fun to watch. Stacking up a defensive line and overloading an offensive line to where you're going to get a free runner coming through a lot. I'm always going to like a defense attacking as opposed to being a read and react defense, which at our base, Juno, we're a read and react defense. We don't tend to want to blitz often. They just tried to add it into what they were because they was out of necessity. You had nobody that could generate pressure off of a front four, so you had to go to the blitz heavy scheme right out the gate, especially bringing Jamal Adams into the mold. I would like to see them utilize it, but be a little bit more multidimensional with it. Just sprinkle it in as opposed to leaning on it as they did last year. The blitz rate was way too high last year. You should never be in this scheme one of the highest blitzing teams in all the league. It's just not the way Carroll's built the scheme. It's not the way he's not brought in a lot of guys that are good blitzers. Wagner's okay at it. Jamal's okay at it, but you just don't have a lot of guys it's really built to operate that way. They've built back down on the front four. You got guys that should be able to generate pressure this year. But in those moments, especially when you're bringing Jamal Adams up to the line, I love the bear fronts. I love them. It's going back to the 85 where the bear front comes from, man. It's just you're putting offenses under such stress by stacking so many linemen up like that at the line of scrimmage. Now, you do open yourself up to deeper plays, and we saw that at times with our defenses. There's a price to be paid by putting that many men at the line of scrimmage. Quarterbacks will get to you here and there. But it's sort of like it's the price of doing business because the upshot of that is that you get some sacks. You get some turnovers caused by rushing those quarterbacks on the other side of it. We'll probably have to wait till we get a new coaching staff in here to ever really get back to that place. But I don't think if I think back in Seahawks history, we have to go back to, I think, Knox in the 80s as the last time that we really ran like a stacked front. And that really bought into sort of that Bears front type look of things. But I love it, I love that. YDY says, I want to see Russ in a quick passing, rollout, play action O. This season should be a blast. And that's what you should see. The rollouts, because the play looks the same as the last play, and let's say you were running twice off the left side, 2 plays back to back, and you come out in the same formation, and now you run a play action off of that. You're going to get that defense buying in on that run game. Now you got Russ out on the edges. You got the receiver usually in their formations cutting back across the formation just post-snap. So he's usually got a free run back across the formation where the corner's trailing him, and usually he's going to be behind because he's got to sift through the traffic of the linebackers to get to the other side of the formation. Usually opens up easy completions. We've seen it with Goff very often, him doing that. I think it's going to fit really well to him. You made the argument the Rams have been running this rollout stuff the last year or two-ish where they've really gone under center. It's really more better equipped to go to a guy like Russ than it is a guy like Jared Goff. It's more of Russell's game than it is a guy like Goff's game, in my opinion. But you'll see a lot more of it wide to wide, and I think it'll be for the better. Russell under center, Russell doing that play action stuff. I think he could be pretty good with it. Quarterbacks don't like it, though. That's the thing that I don't think we've seen it as much, is they don't like turning their back to the defense on the play actions under center. But it's still pretty devastating. Look at Tannehill with the Titans and how well he's done with that. I mean, he's really found another gear to his career when he went to the Titans and just operating within that game manager, but just the under center play action stuff specifically. Gino White, in Bear, we have one nose, two techs, and depending on the offensive formation, a big end and Leo. Yep. You're overstuffing a little bit of the A gap at times. So, you're also, it's also a little bit about tight. You're taking tight splits and you're overloading gaps. And essentially at the end of the day, with what a Bear front's attempting to accomplish is essentially sending more men than the offensive line can block. And it can be done by a variety of fashions. You can do it with zone blitz, where you're having guys drop off from one side and overloading another, and they don't move the protection or slide the protection quick enough. But it is absolutely an attacking one, and there's nothing scarier to an offense, in my opinion, than you get a quarterback under center and he's looking at two linebackers in an A gap, or he's got a one tech over his center, and then he's got two. He's got both of his defensive end and defensive tackle on both of the guards at that point. I love it. Bear front's great, man. There's nothing I don't love about Bear front. I'm willing to take those risks where you give up some big plays for it. Why do I? Posick is Forrest Gump. Laugh my ass off. I can't get the thought out of my head now. It seemed apropos. Najee Eastwick, confused why Posick was playing guard when he didn't in college. It's been a good question, Huey, and I think this is a little bit of Tom Cable's effect or impact on the team, because I think Cable was here when they got Posick initially. Cable had this infatuation with moving players off of their natural spot to create position flexibility. And I've maintained for a while that I think in doing that, you set a player back in his development at the strongest position that they should actually be playing. Posick, to me, is not a left guard. He's not a right guard in this league. Doesn't have the power for the right guard. Doesn't have the great feet for the left guard. Not a good enough pass protector to be a left guard. So you put him in at center and let him be his natural position. It's one thing if you've got a guy like we talked about with Quinn Miners, who's played left guard and done some center. Or you've got a guy like Humphrey who's been center but played some left guard in college. But to have a guy who's played center throughout his time on the line, throughout his college career, and then you move him to guard first thing out the gate at the NFL level, I thought was pretty silly and short-sighted by Seattle to do it and set him back. Yeah, they've gotten out of that more and more now, Najee. You saw last year with Damian Lewis. They didn't try to take Damian Lewis and move him to left guard out the gate and hold on to DJ Fluker. They said, nope, Fluker, you're out. We got a right guard. Keep him at right guard. I think that maybe they have started to learn their lesson a little bit with that and realize that flexibility is good, all well and good. But if you're offering positional flexibility with a guy who's just going to be well below average at the positions you're trying to flex him to, probably not a smart way of using him. HB says Posick's the top 26 center and there's 32 teams, laughing out loud. So one of the worst. Fish says, I meant pass blocker. He's a mediocre run blocker, which drops his grade tremendously, and I couldn't get into the actual stats because I don't want to pay money. I don't blame you, Fish. It's costly getting into those things. Yes, he is a better pass blocker than he is a run blocker. That's where he struggled way more in run blocking than pass blocking, but still did struggle a little in pass blocking. Take away just the pressure sack numbers and how he did as far as blocking up the man, not great. And while taking into account that not a lot of centers give up a lot of sacks in the league. There's not a lot of centers giving up 5, 6, 7 sacks. Why Did Wise says, I hope you're able to keep this quality of input as we grow. Most comments well thought out and defended with reason. Would hate to see it diluted with the lowest common denominator BS. Let's try what I want to do on the channel, man. I want to keep it always as smart as I possibly can. So I hope we can as well. That's what my eye is going to be towards, as always, is try to keep the quality up. So I think so. I certainly don't mind getting nailed for having some brash takes. I'll say that. HB says Russ doesn't want to play with a bunch of rookie O linemen. That was the whole problem. When people say draft a left tackle and trade Dwayne, think about what you're saying. And I haven't been on board with saying trade Dwayne Brown in drafting a left tackle, HB. I've been saying more draft a left tackle for your future left tackle / swing right tackle who can push Shell at the other side. So he comes in and he challenges Shell at the right tackle. And if God forbid anything happens with Dwayne Brown, you've got a guy as a backup to put back into place. Then you have to consider with Dwayne Brown, he's going to be 36 years old this next year. It's a little bit like the Posick thing. You know, you can take a past indicator and use that to look forward. So Dwayne Brown's been injured quite a bit over his career. He's had whole seasons he's missed due to major injury. 36 years old. Good chance he misses a couple games next year, though he held up relatively well last year. That, to me, opens the door to bring in another guy as far as in the draft goes. But I'm not looking to trade him, HB. I don't know if the problem has been that Russ doesn't want to play with a bunch of rookie offensive linemen. He's had Dwayne Brown. He's had Justin Britt in there for a few years. You've had Mike Iupati as a starting left guard, who is the veteran of left guards out there. And certainly last year, you had pretty good play out of Damian Lewis as a rookie right guard. I think it's more of he just wants good play out of the offensive line. Doesn't matter whether they're young or whether they're old, but just that they play better than they've played overall in recent years. And I think that's a solid thing to ask for from Russ's part, because I'd like to see it too. I'd like to see the offensive line turned into a strength. And one of the reasons I go to saying go a little bit younger at the offensive line and develop it at that point is it's a place that you can then go a little cheaper to then put assets to the other places on the team. The thing that I see very often, HB, by folks that get on the chat at times is that they will say, well, we're going to expensive here, and we're going to go expensive here, and then I'm going to buy this, and then I'm going to buy that, and then I'm going to buy this. And then I say something like, okay, well, where do you go cheap? And you know what happens? My chat goes silent on those same folks that are presenting all the places that they want to spend. It's a credit card that has no limit by their estimation of things. And to me, whatever way you want to roster build, whenever you want to lead with, here's what I want to do at the offensive line. I want to spend money on the offensive line. Okay, if you're going to say that, then you got to also say on the other side of it, where do you go cheap? What position is it that you're not going to spend as much money on? Is it a receiver? You're not going to have a Tyler Lockett here anymore. You're not going to have a DK off here anymore, so you can have a better offensive line like the Packers have done. But there's always a place where you got to go cheaper at. You've got to target the positions you're willing to make that on your team, and it's got to be based around the way your scheme is put. That's why, again, cornerbacks and running backs are the two positions, in my opinion, that you can do that on this particular team because of the way that the schematics are set up, because of the way you play football games. Kyle says, I feel like Russ can break the single season records in passing, passer rating, completion percentage, running for a quarterback, go 14-3 or better, and the media still won't give him votes for MVP. Laughing my ass off. Probably not. They seem to definitely not want to give him any vote whatsoever. I think it would be pretty hard if he had a deep playoff run, he had some epic season like that. It would be hard for him to at least not give him votes, but I'd be with you in that it'd still be hard for him to win it. I just think that there's a little bit of an East Coast bias with this type of stuff. You know, Derek Carr in his career has more MVP votes than Russell Wilson does. And Derek's been playing in Oakland for the majority of his career. We just get forgotten about up here. We do at times. I'm over it. I made my peace with it about 10 years ago. So it is what it is. Oh, Zoran, thank you for the $10 donation. I salute you, sir, and I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. He says, great job on your channel. On your way to 5,000 subscribers soon. I hope so, man. I hope so. Yeah, we cooked right around 4,000 subs, and we've been just shooting up. Almost going to be getting up here to probably darn near 4,200 here by the end of the stream. So really cooking along. I asked you guys to subscribe if you're watching and hitting like buttons and all that. And you guys doing that is definitely returning some help on this channel and continuing to help it. You guys are the reason that it continues to grow. So I appreciate all of you guys continually just your support in that. Thank you for the donation. HB says we pretty much have extra draft picks this year with Penny, Blair, and Taylor coming back to the squad. True. Yeah, you're adding essentially, first round, a second round, and a guy that costs a second and a third round pick, and those three guys collectively. So solid point. Solid point. Juno says, also, if KJ comes back, what is Brooks' role? Sub package player in Bear and weak side linebacker in 4-3. Seems like a waste of our most athletic linebacker in a first round pick. Well, it's part of what, and I'm going to cut up when we do our draft stream. I'm going to cut up both of my two reactions to LJ Collier and Jordan Brooks in my first 2 years of this channel to put those in there. But that's just one of the reasons that I freaked out so much when he was picked, and I got so angry when Jordan Brooks was picked, is because the pathway to his best position wasn't set for but a couple years from now. Bobby, in his best case scenario, wasn't going to retire for 2 years from when Jordan was picked, and that's his best position. Where he comes back, yeah, they're going to play more of a 4-3 under than the Bear. They'll flash the Bear fronts, but you're looking at a more of a 4-3 under approach, play in and play out on what you're going to see out there. If KJ comes back, he's your Sam 4-3 linebacker early downs. Jordan Brooks is your Will linebacker early downs. Then when you go to nickel or dime and you take one linebacker off the field, Brooks goes off the field and then KJ goes over to the Will. So that would be, even though KJ is a much slower player, his instincts and his ability in zone is far superior to that of Jordan Brooks. So you're going to have him play out there in coverage instead of Jordan at that point, in my opinion. HB says, yeah, but what happens if Bobby gets hurt? Then we're so effed. Jordan Brooks is a pure middle linebacker, HB. That's his natural position, is to play middle linebacker. If you had Jordan Brooks go out there next year and play Bobby Wagner's role, there's certain things that he's actually going to do better than Bobby Wagner does right now at this point in time in Bobby's career. There's a lot of other things Bobby's going to do better than him, especially from the stuff that we're talking about from the neck up and how he processes stuff. But he's certainly at this point in time, from a physical standpoint, probably a little more of a wow than what Bobby is. But we would be fine if Bobby got hurt. We've got his backup ready to roll. Salamander Parker says, if we can do a better job of adjusting, we should be good. That's something that you should get with this new offensive coordinator. I mean, it can't get worse than what it was before. And the going word on Schottenheimer, even when he was arriving on the scene with Seattle, when you're looking into him, what people would say is, he's a plan A guy. When the plan A is right and good and working, he can be devastating with it. But when plan A ain't working, he don't got a plan B or C or D. He's going to have a whole lot of nothing for you. And isn't that what we kind of saw a little bit with Schottenheimer? So I think it's one of those things that it can't be any worse than it's one of the worst. It's got to be at least marginally better from that standpoint alone. YD Wise says, when all is said and done, maybe we look back at this year's draft and how John Schneider dealt with the picks as one of those four-dimensional chess things. Trying to be positive. Should be positive, man. I agree. This offseason has a chance to be has a great boom factor to it, based on how they've done their moves, based on the aggressiveness that they've gone at, based on the willingness to go for today and kick a little bit of money down the road. It has that chance much more than even prior off seasons, even more than last year's off season with the $50 million that they had to spend. The boom factor is truly there for this year because you have knocked so many of these deals out of the park. It's hard to pick them apart. It's hard to be mad at Hyder signing. And you look at the first year's cap hit. I wasn't a guy that was on board signing Carson, but I thought on his lowest end, he's a $7 to $8 million per year guy. You're getting him on $2.5 million next year on his first year cap hit. And the next year's cap hit isn't that much more beyond that, really. I'm perfectly happy to say that he's kind of killed it this offseason so far. There's more work to be done, YDY, but there's every reason to feel positive right now. Huey says, yeah, there was no deception in our offense, no play calls that schemed wide receivers open, and teams weren't afraid of our running game. Only had to stop DK and Tyler. We had one bullet, and when that missed, we were screwed. Pretty much. Nathaniel, how you doing, Nathaniel? Good to have you in here. Randall, any word on the OTAs or the rookie camp? The word I've heard is the union is trying to push the players not to show up at any of the stuff this offseason. So we'll see how that goes, but not heard anything updated, from that beyond that. Y2KHA, how's everyone doing? I think everyone's doing great. Good lively discussion here today, Y2K. There are 50 to 60 players in the Seahawks, men from the ages of 20 to 40. There are definitely already some rapists on the team. Goodness. Randall McDaniel, how far will Marvin Wilson fall? Another guy who seems to has seen his stock diminish, basically a run stuffer, had a big 2019. Let's take a look at Wilson, because I have watched him. Marvin. So I liked Marvin Wilson quite a bit. He's got one tech size, but he moves like a 3 technique. He was used all over the line of scrimmage at FSU. They even put him at defensive end at times. which was interesting. He uses a club move to get skinny. So he'll whack you, and then he'll turn sideways and kind of get skinny to try to get through a hole. Sort of unique in that respect. And then what he'll use after that is once he gets it, remember, it's the thing I always talk about with these pass rushers, can they chain the move? So his move is he clubs, he gets skinny, which then leads into his acceleration because he's got that great acceleration despite his size. That's the part that really flashed for me on tape. The thing that's knocking him this offseason is he's tested poorly. He tested kind of horribly, actually. Not poorly, but horribly. And that's really knocking him. He's very active. He's a high motor guy, not very technically sound with his hands. Doesn't know, he's a little bit like, he's like that Shake and Bake movie, with the Pharaoh, where like, I don't know what to do with my hands. What do I do with my hands? And the reporter keeps trying to pull Will Ferrell's hands down. That's kind of what it's like here. He doesn't have a lot of idea of what he's doing with it, but he's a madman out there. He plays with his hair on fire. When he gets that little bit of daylight, when he gets a bit of daylight, he can get to the quarterback. So I do like that. He is a little bit slow off the snap, but then he gets going with the acceleration. So it's a little bit of the tough part of it where you'd like to see the acceleration you'd like to see the quick get off to acceleration, but it's sort of a slow get off to acceleration, which does sort of diminish him as a pass rusher, especially as we're talking about the 3-tech, which you could make the argument one of the most important aspects or traits of a 3-tech is to have the get off, the first step quickness, to be the thing you really, really want to see, like Michael Bennett used to have. That's why a lot of people make the Kerry Hyder, Michael Bennett comparison, and Hyder just did this last week. It's not really apropos in the respect of he can maybe play inside a little bit, but Michael Bennett had that first step quickness that was truly elite, that really allowed him to be a difference maker there at the 3-tech when they kicked him onside in NASCAR packages. He's an active, smart player with a special second and third gear, not a special first gear, but a second, third gear I like. And as you said, he did have a pretty big drop off in 2020 that they mentioned. His 13.4 pass rush win rate was good for 7th amongst interior players. So, that's something, even for the fall off. So I've got him going in the 3rd round. Looks like with his testing scores, I had him in the 3rd round before his testing scores came out. This is one of those situations where the tape would have a guy to 3rd round, but the testing is so bad it probably pushes him more into the 4th, maybe even touching into the 5th round. But the one part of this that we have to factor in too, Randall, is that the 3-techs are really light in this draft. There's not a lot of them. You go Barrymore, you go Uzuzike, I can't pronounce his name, out of Washington. There's a couple of these guys, but there's not a lot of them, and Marvin is one of those guys. So probably 4th round is where you're seeing him fall to. Maybe the 3rd or maybe the 5th too on either end of it. HBR, what are your expectations for Penny next season? Make or break season, or do you think that they take the 5th-year option? I don't think that they make the 5th-year option because you'd have to do the 5th-year option this offseason before seeing how he fits into the offense and seeing what kind of player he is. It's significant. It's $5 million, I think, something like that. 5th-year option to pull him if you're going to go that route. Probably not going to do it. And I think this is a 1 year off anyway at the end of the day. They're going to get 1 year production of whatever they can get off of him, and I think they'd probably move on at that point, HB, because I don't think they would actually pay Penny big money even if he has a good year this year. Not with already having Carson on the hook with some money. So probably just a 1 year off. Now, how do I see him doing? I think that he could easily be getting into that, somebody mentioned 800-yard territory of thing. I could see that. For me, it's going to be efficiency with him. Efficiency and explosiveness. So if you can get him to outside runs, I think you're looking at a 5-yard per average type carrying running back. I think your guy's going to get you 6, 7, 8 touchdowns in a season and 800 yards. I think that's great efficiency and production at that point from a number 2 running back on your roster. / it's kind of a 1-1A thing, really. It's both of them are going to get carries at that point. Nobody's going to be, 300 touches for the season. So I like his upside. I think he's going to have probably his most productive year this year. Unfortunately, we're only going to get one really great year of production out of him, and then he'll walk. It's a little bit like the Paul Richardson thing, where we were waiting for Paul Richardson for years he'd show flashes, and then he has the ACL thing, tears, and then slowly comes back. And then finally, his last year before free agency, he comes out and he has a really good year for us. Not a star-level year, but a good year. Gets paid a ton of money by Washington and moves on. You'll probably see Penny have something similar happen, just the nature of the beast. Nathaniel Parks, I know this has been asked, but thoughts on re-signing Randall and moving him to cornerback? He's a camp body, Nathaniel. These guys had a lot of chances at cornerback. He's a lot of chances in this league. He is the kind of the player he is. He's just a body type. It's like Jamar Taylor a couple of years ago at the slot. It's a guy that you can bring in, and he's not going to completely fall on his face if you need him to play snaps for you on the outside, but he's also going to be a little bit of a liability if you have to have him play a lot of snaps as well. It's just that you're getting a hedge between liability and, oh my God, this guy can't even play NFL cornerback. So you need something a little up above that. He gives you something a little bit above that. Salamander Park is, can we get a full season out of Carson? Well, one of my long philosophies as it pertains to running backs, and one of the reasons that I don't pay running backs is I always say, whenever you sign a running back to a new deal and you give them a lot of money, basically 8 times out of 10, you're not going to get a healthier running back than you had previously, and you're not going to get a more of a productive running back than you had previously. This has been more often than not the case over the last 20 years of running backs getting paid in this league. I would expect this to hold true with Carson in the respect of he's going to miss a few games this year. They'll try to probably limit his touches, but it's a little bit of like with Penny. Take the combination of the two, and if you can come out of the combination of the two of 300 plus touches between the two of these combined, we end up at 1,500 yards. Then we've got a successful backfield. They're getting the job done at that point. It doesn't just have to be one name guy getting all the yards. As long as the cumulative accomplishes that. If you're averaging 4.5 yards per carry or 4.8 yards per carry as we were last year, then that's pretty good territory to be in. You feel pretty good about your running game if that's getting it done. And really, at the end of the day, the running game is not as much important as we maybe think it is this year. The importance is going to be in pass protection. The importance is how is the passing attack going to operate now that it has to be more on time, more 3 and 5, 7-step drops instead of the 7-step drops and huck it down the football field. That's going to be more of the key on the offense. I know the running game is going to be there. You've got the guys that can block it. You got the guys that can carry the rocket. So now it's more of the passing stuff on the other side of it. But I expect him to be good. But a full season out of Carson? No, Salamander, you asked too much. Carson missed a few games last year, I thought, Fish, didn't he? Nathaniel says, who do you think we could trade up in the second to get a left tackle? Dwayne Brown retires after this year, so we trade for another veteran or what? Yeah, you would have to kind of trade up if you're talking about getting a real talented guy. I mean, when you're sitting, some people mentioned like Liam Eichenberg. That's kind of the talent that you're in at that point. James Hudson, Jalen Mayfield. These are the guys that you're really looking at as the options at that point. Probably Sam Cosmi's off the board. Dylan Radins is off the board. Tevin Jenkins is off the board. Those would be 3 guys probably back of the first round to high into the second round that would be targets that I would look at if you're talking about trading up for Nathaniel. Any of those guys would be probably pretty doggone good additions. I think Radins is actually a right tackle now that I think about it. But you'd be going up for one of those guys in that realm of things. But the second tier guys aren't horrible. They've got some upside to them too. And this is a pretty deep draft with the left tackle positions. There's a lot of guys you can kind of pick through and find a guy that might work. You might not even have to really trade up at that point because you're picking through kind of similar talent unless you really get up there high in the second round. Tevin Jenkins would be a guy that I would love to get my hands on because he won't be one of the top tackles taken. He'll fall maybe a little bit in the draft, but I love his game quite a bit. I like Samuel Cosmi as well. If you're talking about trading up for a guy, I think he could be a pretty good player in this league, especially as a run blocker. Be fantastic for you at the left tackle position. There'll be a couple guys we've traded up for. Go Hawks 2021. Largent? Question mark? No, he's my favorite. He's my favorite Seahawk of all time. Go Hawks. So, I'm working on that. I'm working on Largent video. I've been slow to get it done because I'm trying to figure out how to make it work exactly, and I've not had a good time with it. But I've got stuff cut together. I've got about 20 minutes of his catches highlights put together. So I've got a lot of film on him. Go Hawks. If Farley falls to within 10 picks of us, what do you think a trade-up package would be? Well, you're not going to get it done with this year. So you're not going to be able to take a second. You may be able to get it just barely done with their fourth round this second round. Go Hawks. That might be just enough. I would probably tend to think you're going to probably have to give up a third round next year in addition to your second round this year in order to move up 10 picks in the second round to get a guy like Farley at that point. I think it would probably cost something more like that. U2K, I'm down on the Seahawks front office and think they've wasted Wilson's best year and therefore our chances of winning Super Bowls. They didn't adjust their own roster after the Legion of Boom years. I understand. I get it, man. I do get it. Bleed Blue and Green, what happened to Thomas Rawls? I don't know that he was ever the same after that major leg injury that he had. We're taught to believe that these guys get these lower leg injuries and they can always bounce back, that medical science has come along, that you can turn a player back to new again, or even they could be even stronger than they were before. I think that this is a little bit of a misnomer, and I think some guys can, some guys can't. I think he tore ligaments, broken bones. I think that was kind of rough. Maybe he just didn't attack the rehab the way he needed to attack it to get himself right. I think that's an answer that will eventually come down the pike, down the years from now, Bleed Blue and Green, where we'll come to find out, what happened with him, what really did go down. And thank you, Brian, for mentioning that. Please smash that like button and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Why don't you subscribe? Come on, subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. You know you want to. But yeah, 2K, I know where you're coming on the fact the front office. The front office has certainly made some mistakes. I think using the words wasted is a little bit of strong language in regards to the situation. Moves haven't worked. They've been aggressive throughout this time, and they've tried to do a variety of things to work. But the strategy's been a little bit flawed in that it's topped out. It's topped out at one and done. Randall says we should see them run 2 tight end sets, 2 tight ends, 2 running backs, and DK out wide. Looks interesting to me. Me too, man. Me too, yeah. Probably not the 2 running backs. They've gone away from that fullback look, Randall, so they probably throw another wide receiver out there with Lockett. But, yeah, you'd be able to go pretty heavy if you wanted to, wouldn't you? Nice little heavy look. Nathaniel Parks, could we trade Rasheem Green for any draft capital, like a 6th or 7th? That's the top of what you're probably going to get for him, Nathaniel, is a 6th or a 7th. Maybe some team out there just thinks that he's ready to go. He certainly was a young player coming into this league. So there's a thought process that maybe he's got a little bit more development to take a step forward. But you're not getting more than that in a 6th or 7th. But if I could get that, I'd make that trade all day long because you're able to save $1 million by moving off from him at this point. So I would love it. Joshua Williams, Heroes says, I want to see Darrell Taylor play Sam. Well, supposedly they're going to give him a try out there at Sam. And they did a very similar thing with Bruce Irvin when he came aboard. Bruce had no history of playing linebacker. He played some safety at junior college and then played defensive end at West Virginia. Seattle then moved him to the Sam linebacker role, and he really took off in that role. You're not asked as much to cover as much in that role. You just got to take care of the flat routes, so it's not going to expose him as much in that respect. He could fit in doing that. He's certainly got the body style and the type, and boy, it's exciting because then you're essentially bringing a de facto 5-man front every time to the line of scrimmage if you go that direction. And that would be very interesting to see how that challenges offenses. You figure they'd struggle to probably run against that kind of front. As well as you could create some interesting pressure packages. Yeah, I think that's Randall brings up a good point. Says UE2K, I think a lot went into those years, including aging and injured superstars. I know you don't want to hear about the salary cap, but we had dead money from Cam and Sherm. I think John had been on his game. Yeah, I think it was the tough part about that is you have one of the youngest rosters to ever go win a Super Bowl, and then you're going to make the change and transition from off that young defensive-laden roster to the young superstar quarterback. And we're lamenting and saying they should have made that transition faster and quicker. Well, that's a sort of an easier said than done. And one I might argue that it's one in hindsight that you go, oh, in hindsight, we should have done that. But a lot harder to have that live action as you've got on the back of a couple of Super Bowls, where you're not going to give Richard Sherman that big next major contract, where you're not going to pay these guys like they paid him. And they really took it in the shorts through 2015 to 2018, and the respective guys really retired early off of just signing new contracts. So you had a huge amount of dead money that then hit, which then strangled your salary cap. Cliff Averill, Michael Bennett, Cam Chancellor, Marshawn Lynch, Chris Clemens. We can go down the list. There was like about 10 guys where you're eating that money, just eating that dead money. And they had to wait a couple years to get out from under that cash to get back to some point of being able to be somewhat flexible as we kind of are now. Randall says, Brando, how many defensive ends do we keep? I've got Rasheem Green being the guy that's probably the odd man out at this point. So you got Hyder, Dunlap, Mayoa, Darrell Taylor, Olin Robinson, LJ Collier. So you technically are keeping 6, but LJ Collier gets counted as probably a 3-tech defensive tackle as well. It's sort of he's a de facto 4th defensive lineman. Nathaniel Park says, I think we could get a better player on the O-line in the later rounds. You could. There's like that kid out of Iowa, for instance, Nathaniel. You might be able to find out there. He'd be an interesting guy. Jace, you haven't missed anything. I just think we're going to win our division. That's the gist of it, Jace. I think the division's ours to win, ours to lose. Nas, of course, every team says this every season, but I feel real good about what we've done so far. It feels like we fixed all the biggest holes and haven't even reached the draft. I think there's a reason to feel that way, Nas. I think I didn't feel this way necessarily as much last season with the moves they made in free agency. I was a lot more down on what they were doing, and it seemed like stuff that was sort of like, you'd be doing the go for it down moves. Instead, you signed a lot of 1- and 2-year deals on bargain basement players and aging players. It didn't make a ton of sense in the way that it looked last season. This offseason at least has made sense. It's a cogent plan. It's something where you can say, okay, I can see this, what you guys envision and how this all comes together. It makes a lot more sense. Jaboy Michael, what is up? How you doing, Jaboy? Good to see you in here. Yui, as the Legion of Boom aged out, we should have shifted team building, Russ-centric roster instead of trying to rebuild the Legion of Boom. I think it was a waste of time and money. I don't know that what they did, UE2K, was they tried to rebuild the Legion of Boom. They signed the guys to the contracts that those contracts have been earned. And you're not going to sign Cam. You're not going to sign Richard. And it was those guys didn't get through the end of those contracts. They retired really early. With the neck injuries to Averill and Cam Chancellor alone, I think you were in year 2 of both of those 2 deals coming off the edge of an extension. So you had essentially like 3 whole years of cap money that now accelerates and hits instantaneously. It's tough to anticipate that. It's tough to anticipate frontline guys like that having to retire basically by the time they turn 30 years old. It makes it a little bit tougher, And it would have been, I don't know, the kind of PR backlash that they would have got, they would have been laughed at league-wide. The Seattle fans would have been mad if they had moved off from the Legion of Boom prematurely. I really believe that. I think that would have caused some blowback to them. Whether it was the right or wrong answer to do, I just don't know what general manager in the league in that given situation would have made that move and said, okay, we're going to go off of what just got us to 2 Super Bowls because we've got this special quarterback here. It would take a pretty smart cat to pull that one off. The number one thing I want to see is adjustments from game to game on O&D. Throw deep, we given, run when given, throw screens when needed, 3 deep when needed, blitz when needed. Been Seattle's biggest weakness. Yep, a little more flexibility and being able to be matched up against the given opponent and go after. I think what you're speaking to here is going after their, as you said, you mentioned Seattle's biggest weaknesses, but essentially going after the opponent's biggest weaknesses and the way you game plan, not necessarily operating from, this is what we do, it's coming, try to stop us. Well, that's great, but if you don't have the talent to make that work, it's kind of a joke and you're not going to make that work, as opposed to doing a little bit more of the cloak and dagger stuff, a little bit of it's going to be harder for you to understand what's coming this week. It's going to be different off what we had last week. I'm with you. I'm more on that ladder. Jaboy Michael says, I want Sherman and AB that would complete the team. That's who I'm for, Jaboy Michael. The 3 moves I'm looking for to be made forward as we go forward here is Sherman, KJ Wright, Antonio Brown. You do those 3 moves and you've really cemented off an offseason very nice. Not to mention you get to go in this draft basically with house money, whoever you want to pick. Nathaniel says, we only have 2 offensive linemen under contract past this year, so I think we need to draft some, plus some corners, maybe a 3rd receiver. That's my priority, Nathaniel. First offensive line, Get the corners. Okay, if you need a receiver, I'm fine with at that point, but I would attack the first two positions first. Fish says, for a third wide receiver, I want D.D. Westbrook. If we decide to get one in free agency, he's okay. He's okay, Fish. One of the better ones left on the board, that's for sure. UE, everyone is capable of doing better at their job, including Russell Wilson. Not the point. He's plenty good as is. Seahawks won Super Bowls with intimidating run game, dominant D, and a dynamic playmaker at quarterback. Randall says, I'd be on board to draft Walker Little in round 2 or Larrick Jackson in round 4. Either would give us tackle depth. Dylan Raduns from North Dakota State as well. Jackson Carman, another guy. Walker Little, I still maintain, is going to be picked probably right at the start of the second round. I don't think he lasts to 53, Randall, on that one. Larrick Jackson's really nice, technically speaking. Worried a little bit about him on a strength standpoint and as far as his ability to move. But 4th, 5th round, you could sign me up for him there. Dylan Raduns is going to go in the first round, I think. Late first round pick. He'll be right there with Little, I think, as far as where they're picked. And Jackson Carman would be available. So you are right there. He's okay. He's fine. But he would be available there in the second round, and that's kind of around where you pick. Probably more of a third round guy, but you're close enough there. John Vanderbollen, do you have an opinion on the left tackles in the draft? I've been playing the PFF draft game. Stone Forsythe and Walker Little are often the guys available in the 70s. Opinion on either of those guys? I've not yet looked at Stone Forsythe, so I will add him to my list, John, of taking a look. Walker Little is fantastic. For a guy his size and the way he moves, he is the dancing bear that you look for in left tackles. Very proficient in pass blocking. The game is moving to more of a pass-centric game as we go forward here through these years. So I think that what's going to happen is people are going to go, okay, didn't play in 2020, but you look at the 2019 tape and it's so good, and now you've got another year or two of refinement to add on, theoretically speaking. I think it's going to vault him up into the top of the second round. I know why PFS has him in their pro football, in their draft deal falling to us, and why they have him there theoretically. I just don't see it happening, being that I think he gets taken. I'm not sure on Stone Forsythe, so I'd have to look at him a little bit. We were just mentioning a little bit above there with Randall and a couple of guys who I see there that he mentioned being the Larrick Jackson type. Jackson Carman would be there. I've talked about Mayfield. Jalen Mayfield out of Michigan is a guy that would be there. It's a real athletic mover. I don't know if he tested out well on his pro day, but he looks great on tape as far as his moving ability at left tackle, and he's a big dude. There's a lot of tackles in this draft, John. There's actually a few guys there that you could pick at that spot that have some talent that could be like, oh, this guy's interesting. He could work here. So I'd probably go in that direction of things, of looking at, if Walker Little is there at 70, I would jump all over him. That's your left tackle of the future all day, John. So if he does last to that point, then I'm on it. I will look at Stone Forsythe too. Liam Eichenberg is another guy you could look at, who I think has got a little bit of a high floor to him, but might have a low ceiling. But he's a guy who could probably come in and play for you right out the gate if you're looking at him. There's other bookend right tackle there as well. Robert Hainsey would be a guy you could maybe look at, who also has maybe some potential upside at the center position, having played a little bit of that, I think, at the Senior Bowl. Those would be a couple of the guys that'll probably be available. But you're past the upper tier tackles, and you're just getting out of the second tier at that point by where you're selecting. It's part of why I probably go back to center and guard being where the value is at that point in the draft. That you're getting one of the better centers and one of the better guards in the draft per getting into that back end second tier, top end third tier tackle level of things. Your boy Michael, this is Jamal Adams. Come back here. I love it, your boy Michael. I'm with you. I'm on board with you. Let's go. Let's go. I'm jump on board, hit the gas, slam the NOS button, and let's go. Because I think so, and I think this has been a guy that's been derided throughout this offseason. I've been told that he's not a scheme fit here. He's a 3-4 guy. He can't work in the scheme. He's horrible in coverage. I think a lot of people are getting short-sighted in their assessment of Jamal Adams, and they're taking his 1 year last year where he's beaten all the hell, a myriad of injuries, adapting to a wholly new scheme that is completely different than the one that he left. The one that he left, and he came in at the very last minute too, not like he had a whole off-season or training camps or playing alongside these guys or knowing them back and forth. He had to learn it on the fly. So give him time, let him roll, and let's see if we don't get a little bit better results this year, which I think, I'm with you, we are going to get. I got Jamal Adams down for 4 interceptions this year. He's going to be an all-pro again. And he's going to turn all those naysayers who say he can't cover right now, and they're going to look silly. Silly. John Vandermolen, is center a higher priority for you in the draft than left tackle? It is for me, because I think that you're in the similar boat as you are at left tackle as far as you don't have an answer there as we move forward into next year. Posick is on a 1-year deal at this point, so you've got to address it somehow. The value is more of anything, John, with it. When we talk about that pick being where we stand right now, 53, or like what you presented, if you trade back to 70, and you're talking about the value that you're picking there, you're maybe getting the third or fourth best guard, or maybe the best center in the draft picking there at that spot, versus if you go tackle, you're getting the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th tackle on the board. To me, that's more of the value being on center. Now, tackle is more important position on the offensive line than center. And it's a vastly more important position than center on the offensive line. But I think you're looking at getting maybe a star at that center position as well, which is the thing that pushes me over to the other side of it. I want to go for the best player available on the board. That's where we need to operate off of more and more, in my opinion. I think too often the Seahawks in recent drafts where it's gone wrong for them is they get stuck drafting and reaching for need as opposed to BPA. BPA. Best player available. That's where you want to be at. And so I think if we're operating from that standpoint, the value will be at center or the value will be at guard. I'm not too far behind you, boy. I'm a little behind. Fish, now I won't lie, Sean Eimer's scheme didn't work at all. He had a predictable scheme, and when teams figured out how to stop it, cover 2, Russ struggled, but Russ has to know to throw checkdowns. Facts. He's got to embrace the checkdown game way more this year than he ever has in his career. And that is one of the things in his game that has been a detriment up until this point. Washington Fish Quest, 5 running backs right now. Who do you think doesn't make the roster? I have such high hopes for Collins. I hope he makes the team, but Homer is a good blocker, and DJ Dallas has done what's asked of him. The thing to consider with always the 3rd and 4th running back on this roster, Washington Fish Quest, is what do they do special teams-wise? Can they block special teams-wise? Can they be a kick returner? Can they play any special teams? I don't know if Collins adds a lot to the special teams game or if he has that in his game to do it, whereas these other 2 guys probably have it a little bit more. So it's probably a long shot that Collins makes the roster, but what I will say about it is that, to your point, Collins, in my opinion, is a better running back, a better runner of the football than both DJ Dallas or Travis Homer. So maybe that is able to win out enough, despite the fact that he doesn't necessarily play special teams over one of them. One of the 2 will make it, so we'll see which one is. It probably depends on who kills it this offseason. I like Homer a little bit more as a runner than DJ Dallas. I like DJ Dallas as a catcher more than I like Homer as that goes. Homer's better, it seems like, in pass protection than DJ Dallas is, though that was supposed to be Dallas's big skill set coming out of college. So kind of hard to predict right now with those guys because of that. A little good on one, a little bad on another, a little good on the other, a little bad on the other. So they both kind of neutralize each other. Nathaniel says, why has Seattle chosen to go with more of the elusive backs in late rounds versus the power back that they look for? Why take Penny, a good prospect, and not a scheme fit in round 1? Well, it's 2 different answers on those 2 different questions, Nathaniel. So why they look for elusive backs later on probably speaks to what I just talked about, being that they want the bottom end of those running backs they select to be, they can play special teams. Again, understanding that Coach Carroll truly values special teams as much as any coach in the NFL. So he's going to value having players who can play on that unit and play well on that unit. That's where that's going to go. As well, that you're looking at, you've got Carson the last couple of years, you're going to gravitate towards trying to find more of a 3rd down type running back. More of a guy that can take Carson off the field, limit his touches on 3rd down, because he could be a 3rd down back. He's got in his skill set to do that stuff. But this is just to limit his touches and limit his carries. So that's why they've chosen more, I think, the elusive backs. As of why Penny was taken, I think that there's 2 main reasons that Penny was taken. Number 1, he had one of the cleanest medical grades that they've ever had on a given player coming out of college. That was big for them. This is Carson coming with his injury situation, and I think they wanted to have more availability at the running back, because it wasn't just Carson. You go back the last couple of years at the running back position, back to Marshawn Lynch's last year here. Every year it was getting beat to hell. Every year those guys were not available come the end of the year, and they were trying to rectify that. Well, what happens now? He's had 2 injuries since he's arrived, so that blew up in their face. But the big thing that really drew that reason for them drafting, my cat's crying right now, sorry. The big reason that drew them to draft him, though, is I think that it was Todd Gurley. I think that they saw Rashad Penny, and Carroll specifically saw Rashad Penny, and he said, that looks a lot like Todd Gurley. And Todd Gurley's been killing us. And so I think that kind of talked them into that pick, because that's the only thing I can come to as far as this is the logical reasoning that they went through, because Nick Chubb was sitting there, and Nick Chubb was exactly that type of fit. And Nick Chubb would have been a perfect Marshawn heir apparent type guy, but he didn't have the clean medicals. He had the ACL tear in college, and I think that was just enough to kind of freak him out a bit. Shh. Shh. Hush. Hush your mouth. Randall says, in 10 years, I bet we'll see the 2021 draft has more quality players drafted in round 3 through 6 than rounds 1 through 2. Very, very possible, Randall. Absolutely very possible. Solid point. Very strong chance it could go that direction. Check. Randall says, I like the guard tackle from USC. He's a bad mofo, probably an early second-round guy, Elijah Vera Tucker. Seems like one of the more safer offensive linemen in this draft, Randall, and maybe it's because you've got with him an ability to know that if he fails out at tackle, you've got an upper-level league guard in this as a downside to him, because he's played both in college and he's played both well in college. I like him too. Very safe pick. If he were to slide down to Seattle, I would be doing handstands if we were to select him. But like you, I think he's probably a very early second-round guy. Maybe creeps in the top of the first, but because he probably by most teams does project out to being a guard, that's probably enough to put him into more of into that early second-round range. But probably the best if he's playing, if he is allotted to be guard, he is probably the best guard in this draft at that point. Go Hawks. What do you think about Brandon Cook's trade? The man has 1,200 yards season last year, but will have super low value. I think he's costing quite a bit in base money, Go Hawks. So even if you're trading him and the bonus money comes off the books and it only costs hold on one second. I'm going to use the bathroom in 1 second. Stop. Hush. What are we doing? What's going on, kitty cats? Tell them what's up. Brandon Cooks. So sorry, Go Hawks. I had to use the bathroom there. Brandon Cooks is fine. Had a good year last year. Obviously, the Texans were playing from behind a lot of that. So there's a lot of touches in there, a lot of extra throws in there because they had to. The thing that I have a problem with Brandon Cooks is the base salary and the fact that he's one concussion away from having his career ended at any point in time. That is always going to scare me off of a guy, but you can't argue with the guy's production throughout his career. You can just write him down for 1,000 yards every season, and he seems to attain it. But the base salary would probably hold me off Go Hawks from picking him unless he's willing to renegotiate down, which I don't think he would want to, because why should he? Randall McDaniel, Tylen Wallace, game tape is crazy. I really like him. I was a bit surprised at his 4.5 range, but he's fast as S in his pads. He's twitchy and attacks the ball. Competitive dude. Really good receiver. Just a solid guy all the way around. There's not a lot bad about him. As you said, he's more of a football speed guy, probably, Randall, because I think I agree. He looks more into the low 4.4 range than he looks into the 4.5 range on tape. So good game speed in him. A good player, knows what to do to get open, savvy. You like that part of his game, advanced technique in a lot of respects. A guy who should be able to hit the ground running pretty good at the NFL. I don't know if he's got as much high upside to him as I might normally like in a guy if I'm picking him high. But if I'm picking, again, that 4th, 5th, 6th round range, that's good value. And I like Tylan Wallace's game a lot better than I like Freddie Swain last year. Randall Sage-Surratt from Wake Forest is highly regarded receiver. Didn't play last year, basically played 2 years in college. Probably one of the better contested catchers in this whole draft, Randall, if not the best. And that fits with Russell's skill set pretty nice. Don't know, though, if he's going to be sudden enough to go to Seattle as a player. They usually like their 4.4 guys. To me, he's almost a guy that pushes into that 4.55, 4.6-ish range as far as his speed. I didn't see what his pro day was, but that's what he looks like on the field. But he can go up and get it. I mean, he can go up and take it away from any cornerback in the league. Randall, I always wonder if Cooks is a head case. Why do teams always move off from him? Head case is a funny pun there, Randall. I don't even think you meant to do it. It's the concussions. He's had at least a dozen concussions in his career, and it's at a point where teams get a little bit scared off by that. The Rams lost him on a lot of time. They lost him in the Super Bowl to a concussion in against New England. It held their offense back, not having that playmaker out there in that particular game. I think that was the year 2. They had Cooper Kupp that year. So I think it's more the concussions than it is the player he is, as much as anything else. And the Rams had to kind of move him at the time they did, as well as they were trying to get their salary situation in the right place, their cap in the right place. D Nugget came in for the thumbs up. Thank you, D Nugget. Appreciate you hitting the thumbs up on that. Helps me out a ton. Why do I? Seattle has 7 defensive ends right now. Green would have to have a huge jump to beat out LJ or Mayoa for a spot on the roster. Well, I think him and LJ are the two that are going to have to battle it out. Why do I? I mean, that's what it's probably down to. Those are the two guys that are going to be fighting here. And probably LJ comes out of it because he can play some 3-tech. Versus, I'm not sure Rasheem is really that good at playing 3-tech. They've tried him at it a few times and not really gotten anything as far as good. It's not really done much for an upshot for them in that respect. But him and LJ are fighting it out for sure. You're not carrying 7 defensive ends once we get to the season. Salamander Parkas, why is he so confident that we are going to win the division? We have to play a good Rams quarterback, and also Kyler is good as well. Salamander, I'd point you back to just the start of this live stream. I did an opening 15 minutes of thoughts where I broke down the moves that those teams have made within this division and why I have this confidence and why I see us taking that step forward. I look at the moves that have made in this division, and I'm not impressed. They've not impressed me. You can have a splashy move like the Cardinals and going out and getting J.J. Watt and Rodney Hudson. What else have you done other than that? You know, you lose Patrick Peterson, you bring in Malcolm. You weren't that good of a team last year. You were an average league team. What is it that you're going to do that's going to lead me to believe you're taking that step forward this next season? I just haven't seen that in any of the teams in our division do that. I haven't. And the Rams bringing in Stafford over Goff is fine, Salamander, but you've got to factor in the 7, 8, 9 guys that they've lost on their roster due to the fact that they are up against their cap. So it's a little bit of the way the situation's played out with the other teams as much as the good offseason I think that we've had. Randall McDaniel, our defensive room is crowded. Dunlap, the new guy, Taylor, Robinson Green. I think I'm missing someone. Plus the PED guy, Al Woods, and more. How many do we keep? Well, you left off Hamilton, too. You got Hamilton as your 3-tech right now, too. I'm going to make a guess right now. Because you save $1 million from Green, I don't think you save anything from LJ. I'm going to flip out Green and say he's gone. So, again, you got Darrell Taylor, LJ Collier, Alton Robinson, Kerry Hyder, Benson Mayoa, Carlos Dunlap. That's your 6 defensive ends. You'll keep Brian Monet, Al Woods, and Poona Ford as your defensive tackles. Everybody else gets cut or practice squatted if they have practice squad eligibility. Seahawks Network, they drafted Shaq, Mike Tyson, Delano Hill, and Tedrick Thompson all in one draft. I think they attempted to remake that Legion of Boom. They could have. The thing I would say with that is that they went with way different players as far as a model type. And I don't know if they had a lot of picks in that draft, Seahawks Network. So it wasn't like they had 7 picks that year and then they went out for all cornerbacks. That was the draft that they had, 12, 13 picks in the draft. I think they had 4 third-round picks and a 4th-round pick in addition to that. So they just had a lot of picks to make. Shaq was a 6th, Tyson was a 6th-round pick, so that was kind of a flyer choice. So if we break it down to Lano Hill, Tedrick Thompson, and the guy you also left off on that list there. Oh, you had Shaq. You did have Shaq on there. They did try to grab 3 of those guys, but it was also more of a need than it was them replacing the Legion of Boom. This was right about the time when I think you had Cam Chancellor retiring, and you had Earl Thomas getting older, and you knew you weren't going to pay him on another contract, so you needed to get his heir apparent there at the free safety position. So it was more about a need. This is it's more to what I speak to Seahawks Network, where their draft strategy, if you look from 2015 to essentially even 2019, was built more on pick. We have this need. We don't have a backup for this. We need this desperately. Let's go get it. Oh, we're going to lose this guy. Let's get this guy, rather than picking the best player available off the board. And that's how I think they've gotten out of that. And that's why those guys, you don't get the results you think you're going to get when you are picking for need. You tend to talk yourself into picks rather than grabbing who's the best player to grab at that point in time. And I think Seahawks Network says, I think the front office felt the pressure of the Legion of Boom aging, and they just went all out, on one draft. Clearly, it didn't work. A waste of resources. It could have been that. I guess there's the one thing I would argue with it too is it's like, why not go earlier and pick earlier if you're trying to do the Legion of Boom for more talented players rather than just taking swings at it, which is what they were trying to do with their draft picks over that time period. Collect as many draft picks as we can, take as many swings as we can at the ball versus actually targeting individual players that you think would be good fits or building blocks for your defense going forward. To me, it was just about getting bodies in more than it was getting specific bodies, the right bodies in to get it done. Again, it was a draft to me that had there must have been 12 or 11 picks in that draft. So you picked a lot of other positions as well, in addition to picking for the secondary in that draft. You picked a few more for the secondary, but it was just a lot of picks. You weren't just sitting with just the seven picks that were normally allotted to you. You had way more. MWeb says, if we sign AB or Clowney, we're going to be all right. I'd feel all right about that. Why do I see varying view on centers, Josh Myers and Trey Hill. What's your view on those two and when they will go? I'm going to get Myers here real quick. I think I've done Myers. So I want to make sure I'm speaking right. Okay. So Myers, all these guys I try to give a little nickname to. Steady and fun, spectacular. That's the way I draw it to him. And when you look at Landon Dickerson, he is spectacular. He'd be a first-round center in this draft, if not for the fact he has these major injury concerns, which will allow him to probably drop to Seattle. And Creed Humphrey is absolutely fantastic in pass protection. He is a wall. You're not getting past him. Again, a guy that I feel really good about him as a pick, and he's got some star potential to him because he's bringing that skill set to bear. When I look, and by the way, in pass protection, he's not just a combo block guy at center. He's a guy you can put with a one-tech one-on-one, and he will stop that one-tech dead in his tracks. He's got that kind of ability as a pass protector. When you look at Myers, he's fine. He just doesn't have that same kind of dash, that same kind of shine. There's not ding. There's not that kind of thing coming off of him when you watch him as a prospect. He's got a left tackle body, is how I kind of positioned it. He's a very complete player, aside from some problems with blitzing. So if you overload him a little bit, he sometimes doesn't always pick the right man to block when the blitzes come. Some of that could be on him. Some of that how they set up protections there at Ohio State. Some of it could be on the quarterback setting the protections right. So I can't necessarily put that on him. He's just a little late on the blitzing defenders at times on his recognition. And you can clean that up. That can be coached. He often waits for the defender to lay the first blow and then tries to absorb the contact and work around it. I usually like those offensive linemen, especially a center that's so close right there off the ball, to try to initiate contact a little bit more often. And this is specifically at times in pass protection. He gets the job done in space, but it's not pretty. He finds a way to just get his body in front of him. He finds a way to get to the guy on the second level, but he's not a really athletic or quick or fast. He's not blowing anyone off the ball. He's going to look a lot like a traditional center looks, where he's just kind of getting the job done, getting a hat on the guy and keeping the guy neutralized. So it won't ever be flashy with him. Is he a better player than Posick right now? Well, frankly, he's probably very similar to what you have in Ethan Posick right now, Myers. Maybe a little bit of more upside in him because he is a younger guy and we don't yet know what he is, but they're probably pretty similar in what they're both going to bring to the table as far as football players go. But just doesn't have that dash necessarily. Still a fine player. He's a fine player. Why do I? Just doesn't have the dash. Trey Hill, I don't think I've taken a look at Trey Hill quite yet on him. Have I seen Trey Hill? Let me see. I don't think I've done Hill yet. So Hill's on my list. No, I did do Trey Hill. Woo, I did do Trey. Well, I've gotten deep into these ones. So we got a Georgia center. My nickname for him is Clean, Not Lean. He's a mountain of a man and a solid all-around center. He's really good in pass pro. I saw, just like with Humphrey, I saw him singled up against a one tech, and he did very well. That's one of those metrics I'll use on centers. If I can see you in pass protection holding up against a one tech in pass pro, that's got a lot of benefit to me, knowing that I don't just have to have you combo blocking every time in pass protection. It's a very good thing. He's not really quick for his position or fast. This is going to lead me to believe he wouldn't really be a target for Seattle's scheme. They're going to want to look more for mobile offensive linemen, so somewhat first and foremost. And it's just not really his game. Part of that is because he's 6'4" and huge. Part of that as well is I think he ran like a 4.34 40 or something at his pro days. So just not fast. Next to Myers, they're both very safe center prospects, especially if you're talking about having him in on a man-on-man scheme rather than playing in zone, where he's just aligned over a guy and you just let him block and you don't ask him to move out in space very often. He sort of handles guys like an accomplished wrestler. He's one of those guys that when he locks up, you watch him twisting bodies sideways, using that upper body strength to kind of turn guys in a certain way to throw them off their pass rush. So he does flash a lot of good strength. He's not just a mountain of a man without the flash of strength. He's a mountain of a man who's also going to manhandle guys. This is part of why I have him more to going on to a man-on-man scheme versus what our zone scheme is going to be more based in. He smoothly handles double teams, so he's good at that. No problem there. Good pop off the snap. He gives no ground. He's going to lay a nice punch. That's something Josh Myers doesn't do as well of. This guy lays that punch in there really nicely. Sometimes his slowness can have him move at the next level. That's something that you're going to expect. Because he is so damn slow, you get him into a linebacker and try to get him to the second level of things, and he's just going to whiff at times. He's not going to be able to get there fast enough. This is a little bit my problem with Liam Eichenberg as well. Get him pulling in space, and he's just not fast enough to get to the guy that he's got to block. But with that said, get him on a man-on-man scheme where you keep him at the line of scrimmage more often than not, and just have him blasting guys off the line, even as not even having to double team, just in one-on-one situations. He's really, Trey Hill, going to excel in that respect. So they're a little different players. Both of them have a bit more of a safe vibe to them than a guy like, let's say, Dickerson does. But upside, I'm not sure. Stop. Just give it a rest. You're messing up the show, kitty. You're messing up the show. Kobe Fan Empire. How you doing, Kobe Fan? John Vandermolen. Great work. Thank you. Hey, thank you, John. I appreciate you so much. Nathaniel, Dwayne Brown will be 36 at the end of the year and out of contract, and I would guess he's probably going to retire after this year, Nathaniel, so we do have to get an answer at the tackle position. UE2K, that's why Belichick is the GOAT. Moves on from players when needed, adjusted his philosophy to align with his roster, and still maintained a defensive mindset. Seahawks have been too rigid. With you on this, I doth do agree. John Robinson, yeah, a lot of this Adams hate is unwarranted. I talked to Rob Stanton, who is a proponent to trade Adams, and it was more Chancellor love and blind hatred than nuanced criticism. I like a lot of where Rob comes from. I think he's one of the more well thought out folks who do this type of stuff and look at the Seahawks really closely and try to make an assessment of them. So I usually find myself more often than not agreeing with Rob overall. I think a little bit of the thing with Adams that he gloms onto a bit with it is just the aspect of not being a scheme fit and then overstating the liability and coverage. I look at last year, and I think that you put him in positions at times where he's covering number one wide receivers on the football field, and you weren't setting up Jamal to succeed. And that's also bearing in that he had more injuries last year than any time in his career. So I don't think the injury situation for a guy that's going to be 25 years old is going to come back up and rear its head in the same way that it did. And I don't think that the coverage issues are going to be the problem they were last year, being that when you look at his history in the NFL with the Jets in coverage, and you look at his history on the college football level in coverage, he was very good in coverage. He was upper level in that respect. So I'll lean back more on that history of him rather than the outlier year. Now, when Rob points to it not being a scheme fit, there's some solid basis to that. Technically speaking, Jamal Adams' best scheme fit is in a 3-4. Does that mean he can't work in a 4-3? Does that mean he can't be a strong safety in a 4-3 under scheme? No. he can still thrive in this scheme too. He's good enough a player to do so. So while there may be a best scheme for him, doesn't mean that he can't work in this one. And as I've said time and time again, John, and it's the thing I'll gravitate in regards to Jamal Adams, and I'll say this ad nauseum because I think it still remains the truth. If you as a defensive football team cannot bring in a 25-year-old defensive player who is going to be a Hall of Famer and who is in the middle of his prime, just heading into his, not in the middle of his prime, just heading into his prime. If you can't take that player and find a way to best utilize him, if your best result for that player is we've got to find a way to trade that guy away, you're doing something wrong on the defensive side of the football. You are failing at the defensive side of the football at that point. Very hard to find Hall of Fame football players. Very hard. And I don't care if it's a depressed position like the safety position or not. When you have one, hold on to him and find a way to get the most out of him. That's what smart football teams do. Rather than going, not a scheme fit. Let's just punt that first round pick and the third round pick, and we'll just get a first round pick back and we'll call it a day. That's to me not a smart way of looking at it, and just in this given situation. John Robinson says he said he wasn't a warrior and a shadow of Chancellor. I think he can be more versatile, and Chancellor would get torched at times. Well, comes to my point, John. Like, how good of Chancellor would have looked if you matched up Chancellor in a key third down in the Buffalo game against Stephon Diggs? Does any of us think that Cam Chancellor in any dimensional, multiverse time-space continuum would be able to stay with Stephon Diggs in coverage? Or, okay, you think you would tell me that's an outlier? Okay, well, would Cam Chancellor have been able to cover Julian Edelman 50 yards down the field against the Patriots? I don't think so. Or, okay, how about we'll give you another one. Cooper Kupp, 45 yards down the field in a playoff game where Jamal Adams has two bum shoulders, broken fingers, pulled groin, and you've got him covering Cooper Kupp down the football field 45 yards. How often did we see Cam Chancellor covering a slot wide receiver down the football field 45 yards? The coaching staff put him at times in positions to not succeed, and he didn't succeed at it. But if he's pointing to Chancellor on that, then that's, to me, Chancellor has nothing to do with the assessment of Jamal Adams, in my opinion. Nothing to do with it whatsoever. And to say he's not a warrior with what he played through last year, and to see the times where he did flash on tape where things were like somewhat healthy in those few moments, like the Falcons game, to me, the potential is all still there for him to work in this defense and to thrive in this defense. I'm glad to see you agree with me, John. Nathaniel, do you think Seattle signed Lockett to get Russell to stop playing with his fun new toy that is also a deep threat, aka DK? By signing Lockett, they can get him to embrace the short passing game more? I don't know on that. I think that Tyler had earned a new contract. He had his best year of his career. He had outperformed his previous deal. He was due to sign a contract extension. This team doesn't tend to be one that's cold-blooded to the players in giving out contracts. If you outperform your contract and you've earned it, they will sign you to an extension. It's like Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. And this Schneider and Carroll have shown an ultimate willingness to reward players who put in the work and do what they need to do. And Tyler's done that. I think that was going to allow him to be paid kind of regardless of Russell's situation, especially considering the fact that you're able to half his cost this year as it pertains to the cap by putting him on a new deal. Oh, Kobe fan, thank you for the love. Appreciate you. UE2K, Adams is a great player, but we got fleeced in the trade. He isn't a fit for Pete's scheme, and a wasted Blair pick. And according to analytics, it's too much money to be tied up at safety. Lot to unpack there, UE2K. We may have very well gotten fleeced in the trade, so I probably, of all the things you just spoke about there, I agree with you. I don't think that Jamal Adams is only a purified fit for a 3-4 scheme. That may be his best scheme fit, but it doesn't mean that he can't excel in a 4-3 scheme, especially if we are allowed to bring in certain machinations of the 3-4, i.e. a little bit more of a willingness to blitz to better utilize his skill set. We turn him into sort of a hybridized player between a 3-4 to 4-3 at that point. And while he's not a purified 3-4, then so be it. We can still get the most out of him. Shut up. Sorry, hold on. My cat's freaking out. Okay. Stop. We got to stop now. Okay. She's being a little needy right now. Just a little bit. So the scheme fit wise, I just don't buy into it, 2K. Yeah, not the best scheme fit here in a 4-3, but with that said, Hall of Fame player, heading into his prime, find a way to make it work. As far as the Blair pick being a waste, very well may turn out to be a wasted pick. The one thing with Blair and counting on him to be your starting strong safety right now as we move into this next year, he's coming off a major ACL injury. Is he ready to roll? Is he 100%? Is he going to hit the ground running day one and be at his full speed? Or is he going to take half the season to get his legs back under him? A lot like we saw with Rashad Penny, where it took well beyond a year for him to even start to kind of get his legs under him to be ready to get out there and go. We like to think, again, medical science is going to get these guys back on their feet instantaneously, but sometimes this stuff can take a little bit more time than that. So I don't know if I'm going to necessarily count on a guy just tore his ACL and move off of Adams for that reason. As far as the too much money to be tied into safety talk, and this is, again, where I think narrative versus what the reality really plays out to being here. If Jamal is going to be willing to take a $16 million per year deal, which is where I've maintained, I think $16.5 million on average is where the deal will fall out at. That's okay, and that's fine from my standpoint of it. And I don't think that that's an overpay, especially for the guy that would be able to provide the type of impact he provides. Adding in, I think he'll be a good coverage player who does also give you good pass rush when they finally realize how to best utilize him. Now having a full year to kind of learn that. Because they had to learn him too, Iwi. It wasn't like they knew everything about him walking in the gate. They had to learn what he did best, how to best fit him, where to best put him in place to succeed. But again, I think as far as the analytics saying it's too much money to be tied up in safety, I've not necessarily seen if you're putting at 16 that's the worst way to go. I get the people that want to put safety on that market and say that's not the place to invest in. I don't know. I'm much more willing in this particular scheme to invest in safety than I am in corner. I think the impact can be much more with the safety than it can be with the corner in this scheme. So when the analytics just say it's not worthwhile to pay to the safety in that respect, this is the place where maybe I'm not as much in agreement with analytics because, well, what about the scheme? Schemes don't matter then? It's just basically safeties don't matter and it doesn't matter the scheme. All safeties are then basically irrelevant. You should just never pay a safety. I don't know. I'll tell you this. Bringing on Antoine Winfield Jr. last year by the Buccaneers was one of the biggest things that allowed that he was the one major addition they made over that offseason. And he turned a lot of that secondary around in what he did for the Tampa Bay. And that was one of their glaring weaknesses that turned into a strength. And it was done largely, in my opinion, off the back of some of those guys developing, but also bringing in an uber-talented guy like Winfield who could really be a difference maker for them back there in that secondary. Washington Fitzquez, a couple of guinea pigs. Oh, guinea pig. If we don't sign KJ, what do you think about drafting a safety to linebacker on passing downs? Might be able to get a better player than what's left at linebacker later in the draft, like USC's safety Talona Hufunga. I like that idea. I was looking at a guy last night, and I'm trying to remember who I was looking at. But I was looking at a guy last night that I was like, man, this guy could probably play a little bit of linebacker if you needed to. He had kind of the size, and I'll remember in a second here at some point. I've been looking at so many players, but I saw a guy like that I was like, this guy could probably come down and play a little bit of linebacker. I'm not sure about him. Oh, it was Diablo. It was Diablo Divine, right? The guy that everybody talks about is the Cam Chancellor. He's wearing number 17 for Virginia Tech. He's a guy that I look at, and I watched him last night, and I was like, man, what if this guy came down and played Will? Because he's okay as a safety. He's fine as a safety. He's a different player than Cam. He's got a little bit of some stuff to him that Cam has. But I do like your thought process on that. And I think that there's been recent history of taking guys, moving them from, like a Thomas Davis, I think originally came in this league as a safety that they moved to linebacker. And especially with the league moving to more of a pass-happy approach, getting a guy that's maybe more, especially at the will, is more based on being a strong defender against the pass versus being a run stuffer first and foremost, is maybe where you want to lean towards in roster building as you move into this league going forward, as passing becomes more, what you have to stop. More of the onus is on it. Randall, what's your cat's name? We have two, Andy Cohen and Salem. We had another one named Sancho, but he got electrocuted last year. Ooh, God, poor guy. This one is Pumpkin. And so this one was a gift to my ex on her birthday, and my cat never took to her. So I end up owning this one at that day. And then the other one is my black cat is named Xena Princess Warrior, because we originally got her for being a mouser. So she was my little warrior cat, which is ironic because the orange one's actually more of the warrior and the black one's more of the lover. Seahawks Network, Brandon Cooks got knocked out in 2 different Super Bowls. Oh my God, it was 2 of them, huh? Yeah, just that I don't like the concussions. The one injury I don't like messing with because it's random. It can last weirdly. You can't get over it. It's just I don't mess with concussions. Go Hawks. Who is this Hamilton guy you keep talking about at the defensive tackle position? Do you mean that's what I mean? Maybe that's what I mean. I thought we had a Hamilton too. I thought we've got a 3-tech Hamilton on the roster as well. Maybe I'm thinking of Lattimore, Go Hawks, but I think if you check, hold on, I'm gonna look this up right now. Yeah. Am I wrong on this? Am I mixing names? Maybe I am messing up names here. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. I guess it is Lattimore I'm thinking of. They've got a... Yeah, it must be Lattimore I'm thinking of. But yeah, they've got supposedly the coaching staff's high on him. I don't know where they're really at on. Probably just a camp body at the end of the day. Well, Fish Gus, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you watching Fish Quest. I salute you, sir. This is for cat food. Should be good for a can. Joking. Go Hawks. Road to 5K. Road to 5K, brother. We're on it, man. We're on it. And thank you for the $5. I will get the kitties a treat in your name. We'll get them some wet food. You know how cats love themselves wet food. So we'll get her set up for you. But thank you. Appreciate you. Randall McDaniel, you know anything about Ramondre Stevenson, running back out of Oklahoma? 7.2 yards per carry in 2 years. Scored touchdown every 13 touches. Yeah. Again, probably my favorite back of the later back guys that are there. You know, if you're talking about your 5th, 6th round guys, we're getting past the guys that'll be taking the 3rd and 4th round. He's probably my favorite, Randall. Let me find him here. So I've got my little note on him as I say he runs like Hermes, but he's built like Hercules. He's a big back with nifty moves in tight spaces. He would definitely fit the Marshawn body mold that the Seahawks tend to gravitate towards. His leg gait, the way he kind of runs, Randall, if you watch him, go watch a little, just, I know you know what Walter Payton looks like, but he's got a little bit of the Walter Payton run gait to him and how his legs look when they run. It definitely stood out to me a little bit with him. Jump cutting and bounce back against the flow of traffic ability should translate to the NFL. So his vision and his ability to cut back on a dime, that shiftiness despite being a big guy. Usually big guys take a little bit of time to change where they're going or where they're moving towards, but not him. He can just instantaneously kind of cut on a dime. I love that with a guy his size. He breaks less tackles than a guy his size would normally do. This is part of why he drops down a little bit. He's got the Hercules body, but it's not always his runs as hard as it would fit to his frame and as far as you'd like. Now he's got a little bit of the short area burst and the ability to have some moves in the short area. So he overcomes that on a skill set wise. I've got my bottom line on him is I think his floor is as a terrific 3rd down back in this league. Most likely, and I think he most likely starts for a few years in this league. He's very skillful as a running back. Not a lot of holes to his game, but he doesn't have any amazing skills either. He does everything really, really good. He's very technically, fundamentally sound as a running back. He runs behind his pads. He stays low. He doesn't get up high. You can't pick a lot of things with him where it's, he will run through arm tackles, but if you get basically your arms on him, you're pulling him down to the ground, you're getting him down. But he'll break a lot of tackles with some of his juking ability and just some of his cut ability and vision that he pairs it with. So like his size, like his speed, didn't get a lot of carries there with Oklahoma. That's the thing where you wonder, why wasn't he getting featured a little bit more? But Oklahoma loves to throw the football. Let's face it. Lincoln Riley's more about passing the ball than he's going to be necessarily about running it. But I love him. Good player, man. Very good player. Thank you, Nathaniel. Please smash that like button if you're new on in here. You haven't done so far. It does help me out. Somebody said we're on the road to 5,000. As Washington Fish Quest said, we're on the road to 5,000. Go Hawks. What tackles are hitting free agency next year that we can use some of that $90 million cap space on to replace Dwayne Brown with? I don't know on that one. I haven't looked at next year's free agents yet. Let's see. Free agent. Let's see if we can see what Sports Track tells us as far as that goes. I definitely would say that they're probably, being that we don't have a replacement, though they might look for one in this draft, very well are probably going to go down the same route that they've gone before, being that they look for an aging left tackle like you had with Dwayne Brown, who's not necessarily going to be a young guy or the best of the best in the league, but just be decent. Let's see here. So Cam Robinson's on a franchise tag. Maybe you take a look at him. Taylor Moton of Carolina. Terran Armstead would be very interesting. He's due to be a free agent, and the Saints aren't probably going to have the money to be able to spend on him. He might be my number one target if I was to have to look at one guy above all else. I would gravitate towards Terran Armstead. Good movement, tight end. Can do what we need to do in this offense. He'd be the guy above anybody else. YDY, Seattle has drafted poorly since 2012, but I think most are overly critical of the third contracts given to the vets or D. They were playing in their prime at the time and did not have injury histories. This is why I give them a little bit of rope on that YDY, and I don't hammer them as much. The blowback you would have received for not signing Cam Chancellor to another contract and then trading him, or I just think that people would have been hating on, they would have lost either way in that scenario. People would have been angry at him either way they went with it. And I agree with you that the contracts you signed those guys to weren't super aging contracts or guys that were really old. There was guys that should have still had a few more years left on their career, still more prime left to their career, as in Cam Chancellor's case or Cliff Avrill's case. They just got some crazy injury stuff that popped up out of nowhere. They lost guys just kind of back to back to back to back, had to get out from under them, and it was too big of a hit for a couple-year period there. Randall McDaniel, Chris Evans from Michigan's a running back to take a flyer on. Lots of talent. Got suspended in 2019. Good size, speed, and very little wear and tear. I liked him okay, Randall. He didn't wow me, but he was all right. He was okay. He's a late-round flyer guy. I mean, if I've got to pick between like him and, let's say, Robinson out of Alabama, with they both going around the same place, I go more with the Robinson. Evans, to me, is a guy that just didn't pop for me as much as maybe I think I wanted him to. Seahawks Network, the 2013 draft class was the worst by a mile. Absolutely garbage. I'm actually going to make a video on it. Nice. Go Hawks. To give Bama a fan assessment of Landon Dickerson, he's a monster in pass per toe and a road grader in the run game and a big ball of energy that gets the whole team hyped. It's for those reasons that I love Landon Dickerson, and I would be all on board Go Hawks with taking him. I really dig this guy. I'm not super worried about it. I'm worried about the injury history, but it wouldn't scare me enough because of the upside. You draft in the draft. You draft in this high in the draft for upside. You draft for star potential. You draft to get the guy that's going to shoot the moon. This guy shoots the moon in every way, shape, and form, as you said. He's not just one trick. There's not just, I'm just good in pass pro, but I suck in run blocking, or I'm good in run blocking, but I can't pass pro for my life. He does both equally very, very well. Would love to be able to add that to this team. YDY Adams should be a monster this year if healthy and we stop asking the strong safety to cover the slot wide receiver. Facts. Facts. Go Hawks, as Rob Stanton's known for his high school takes. He's got, most of the time I do agree with Rob. I got to agree. A lot of times we're on the same page in a lot of the things, and I like the way he looks at the draft. I like he's been doing some great work on drafts for years now over there at the Seahawks draft blog. I mean, he's been doing it a damn near over a decade, I think he's been working on that site over there. You got to give him props for that. But on this Adams one, I think I don't see eye to eye on that one. Go Hawks 05, once the Adams extension is inked, I'm buying his jersey. Well, I hope so. I think it's going to happen too, Go Hawks. So I'm with you on that. I think it's happening, and it's a good jersey to buy, man. It's a great jersey to buy. I think I'm going to try to get my brother one too, because I know he was my brother's favorite player last year before we got him. He was so hyped that we got him. UE2K, Cam would have been covering those guys. Cam wouldn't have been covering those guys. He would have been playing center field and tried to decapitate them. Are you saying, UE2K, that you think that Adams was freelancing and doing something different schematically in coverage that the coaches weren't asking him I don't know what you mean on that one, man. Because Cam, he was doing what they asked him to do. They asked him to line up against Stephon Diggs. They asked him to line up one-on-one against these guys. They asked him to cover one-on-one. They weren't having him play zone, and he just picked up zone and took them. They essentially were having him play man coverage against wide receivers, which you would not normally ask your strong safety on any team in this league to do. Maybe Honey Badger is the only, technically, and he plays a little bit of both free to strong. So I don't, yeah. Why do I? Adams gets 9.5 sacks constantly blitzing last year. People say Pete can't adapt his scheme to help Adams shine. Am I missing something here? Adams is a playmaker. He makes impactful plays. You're not missing anything from my standpoint. I would agree with you. A little bit of what happens, I think, on the people that knock that why do I, and they're right to point this out, is that when you look at his blitz percentage last year to get that 9.5 sacks, he had to be blitzed at twice the highest rate previously of his career. And this is coming from Greg Marshall's scheme, which is Mr. Blitzburg in the modern era. I mean, Marshall blitzes as much as anybody. So you're probably overusing him a little bit too much in the blitz game. You're trying to just take advantage of that one thing he does great and really hammer it. And it's probably just a little bit as far as the total number of times you're blitzing. But with that said, it's a bench. Hard to see it not be a benefit to the team, a guy with that kind of skill that he brings to play. And as you said, he's a playmaker. To me, he's just a guy, you get him on your defensive football team and he should make your defense better. And if he's not making your defense better, then you as a coaching staff, I believe, are doing something wrong. But I think they will adapt. Why do I agree? I saw Carroll willing to show that adaptation. And it's something that people don't really give him credit for here with this Adams deal at all, frankly. And it's understanding you blitzed at like number 31, number 32 in the league for like an 8-year stretch. You blitzed the least amount of anybody in the NFL. And you turned into one of the more blitz-heavy teams last year. That is adaptation. You know, whether it works or not, you can knock it as saying, well, they don't know how to make that work. That's a valid criticism. But to say that it's Carroll's not willing to adapt his scheme is incorrect. Maxwell Stern, what do I think about Benjamin St-Juste? Maxwell, what I've asked people to do on Benjamin St-Juste who might be really high on him is you can go on YouTube right now and you can go watch a full game of Benjamin St-Juste in Minnesota playing Penn State. Watch him in that game. Concentrate just on him in that game. You're going to see a guy struggles in tackling, struggles in zone. I watched him get turned around playing 10 yards and off coverage, which is absolutely ridiculous. I think he's really, really rough on a lot of the edges. Too rough for me to want to pick when there's so many more corners in this draft that fit to that Seahawks model of size, speed, length, who are better football players at this point in time in their career. I'll let somebody else develop that particular little diamond. UE2K says, I said, keep Adams. I'm never in favor of getting rid of great players, just feeding you some of that analytics stuff you're always giving me. See how quickly you ditched it when it doesn't make sense? How quickly I ditched what? What are the analytics that you're referencing that I'm ditching? All right. You love to fight as much as anybody, just hammer on stuff back and forth, back and forth. I don't know what the analytics you're talking about. So I don't know what you're saying I'm disregarding analytics on. If we're talking about the analytics of last year and his ability in coverage, I've spoken to that. And again, I've never said UE2K, the analytics are the end all be all. It's a weighted thing where you weight everything. You don't just use your eye test. Well, my eyeballs tell me this, so this is the truth, as you tend to lead towards, where you won't back up stuff. You'll just say, this is what my eyes say, so that's the way it is. You go through all of it. You use your eye test, you use analytics, you use base numbers that aren't analytics, you use expert opinion throughout the league of people that also have a little bit of valuable input. You take in as much information, you take in as much input to then make your assessment of a player. You don't just gravitate towards one thing and say, I'm a pro football focus guy, and that's all that I'm going to weight it towards. You utilize everything. But please tell me where it is. And if you're pointing to his coverage grade last year, or you're pointing to Jamal Adams' pro football focus grade, and again, you're doing this with being in that, you're back into that very simplistic approach to things rather than adding the nuance, adding the layers that have to be brought into play. So if you're going to look at Pro Football Focus score grades from Jamal Adams and go, okay, look how bad a player he was last year according to Pro Football Focus. Okay, so you'll take that 1 year as an outlier and say that that must be the truth for his whole career. Or do we take the whole other additional years we have as analytical data where he was healthy and not fighting through 4 different injuries at one time and say that maybe that's more of the benchmark than this 1 year outlier? And that's the thing that I've gone with you over and over a little bit, UE2K, is sometimes you will go to the sample size of data, the small stage of data. You'll take an analytic data and you'll go from a single game like a Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl pass protection grade, rather than taking multiple years of data, rather than trying to expand that data out. Taking in what I've asked you to do is to take in more input. Take in as much input as you can, not just your eye test, not just the analytic test, but the totality of the input that you can, as much as you possibly can factor in. And I think the only thing I say is in our disagreements on this 2K is sometimes is you will just try to go to the quick, simplistic approach on an argument or a debate rather than letting those layers fully be implemented in, letting the full nuance fully implement in. And that just, to me, that ends up telling just part of the story. You're not telling the whole of the story. We got some donos coming through. M. Webb with a $5 donation. Thank you, M. Webb. I salute you, sir, and appreciate you. AB or Clowny, and it's chip time, baby. Love the streams, my man. I appreciate you. Love you, bro. And you grab both of those guys. You grab one of those guys. I'm going to feel real good about this team. So I think Clowney's probably going to the Browns at this point. Unfortunately, I think that you got that Kerry Hyder signing probably X'd you out of the Clowney sweepstakes. But I think it's 50-50 between us and Tampa Bay as far as AB goes. I think we're the 1-2 teams on his list. Probably the one that spends the most money is the one that gets him, because he is going to be about getting paid. But I like him quite a bit. On this team, you upgrade that number 3 wide receiver role 100%. A vast improvement over what we added in David Moore. And thank you for that $5 donation. Appreciate you. And Spencer Smith, following that up with a $10 dono. Boom. Thank you. He says, first-time donation. Well, thank you for that first-time donation, Spencer. I salute you and thank you, sir. Long-time listener. Love the community you're building and how you always put realistic analysis first. Thoughts on Seattle going after De'Ami Brown in their second, or is that a reach? No, not at all. And thank you for being a long-time listener. I know we've got a few folks in there listening to the background on stuff, and I do appreciate you, man. I love it. Love seeing new folks, new names in the chat, and appreciate that donation, man. Strong. I love De'Ami Brown. De'Ami Brown is a guy that just eats up that first 7 yards of space as good as any receiver in this draft. His release is fantastic, and he is absolutely Mr. Acceleration. He also has awesome body control in his routes, and his ability to get up to full speed and then control his body and contort his body in a way to set up his routes. Now, the tough part about this is that he doesn't have a wide route tree to run with North Carolina. They asked him to run a lot of those go routes. He sort of had the DK Metcalf route tree coming out of UNC. But you see enough of the flashes when he's asked to run those other routes, and his ability to create sudden separation. He doesn't need a lot of territory to create it. Cornerbacks are absolutely scared at the base of their soul with him when it comes to how far they stand off coverage. I don't know if there's another guy past maybe Devontae Smith in this draft or Jamar Chase who cornerbacks had to stand so far off the line of scrimmage because they were so worried about his speed. And not just the speed, it's that 7 yards that he eats up. If you're in press coverage and he eats that 7 yards up on you as fast as he will with a normal cornerback, he's got the 2 and 3 steps on that guy like that instantaneous. I really believe, Spencer, he's probably taken at the top of the second round because of this. He's been a late riser coming up boards. I mean, shoot, Chris Sims has got him, I think, number 3 or something on his wide receiver board list. I wouldn't put him that high. But I do think he's taken high in the second round. He's got the size at 6 feet. He's not limited. There's a lot of slottish receivers in this draft, and he's not one in that respect. So this leads me to believe with that, those little skill sets that he pairs, the deep speed, the acceleration to where you got almost a guy who's almost quick and fast. That's a nice little coupling to have at the wide receiver position. Hands are a little inconsistent at times, but the wow factor to his physical traits is there to where I just think he'll be taken higher. Now, if he were to fall to Wes Spencer in the second round, I'd jump on him all day in the second at that point. That's tremendous value to get the receiver at that point, who should be almost a fringe first round wide receiver at the end of the day. And factor in as well, he's got Daz Newsome playing for him at UNC. You've got the 2 running backs, and one of those running backs they'd line out at wide receiver wasn't featured a lot because they didn't have to feature him a lot because they had a lot of other assets there to work with. So a guy that's value might be depressed a little bit because people might knock him for a lack of production, where in actuality, the lack of production just comes from all of the pass targets and they wanted to run the ball too. And so that's going to shorten down the game, shorten down the amount of throws that you have. But I love De'Ami Brown, Spencer. Great player with a little bit of star potential to him. That acceleration, that get off, and then into that speed is something that not all receivers have. You have guys that might be fast but not quick, or quick but not fast. But getting both of those 2 traits, look out. Look out. And thank you, Spencer, for that $10 donation. Randall McDaniel, Oklahoma running back similar to Robert Turbin, big dude who doesn't break tackles. No, here's where the difference is on them. The difference on them is Robert Turbin was a one-cut runner. He's going to put 1 foot in the ground and he's going to go forward. And there's not any shimmy, there's not any shake, there's not any juke. He wasn't a jump cutter. He was a guy who just wanted to go pick his hole and then start heading down the field and get as much steam as he can get going. And then, he's essentially trying to run full speed out the first 2 or 3 steps, which was nice, I'm sure, from a coaching staff standpoint, because he looks like he's being very like he's being very aggressive attacking the hole and just running downhill, as they like to say about running backs. But where this guy's different is this guy's got more vision than Turbin ever had. He will go find daylight, and he's also more sudden. He can break a tackle by doing a juke. And that's a skill set that I just don't think, Randall, that Robert Turbin ever really had. I thought Robert was always limited as a running back in his skill set. Why? 2022 effective cap space down to $46 million, but $36 million more than any other team in NFC West. We are set up for a good run next year too. Yeah, when I was looking recently, why, we had about the third or fourth most amount of cap space in the entire NFL right now as we move into next offseason. So we're sitting and we're positioned really well. Part of the reason why it was okay to eat some voidable years into next year, eat some voidable money into next year's cap, because you were sitting on so much cap. You can eat some of you can put those voidable years and still have the fifth amount most of space. And that's not saying as well. Let's also factor into that why. You're sitting with that amount of space and you have 2 points that are right now attributed to that effective cap. 2 costs that probably will be removed off of that cap. First, you're not going to probably do the 5th-year option on Penny. So that's about $5 million that comes off the books in addition to that. And you can save $16.5 million by moving on from Bobby Wagner next year. So you got another $21 million that you can create in cap space on top of that. Why? Randall McDaniel says Najee Harris is a Steven Jackson clone. I think he'll be a good pro. I do too. A big back who runs with a little bit of finesse, but does have enough of the hard running ability of a bigger back too to combo with it. I like Najee. He's been beaten up by some folks here in this process, but I think he's going to be a solid running back in this league. I don't know if I see the star, because Steven Jackson had some star years where he was like one of the better, probably one of the top 3 running backs for a year or two in there when he was really cooking. And I don't know if Najee's quite got the size Jackson had. Close. He's a little more slighter, where I feel like Jackson was a little more thicker built. But I like the comparison. Solid comp, man. Solid comp. UE2K, Adams did as asked. Wasn't making any negative comment about Adams, but was just reminiscing about Cam's ferocity. Oh, my bad. I read it wrong. Seahawks 05, I was thinking about how good the Quandre trade was. We traded a 2025th, and they sent us a 5th this year that turned into Gabe Jackson. What a baller trade. Yeah, fantastic deal by the Seahawks to get Quandre when they did. They made a couple of those deals now back-to-back seasons, and it's part of the reason why I say keep that flexibility with your cap, because these deals always seem to come up every year. We saw it with the Carlos Dunlap deal, where the main thing that needed to make that deal work was not you getting the right draft capital to the Cincinnati Bengals. You could do that. What you needed to make it work was you had to restructure his deal at the time to fit into the cap. So having that cap flexibility does kind of afford you that. It affords you, building that in a little bit. But I love it. They've got a little bit of a muddy spot now right around the trade deadline, kind of targeting a guy and bringing a guy in and not having to give up a lot for him to do that. They've been very smart with that. I'd love to see them do it again. And Nui 2K, I love Cam Chancellor too. So I don't want to knock Cam. He was a fantastic player. A guy's going to be one of the better strong safety, maybe the best strong safety in Seahawk history. It's just that he's a different player from Jamal Adams. They're not the same kind of players, and we can't compare them. And we can love Cam and we can love Jamal. We don't have to be mutually exclusive where we love one or the other. We can like chocolate and vanilla. It's okay. Randall says the fact that Adam switched teams and didn't have an offseason to gel can't be overlooked. This isn't Madden. It's real life and things matter. Switching teams isn't easy. No, it takes a while for not just the player to learn the team, but the team to learn the player. And he's coming from a 3-4 blitz-heavy scheme that's multi-dimensional and comes from every different angle and has probably a playbook that's this thick, to coming to the Seattle Seahawks playbook, which starts out at about that thick. And it's a 4-3, and it's a read and react versus an attacking scheme. It's learning a new language a little bit. And we got to give a little bit of time, especially considering, as you spoke to, Randall, he didn't have the offseason. There were no mini camps. There was no training camp for Jamal in Seattle. He came in at the last minute on a last minute deal. So I think there's a lot of reason to believe he will be much more improved this year than what we saw off last year. GSD, which teams that were expanded in 74 better historically, the Buccaneers or the Seahawks? Well, it depends on how we're going to measure it, GSD. If we're going to measure it by Super Bowl titles, obviously the Buccaneers have us beat by 1. But I would say if we're going to just talk about complete, if we're going to measure in just being consistently a winning program or a better program, we've been the better one. We've been the one that's been to the playoffs more. We've won more division titles. We've been to 3 Super Bowls. They've been to 2 Super Bowls. So if you're going to do it by that metric, we win it. But if it's by just, who wins Super Bowls, well, then they got us at that point. TGC Nave says, what position do you think Seattle will draft in the second? I don't think that we draft in the second, TGC. I think you trade back to the top of the third to pick yourself up an extra 5th round pick. If I was playing the odds, if I was going to Vegas and laying down a bet, that'd be the bet that I would lay down. Because you don't have a lot of other picks to trade back to assume more picks. You trade back from the 4th round to the 5th round. Maybe you get an extra 7th rounder, maybe a 6th rounder, but there's just not a lot to be had there by moving back. Whereas you move off a 2nd to a 3rd, you can actually get a little bit. Randall says, go Hawks. I don't think Quandre is appreciated enough. 8 picks in 21 games for us. And I agree. He has been a stud for us. He really came along last year. As the year went on. UE2K says, don't tase me, bro. Just ribbing you about analytics, what they say about paying safety, and found it humorous that you were quick to disagree then when we didn't jive with your findings like me. Well, we all are going to have some confirmation bias, UE2K, and I don't mind you ribbing me a little bit. We get in our debates with this type of thing. It's fun talk, man. I like going around with you on it. So it's not, I don't mind it. I just want to make sure I'm being specific at times with where we're finding the criticism. But I'm not going to throw out analytics whole hog. I'll throw out analytics if you take a given game and say, we're going to use this game to extrapolate numbers from, or this one thing, or this one last year versus 5 years of other data. That's at that point, that's where we get back to the word we talk about a lot too, where it's the cherry pick. But I will tell you, bro, we're good, man. We're good. And I think I'm more in agreement with you on stuff more often than not lately than I am in disagreement with you. Randall says, I'm going to watch some tape on the Okie running back and De'Ami Brown. Good. You're going to like the tape on Deon Ramondre. He's awesome. Spencer Smith, you mentioned Daz Newsome in discussing De'Ami Brown's role being potentially limited in that offense. I'm personally hoping for a veteran cornerback signing and taking a high-end wide receiver in the 2nd round. So you'd be probably okay, Spencer, with doing like a Sherm thing. Sherm, or you go with Hayward out there. Casey Hayward, also a guy that played for a lot of years in Chargers who were using the Seahawks scheme, would be a fit as well. And then looking at wide receiver in the 2nd round. I can see where you're going from on that, Spencer, because if you wait into that 4th round, you're deep into the 4th round. The next time you pick after that point, you're not going to get as talented a wide receiver or anywhere near as talented a wide receiver as what you would be picking probably in that 2nd round. It's going to be probably a pretty stiff drop-off by the time you get to that 4th round. So I can see the logic and reasoning in going with receiver. And let's face it, it is a need right now. We talk about signing Antonio Brown, but we haven't signed Antonio Brown. And right now we've got David Moore having left in free agency, where right now Freddie Swain is your basically number 3 wide receiver. That's not good enough. That's for sure, Spencer. We've got to improve there. So I'd be okay with it. Mark Huck, sleeping on Steven Jackson. He was elite for about 4 or 5 years. That's with being coached by Jeff Fisher and zero imagination to that offense with Mr. Glass, Sam Bradford. Yeah, well, I think I said I thought 2 or 3 years he was one of the top 3 running backs in the league during that span. So he's a fantastic running back. I love Steven Jackson. It pissed me off too at the time because he was a guy coming out of Oregon State, and Seattle was in a position where they could have taken him theoretically, I think, if I remember correctly. They were, I think we were still just kind of married to Sean Alexander. My brain's kind of forgetting on that one exactly how it played out. But no, Steven Jackson was a great back, complete back. He could catch out of the backfield. Big boy too, hard to bring down in open space, man. He was like 255 out there, just stacked. Go Hawks. I've had some spooky predictions. The last 2 years, I said the number 1 player I wanted 2019 draft was DK. And after the Cards loss, I said JS shouldn't sleep until we got Dunlap. All right, what's your next one? Oh, your next one is Farley's going to fall to us? Okay, go Hawks. I love it. Well, I'll tell you what, I think Seattle would jump on him if they did. If he falls there, man, hard pressed. He reminded me a lot. I don't know if I've seen as good a corner at keeping himself clean over the top and not getting stacked on the deep ball than Caleb Farley. You are not beating him deep. You are just not doing it. He will outrun that receiver and he will stay on top of them throughout the whole route. Just a fantastic skill, which is really the number 1 skill you need to see in Seahawks corners. First and foremost is their ability to stay clean over the top when that's their first priority, and then what they do around that. How can they do on the shorter routes then while maintaining their depth on the deep routes to not get beat deep? It's a skill, but one that he has, and because he can still play all that good coverage on the short stuff really well in addition to it. I'd love it, man. I love it. 312, Brady isn't the GOAT. Brady isn't the GOAT system quarterback. Okay. You might be alone on that one, 312. Spencer Smith, but if we didn't go that route, would Daz be a nice addition later? He seems to be falling in mocks over shoddy pro day numbers. Quite honestly, Spencer, Daz is one that I've not gotten to yet on my tape study. So he's on my list. He's a guy I got to get to on that stuff. I'm getting deeper and deeper in the list. I'm starting to get through more and more names, and it's my stack is growing. He's on that list. Haven't looked at him as of yet though, so I can't speak to him quite as of yet. Past seen him make a couple catches while I was watching De'Ami Brown, Javonte Williams, and the Brown kid, Michael Brown, who's also going to be drafted out of there. So I've watched a little bit here and there, but I just haven't concentrated on him like I'd like to before I make a full opinion on him. But by next stream, Spencer, I will have taken a look at Daz. I promise. You're second person on this stream who's brought him up. So it's something. When I hear it twice like that, I got to take a look at the guy. I'm missing something. Randall, I'd be okay if we traded back and took 2 wide receivers between round 3 and 4. Some big upside with those guys. Absolutely. You could come away with a couple. You can Tylan Wallace, Marquise Stevenson. I'd be pretty nice little pull-in. That's 2 guys that I like way better than Freddie Swain. Randall says, I want weapons on our offense. If we turn David Moore into a serviceable wide receiver, I think we can do it again. I agree. Let's shoot for more talent than David Moore. He was, of course, a 7th round guy who did well, outperformed his 7th round status, but let's get somebody let's shoot higher. Let's aim for higher. Let's get more talented. YDY, Seattle walks away for a draft with 6 picks minimum. Watch Jess turn that second into a 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Hey, if there's one guy that can do it, YDY, he's the guy in the league that can do it. If there's a general manager who can take 3 picks and, chicken shit and turn it into chicken soup, that is John Schneider's game. That is his MO. He is Mr. Collect extra picks. So I would not be the least bit surprised to see it play out that way. Seahawks Gaming, Steven Jackson, the Derrick Henry of his time. Yeah, you could make a little bit of that. I think with Henry, I feel like he requires a little bit more of the holes to be open for him, where Jackson could get a little bit more done with less. But Henry's got more of the long speed and the big speed. To me, Henry's more of a guy is like the bigger. He's a bigger Eric Dickerson, with the upright running style and the ability to break big tackles. That's really what Henry is, more of his equivalent in NFL history. Jackson, to me, is a little bit of a different player with what he brought to the stage. Eddie George was more like Henry. We're all over the board in our assessments on this. Eddie was not as big as Henry, though. Eddie was he's a bigger back, I guess, for his time. It's not quite as big. Ben is a class act and a role model. Why wouldn't he be allowed? I don't know, man. When you get a nickname that plays off of your last name and people start calling you Rapeless you've probably done something that's not above board at that point. It takes a little bit to get to where your last name literally gets changed into a sexual assault moniker. I don't know if you get to call yourself a class act at that point. But hey, I know you're a Steeler fan, 312. So I get it. Brady is an assistant quarterback. Put any Rodgers in Brady's place on the Pats, and they win 8+ rings. I think Brady's destroyed he's a system quarterback by going to a completely opposite system than he ever played in with the Patriots and winning a Super Bowl with Tampa Bay. Bruce Arians is the antithesis of what the Patriots run with their spread formation concepts. He'll throw extra wide receivers on the football field, but he wants to run all go routes down the football field every play. So he came into a scheme that was a completely different scheme and didn't fit what he did with his skill set, and he made it work. I mean, I think he fairly well disproved that whole he's a system quarterback at that place. I don't think Brady's a system quarterback at all. Seahawks Gaming, Jerome Bettis was the Henry type. No, because Henry's got that long speed. And the thing with Henry is that he's a big back, but he's not a big back he's not a grinder big back. He wants a big hole to run through. He's got this build-up speed, and he gets to that hole, and he's gone. But if you can catch him before he gets up to his build-up speed, you're kind of okay. And he's not as hard to bring down necessarily before he gets to that build-up speed point as his size would necessarily indicate that he is. That's why I go to Dickerson, where I'm like, just Dickerson to me is more of the Henry type in what you look at. Because Dickerson was the same way. You get him to the second level, and he's gone. Zach Schwagler, who would you rather have, Jamal Adams or Budda Baker? I go Jamal Adams all day. He's a better blitzer than Budda Baker, and that's Budda Baker's claim to fame as being a blitzer. I think he's better in coverage than Budda Baker is, and I think eventually he'll get more turnovers season in and season out than Budda Baker will for his career. Budda's got just as much of problems with his hands as anybody can point to with Jamal. But I'm Jamal all day, every day. 3-1-2 opposite system. The Buccaneers were even more stacked than the Patriots were. That's not a lot. That's not any better. Well, you're changing the argument now, aren't you? 3-1-2. You're changing the argument because you're making the contention that Brady was a system quarterback. So we're not talking about stacked teams, are we? Are you speaking about stacked teams, or are you speaking about a system quarterback? Because maybe my definition of a system quarterback is a little different from yours. But system quarterback is that he only is able to operate within the confines of a given offensive structure or a given offensive scheme. And you take him outside of that offensive scheme and structure, and he will fail. That's as I have understood it. That has nothing to do with the talent that you're putting on your team at that point. That has to do with specifically the offensive scheme you're running, right? So when you talk about him going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Bruce Arians' offense, and Bruce Arians was forcing Brady to fit within his offense, certainly there were some little wrinkles of what Brady did with the Patriots that they implemented. But look at the Super Bowl, run the ball and hit some deep shots. That's what they were trying to do with Brady, and that's not Brady's game. He was playing outside of what his natural system would be, to be either one of two things. Either A, Brady to play in like the game manager type role he did early on in his career, where he's in a run-centric offense that has a great defense, or B, he's got the spread concepts that came a little later on in his career, where he's playing with four wide receiver sets, or two tight ends, two wide receivers, and just throwing 5 yards every time. That was not what the Buccaneers offense was last year. So he went to a different scheme and he was able to execute, which would sort of would take that argument out of play that he's a system quarterback at that point. Seahawks Gaming, do you think we used McKissick wrong? He's just like Kamara, a good receiving back. I don't know. He had a little bit of an injury thing here when he was here to a degree. Seattle's not shown an ability, Seahawks Gaming, to really utilize a pass-catching running back in the last 10 years that they've been here. Who's been the great outlet running back for us? And we really haven't had one. And some of that goes to the fact they don't utilize the screen game very well. They're not as committed to running the check down stuff, historically speaking. So there is reasons why you have not done this. I just say it's in general a problem, Seahawks Gaming, is that this offense historically just has not gotten the best out of the running backs as far as pass catching goes. They've definitely left a little bit on the table. U2K says, I say turn 56 into a 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and then take Tommy Treble, Robert Hainsey, Emir Smith-Marset, and Shakir Brown. Sign me up. I'm fine with that, brother. I'm fine with that. Hainsey, I'm not sure on, but I do like the fact Hainsey can maybe be a center. So Hainsey's got me interested in that respect, Yui. I like it from that aspect of it. The 3-1-2, look at the Buccaneers highlights in the playoffs. All he was throwing were screens, check downs, and slants. I don't think so. Was it a slant in the Packers game in the conference championship when he hit the slot receiver over the top? Was it there? How about the Godwin deep throw in the Super Bowl? They implemented some of the things of the Patriots offense 3-1-2, but they didn't implement. You're saying he's a scheme quarterback. The scheme they ran with the Buccaneers over the last decade has been spread concepts with 4 yards and that's it. You're throwing 4 yards, 4 yard out, 4 yard slant, 4 yard in cutting route. That's basically what their offense was built upon, was just getting the ball out of his hands in under 3 seconds. He held onto the ball way longer this season than he ever did when he was with the Patriots. And he threw way more deep passes this year with the Buccaneers than he had thrown with the Patriots probably over the last 5 years cumulatively, 3-1-2. So again, maybe we disagree on this one, but he went to Bruce Arians' scheme. Bruce Arians didn't just change his offensive approach. That was the big knock throughout the year, 3-1-2 with Arians, is he's not changing his scheme to Brady, like what happened with Peyton Manning when he went to the Broncos, where they just turned the Broncos offense into the Peyton Manning offense. That's not what the Buccaneers did here. And it's fairly well accepted. This isn't a contended point. Go Hawks. Brady winning a 7th without Bill proved to me he's the GOAT over Lawrence Taylor and earned my respect. Me too. I'm not a Brady lover. I don't love me Tom Brady, but I've got to begrudgingly give him the props. Go Hawks says Jamal's got that dog in him. Buddha just can't compare. Nope. He's just got that. I think he's got a little bit of an extra edge to him. And again, we're talking about two guys where I think Buddha Baker is going to be ending out his career in the Hall of Very Good. I think Jamal is going to end out his career in the Hall of Fame. I think that'll be the separator between those two guys. Uh, 312, Brady had Evans, Godwin, AB, Gronk, and a top 6 defense. He got carried in the playoffs by his defense. Again, you're arguing kind of two different points, 312. You're saying either is it that he's a system quarterback, or is it that he needs a lot of talent around him? Like that's a little bit of the argument. You've got to tell me which of those two arguments you're trying to make, because we can deal with which of those arguments. You're kind of moving me around here. Which one am I dealing with here? If it's about, well, he had a lot of great players on his team, and so he got to a Super Bowl. Yeah. Who's the last quarterback that got to a Super Bowl that didn't have upper level caliber talent across the board? Chiefs were pretty darn talented with Patrick Mahomes a couple years ago, weren't they? The Eagles, when they won with Nick Foles, part of the reason that Nick Foles was able to beat Tom Brady in that Super Bowl was that he had a stacked roster from start to finish all the rest of the way around him. That takes you pretty far, having a great roster. You could say it's kind of a prerequisite beyond having the quarterback to getting to the Super Bowl, is having a roster built up appropriately. So show me the Super Bowl winner recently who's won who didn't have an amazing team built around them. You're not going to win a Super Bowl without having an amazing team. It doesn't mean that the quarterback isn't also good in addition to that. It doesn't mean that the quarterback didn't have a big-time hand in then still getting you to that point, because the quarterback position is still so important to the sport. It's the most important position by far. Zach Schwegler, who are the top 4 wide receivers in the NFC West? Top 4, DeAndre Hopkins. Good question. So I'm going to go DeAndre Hopkins. I'm going to go DK Metcalf. What an interesting question. I think I might go Cooper Kupp over Lockett. I really like Cooper Kupp and what he brings to the table. And the next wide receiver, maybe I would go a tie between, I'm going to do 5 Zach, because I'll put it as a tie. We'll go Zach, a tie between Deebo Samuel and Tyler Lockett for the 5th. I don't know if I can choose one between the two of those, my man, but that'd probably be odd. Break it down. 312 says, sure, Ben made a few mistakes, but he's still a great leader, teammate, and a citizen, along with being an amazing quarterback for nearly a decade until they injured him. Well, he took a pounding for years because, like Russell, you're going to get beat up when you hold on to the ball too much. And you get beaten, and you're going to take a lot of extra hits that you don't have to necessarily take if you get the ball out of your hands. So some of Ben getting beaten up is a little bit of his own recipe for that happening. As far as being a good leader goes, didn't Ben also have just a couple of years ago where he would constantly go on the radio and do radio interviews? And in those radio interviews, every single time he'd be throwing players under the bus and talking bad about players? You know, here in Seattle, we've gotten to see the damage that's done with Russ doing that in just one offseason. Imagine Russ going on every week onto a radio show and going, yeah, this guy's got to do that better. Yeah, he didn't do this all that good. Yeah, nah. That doesn't go over well in the locker room, and that does not make a good leader. I don't think Ben's a bad leader. I don't know if I can go on point, though, and say that I know for sure that he's a good leader. I'll say the one thing with Ben as well that I can point to with him is that I don't know he's a guy who has worked his ass off every offseason. I look at that body and that schlubby body and the unwillingness to, truly make it look like he's really working out every offseason. Looks like he's just kind of sitting there eating donuts and drinking beer. And then he gets off the couch and he's able he's so physically gifted that he can just kind of sling it back there. But, hey, you love Steelers, man. I can't knock you. He's your guy. EU2K, Brady's the greatest game mana get of all time. He's clutch. He's money. He also never won a Super Bowl without a top 10 D. It takes a village. It does indeed. Spencer's got Hop, DK, Lockett, Cup. Okay, we're about in the same place then. We're about in the same spot. Go Hawk. Who's better, Juju or DK? See, Go Hawks is trying to expose 312 a little bit there. Spencer Smith, you could argue Robert Woods over Cup, though. I was thinking the same thing, Spencer. I was like, Cup, but then, man, Robert Woods is right there. They're very close to, like, similar as a player. And they're not the same type of player, but just in what they provide on the football field. Hard to put one or the other, isn't it, Spencer? They're very close to each other. (312) DK had the better season, but Juju is the better pound-for-pound receiver. 312's throwing. See, Go Hawks, you got him trolled. You showed the troll out on him, man. You got his troll slit is showing. 312. There is no place, there's no realm that exists where Juju's a better player than DK. Seahawks Gaming, Clowney to the Browns. Yep. They're going to offer him more money than anybody else, Seahawks Gaming. You know what I mean? They're going to offer him more, and they've got more. They're in a position to offer him more, and I think he's going to go to the highest bidder. 312, he's not necessarily a system quarterback. I misspoke. He's just a very lucky quarterback that wins on only stacked teams. It's hard for me to point to luck when you nearly have a decade worth of rings that you're sitting on by the end of your career. At that point, it goes a little bit beyond rings. And, you know, if Belichick's the mastermind that he's supposed to be, then he better have a good year this year. Because if Belichick goes back through this year and has another meddling 8-8 type season and not able to get it through with all the money they spent this last year in free agency, well, it sort of just reinforces more and more that you can give more and more credit, I think, to Brady in that case. I do think he's benefited from having one of the best all-time coaches that he got to play for on a great organization. But I also think that Brady's earned it at this point and earned the right to claim GOAT status in the sport. I guess I'd ask you too, 312, if you're not going to say Tom Brady's the GOAT, who is the GOAT? Who is better than him as a player? Who's more accomplished than him as a player? Why I think Henry is more of an Okoye, Bettis type, but way faster. You hit him behind the line, you have a chance. He's not Lynch, Campbell type, agreed, where every tackle is a fight for your life no matter what. I like your Christian Okoye comparison. That I hadn't thought of that one, but that's pretty apropos. Where Okoye is the same way, hard to bring down, but not necessarily as hard to bring down as his size would necessarily lead you to indicate. Maybe a little more reliant on some of that open field speed. 312, he needs a lot of balance. Ben was a better quarterback, but Ben was a better quarterback, but Brady has a better resume. Brady was a game manager for his first 2 titles. Laughing my ass off. Well, I mean, I agree with you on the second part of that 312, but Ben, a better quarterback than Brady, I don't know how you can say. And Ben's gotten to play with a lot of talent with the Steelers as well over the years. They've drafted as well over his time there as any team in the league and assembled a lot of players that are going to go to the Hall of Fame that are going to the Hall of Fame that played while he was playing there. So, you know, he's gotten to benefit from a lot of those stacked teams as well. It's not just all been on Ben. Seahawks Gaming, who would you rather have, Edgerrin James in his prime or Sean Alexander in his prime? Edgerrin James. He's a better running back. I'm glad Dustin isn't in this chat right now because he'd be going crazy on me. Edgerrin James is there for me on that. He's the guy. He'd be that. I did not love Sean Alexander's running style. Very soft, very built on having a great offensive line blocking in front of him. James had some good offensive lines blocking in front of him as well, but just a complete back. He could catch out of the backfield. He could run hard. He could run with finesse. He could run with vision. He could run with power. I liked Edgerrin in that good size of a running back. You put Edgerrin behind the same line that Alexander had blocking in front of him, and I think he puts up superior numbers. Go Hawk. Juju is great as a number 2, but DK is a number 1. That's why he's better, no question. Absolutely. Juju's a number 2. Juju's been shown to be a number 2 at this point. He's had plenty of time with Antonio Brown gone to shine, and he's not been able to shine. Mark Hawk, your top 3 wide receiver prospects in round 3 after the Hawks trade down are: Eskridge is the guy, love fearless pass catchers over the middle, accelerates over the middle after the catch instead of hesitating. Yeah, when he catches it, he can be smooth about his catch and run after the ability. He's got a little bit of hands that are very inconsistent for me, Mark, being as well as he's a little bit of an undersized cat. That does give me a little bit of hesitancy. I think with Eskridge, you're looking at being able to get him in the 5th round, so you don't really need to look in the 3rd round at that point for him. If I'm being realistic in 3rd round guys that would be there at that point that I'd look to target, I would probably tab in something along the realm of like Marquise Stevenson, Tylan Wallace. I need to think on the 3rd guy, Mark, because it gets thin there. You know, we start getting a little thin in that spot of things to a degree. I'm trying to think of who I would like. Let me look it up here. Let me see here. Let's take a look here at the wide receivers real quick, because I'm forgetting somebody off the top of my head that I should not be forgetting. Yeah, it's not loading. Great. I'll think on it though. Let me think, Mark. For those of you, the 2 guys off the top of my head, I like Marquise Stevenson's game quite a bit. I think he played with poor quarterback play. I feel like I'm forgetting somebody off the top of my head here, Mark, that I'm just driving me crazy because I can't quite place it. It's going to drive me crazy. I think Terry. I think the Terry Tamarian guy, he's probably a 4th round guy. But the kid out of Florida State, I think, is a little depressed on his value because he was playing through, I think, injury last year and he didn't get to show kind of his best tape. But 6'4", big guy, like the way he moves out there, good hands, kind of can do it all from that standpoint. Not really limited, maybe not super sudden, but he's 6'4". What are you going to expect at that point? That would be who I would probably look at as far as available, and I'm just double checking my list here of guys that might be there. Not a Sage Surratt guy. I think Elijah Moore's off the board by that point. Osborne of Texas A&M doesn't do much for me, really. De'Ami Brown will be gone by that point. So Scary Terry. So Terry Tamarian, Tylan Wallace, and the first guy I mentioned. The other guy I mentioned, I forget who I put out there. But I'd be okay with Eskridge in the 5th round, Mark. In the 5th round, I'd be okay with him. 3rd round's a little early, though, for that guy. Just a little bit of questions on his hands. I saw too many drops. Go Hawks. I don't think Debo is better than Robert Woods. You're probably right on that. Go Hawks. You're probably right on that. Miranda, the 2020 Chiefs D was 10th in scoring. They gave up a lot of passing yards, so it drugged them down. Super Bowl teams almost always have top 10 Ds. It's very true. Very true. That's why they always say defense wins championships. It's a cliche for a reason. 312 says Ben literally threw 12 touchdowns in 2 weeks to honor the men in blue. Does that not show you Ben is a class act? Oh, you're right, 312. You've won me over with that one. Debo is fragile. He is a little fragile. Zach Swegler, what are the chances Sherman comes back? And when also will we hopefully extend Jamal Adams? My impression on this would be there's a good chance Sherman comes back. If I'm putting it at chances, I'm going to be at 50-50, but that doesn't really do much for you, right, Zach? Because that's not me really taking any kind of position. Let's go 60%. Sherman comes back to the Seahawks because I think he's seen a lack of options out there on the open market. I don't think there's a lot of teams that are competing for his services. Jamal Adams' extension probably comes a little bit later down the trek because there's no reason to have to necessarily get it done now, and there's other things to probably take care of. The fact that you saw Lockett get done is a step out of the way. They were going to get Lockett done first. He was probably a little more pressing to just a degree. But I would say we're probably going to see I bet you sometime after the draft you see a Jamal Adams extension. I don't think you see it before the draft, but after the draft. It's not based on anything either because we don't need really cap space freed up to get him on an extension. He's taking almost $10 million of cap space up right now next year. You sign him to a new deal, that $10 million goes to nothing. You've already got the $10 million allotted to eat that first year cap hit. So it just doesn't press the situation at all to have to do it. 312 says, I swear to God, I'm not trolling about that. DK is higher on my list and he had a better system, but Juju is a better receiver by a pretty decent margin. Yeah, I think you're alone on that one, 312. It may be your opinion, but I think you're probably alone on that one. For if you took a fan poll across the league, I think any fans not Steeler fans would probably put DK at about a 99% rate above him. Oh, let's just go with quarterbacks. You told me you thought Ben Roethlisberger is better, 312. So, I mean, you've given me a quarterback you think is better than Brady, but I can't get on board with that. Daniel W., you can't give more credit to Brady. That's a poor example. A better example is letting Bill Belichick leave the Patriots to coach a team that had top 10 draft picks in 10 years in a row, like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I understand he got to choose a great team that he got to go play for, but he also went and played in a completely different scheme. He also had no offseason to work with any of those players. He came in on the fly into training camp, and they hit the ground running pretty quick, and they got things figured out with the little troubles through mid-year. He got that stuff handled and figured out. That's easier said than done. If you're going to tell me you get a quarterback like Peyton Manning who picks and chooses, and then you're going to implement Peyton Manning's offense with the quarterback walking in the door, I probably go, well, that's a little bit easier for him to be set up to hit the ground running and go. Now, that Tampa Bay team was stacked and they were ready to take off. They were. But that wasn't a team that even made the playoff the previous year. So to say that this is a stacked team, if you got a stacked team, you should be able to make the playoffs. You got a stacked team that I'm coming to as a quarterback. That team had made the playoffs previously. You don't get, in my opinion, call yourself a stacked team and you couldn't even get there. But you're right, Daniel, and it's valid criticism to say that you got to choose the best team, the best possible team to go to. And Daniel, I'm not saying that Bill Belichick doesn't have a hand in the building up of that team, because Daniel says Belichick hasn't had top picks to draft. Meanwhile, Brady left to go to a stacked team. Just because Brady won a Super Bowl doesn't mean he was more for the success than Belichick. Bill needs time to build, and that's a valid point. It's a valid point. I'm not selling on Bill Belichick, and I don't think it's got to be an either or. There very well could be a situation that we look at in reality of this, and we look at this 20, 30 years from now where we say Bill Belichick's the GOAT as a coach, and Tom Brady is also the GOAT as a player. It doesn't have to be necessarily one or the other. Both of those things could eventually be proven true. So there's time. Bill does need time to let that settle out before we can ascertain that. They certainly were depleted last year as far as their roster goes. And you're right. They haven't had a high pick to pick from there for years. They also didn't always maximize out all the cap space that they could have with Brady, but they got it done and they made it work. But I think Bill Belichick's a good coach, and I think he's going to be better this year, and very well could be an all-time GOAT coach. So I don't disagree there. I was saying mainly, Daniel, what I was saying was is if you have Belichick go another year now this year, another year removed from Brady, and he's again in that, 8 and 9 phase of things, and he's not able to get back there again this year with all the money that they had to spend, with all that capital they had to move around with. Well, we start to move a little bit more into settling where that stuff kind of shakes out at. Spencer says, not saying we should ignore the rest of the roster construction talent-wise, but we have to account for Tampa Bay going to Arians is a far better trade-off than Bill moving on from washed-up Cam. A little bit, but we also have to acknowledge, Spencer, the lack of the fit. The lack of the fit. Tom Brady's got an okay arm. It's fine deep, but he's more about the intermediate short throws. He went to an offense that was completely a different offense than what was fit to his skill set. The no risk it, no biscuit offense of Bruce Arians is all about 7-step drops and launching it down the field. It's all about asking your quarterback to take those extra hits and pounding then, because you're asking him to drop back on those 7-step drops. So you're asking a 44-year-old Brady or whatever to be taking those extra hits, to be making those throws deep down the field that are not as necessarily the best part of his game at this point in time in his career. So he also went to while he did go to a coach who's a very good coach in this league, and a good offensive-minded coach, it wasn't exactly a coach that was a skill set fit in what he wanted to do schematically, in my opinion. But you're right. It's better for Bill to go to it's better for Brady going to Arians than Bill to go to a washed-up Cam. That part is true. Plenty of time to shine? No. The season after AB left, Ben was injured, and he had Mason as the third stringers the entire season. Laughing out loud, he started off 2019-20 well until he got injured. Well, we'll maybe see on this one, 312. He was also a free agent out on the market. Could have been had by any team out there in the market, 312. So if any other teams in the NFL outside of yours truly and my Seahawks team truly valued him to the degree you're talking, whether you're saying that he's such a talented player, that he's a better player than DK Metcalf. Well, if he's that way, then why did every NFL team pass on him at that point? Wasn't really willing to pay him. He had a couple of offers here and there, but it certainly wasn't the kind of offers that DK Metcalf would get. Let's just say it like this. If DK Metcalf 312 and Juju Schuster are both on the open market at the same time in this offseason, who gets paid more? Who gets a better contract? Because what did Schuster make? A 1-year, $8 million deal is what he signed for? You're gonna lead me to believe that you really think DK Metcalf, if out there on the open roster, wouldn't be picked up by a team and paid 3, 4, 5, 6 times more with 3, 4 years? Not 6 times more, but paid probably at about a $20 million per rate. I think that's where you kind of lose this argument. The NFL's told you where the talent level is of Juju Schuster. They've told you what they think of him. He was drafted in the freaking second round, picked a little higher than the NFL had him going into that draft. Steelers kind of overpicked him at that point. And yeah, they've gotten some production out of him, and he's a good receiver. He's fine. But, he's more in the line of Randall Cobb in his prime than he's what DK Metcalf's going to be in his prime, which is maybe the next Julio Jones, which is maybe the next Calvin Johnson type. Go Hawks, just like the stream. Let's go Hawks. Thank you for liking the stream, Go Hawks. And please do slam on that like button if you happen to be watching this either live or after it's already been gone live. Helps me out. Just makes me show up on all those search results for people that are Seahawks fans that are looking for Seahawks channels. So please do smack it. Yummy7947. Yes, but then does Juju come up in the clutch? Does Juju make the catch versus the Vikings on 4th and goal? No, because he simply isn't fast enough. That's true. DK is pretty clutch. He is pretty clutch, including a touchdown catch in that Rams playoff game. Magic Vlogs, what about Elijah Moore, wide receiver out of Ole Miss? Magic Vlogs, I believe that Elijah Moore is going to maybe even sneak up into the first round. He had a fantastic pro day. He's really getting a lot of great late word in this process, which is going to elevate him. I don't think he's going to be there when we pick at 53. I think his worst case scenario is he's picked within the top 10 picks of the second round. That's probably where he lines out to. Year after year, Ben washed after elbow injury. Offload C that forces him to run hooks, screens, and slants. Well, and sometimes some of the elbow injuries and some of the injuries that he's sustained over the years, you can make an argument, 312, is how much did he take care of his body every year in the offseason? How much work did Ben put in? Was he all in on his position, or was he a guy that just kind of did just enough to get by? And I think that when you look at that, you look at him on things, especially as he's gotten older, it's just that stomach has ever expanded and body's getting wider and wider and wider, man. Andrew Games, bro, I just got off work. It's 1 a.m. Like, damn, you're dedicated. If you're not subbed, please do so. Thank you, Android. We're gonna definitely be wrapping this up. I'm 5.5 hours in, so definitely the voice is starting to go a little bit. Yami, wait, weren't you telling us Big Ben last year was better than Russell a couple of weeks ago? Was 312 saying that? That sounds like something he would say. Well, if he thinks Ben's better than Tom, then he definitely thinks Ben's better than Russ. Seahawks Gaming, I see the Browns making the Super Bowl instead of the Chiefs. Browns low key are in position to do so. I mean, they've made some smart moves over the last few years. If they got Clowney in as a bookend rusher now with Garrett, that makes them very dangerous defensively. They've got a lot of talent across the board on that team. They did a great job in last year's draft. I loved their draft last year. They kill it again in this draft. Yeah, they could easily get there. They've got a very, very deep unit that Browns team does. And they get the Grant Delpit coming back at safety for them. Greedy Williams coming back in the mold. They got some stuff they're working with there. Mark Hawk, I'll check out that kid from FSU. Haven't seen much of him. And do Mark watch the 2019 tape? He was beat up a little bit last year fighting through injuries. So try if you can do FSU offense 2019, but then just keep an eye on him. Big target that really moves like a smaller guy. Randall says Juju isn't even the best wide receiver on his team. Vastly overrated. Randall spitting facts. UE2K, I take James over Alexander, but not by much. The Alexander slander is unwarranted. James played behind a great offensive line as well and played with Manning. Alexander had Hasselbeck, hardly a comparison. I think Hasselbeck was able to challenge his defenses just enough that if you brought an eighth man in the box, Hasselbeck was going to beat you over the top. And that's really what we're talking about at the quarterback position as it concerns running back, in my opinion, when you really break it down to a quarterback having a net positive impact on a running back. Does that quarterback, with his arm talent, hold that defense into staying with the two safeties over the top? Or does that quarterback with the limited arm talent allow for the safety to come up with the eighth man in the box to stop the run? Be it both Hasselbeck or both Manning, I think would have gotten nailed if you did bring that extra safety down in there. This was the era, of course, of the cover two defense. I agree. It's not a ton, James, by a lot over Sean Alexander, but it is by a decent amount for me. And I think that Sean benefited from having not just two Hall of Famers blocking for him on the left side, but a Pro Bowler in Robbie Tobeck, a very good player in right tackle in Locklear, and a good player in Chris Gray. There was no weaknesses on that offensive line. The Colts offensive line was good, but the Seahawks had an offensive line loaded with a couple of Hall of Famers. I think it was a much better offensive line than even what the Colts threw out there. And the Colts got to benefit, that offensive line got to benefit from the fact that Manning got the ball out of his hands so fast as well. That didn't necessarily impact them as much in the run blocking game where they weren't necessarily as good. They were more of an offensive line set up to pass block first and foremost. Why do wide at this point to be trying to talk down how great Brady is just being Skip Bayless, and even Skip Bayless doesn't like Skip Bayless. You've seen that Why do why where Skip Bayless debates Skip Bayless. I love those. The guy who put that together. 312, what has Ben done to show that he's a bad person? Also, as a leader, he has to call guys out to motivate them. It's not his fault. AB was crazy. I never said he was a bad person. There may be some questionable stuff moral-wise, but as I've also said earlier in the stream, I'm not a guy that necessarily will say that I'm going to put a guy in being guilty if he's not been proven under the court of law. So I'm not going to stick there with Ben. I'm having some fun with him, 312, but I'm not serious, and I don't really care about him personally, to be honest with you. As a leader, this is the thing, and this is just to remain consistent, and I was this way with Russell when he called his guys out. I got no problem with the quarterback calling his guys out. I have a big-time problem with the quarterback calling his players out publicly. I believe that calling your fellow teammates out publicly accomplishes nothing, and it is only a detriment to the team. It is not what solid leaders do. What a solid leader does is he pulls a guy behind closed doors and talks to him. He's in that guy's ear constantly. He's being annoying to that guy. He's in that guy's face. That's what a leader does. It's a hard thing to do. It ain't a fun thing to do, but that's what a leader does. A non-leader will just go on the radio and throw a guy under the bus, and especially when he's throwing him on the bus in order for him to get out of taking responsibility himself for his own hand in the process. And this is a little bit of what I've done with Russ this offseason. So you better damn well believe I'll do it with Ben Roethlisberger. You don't call your guys out publicly. That's not going to accomplish anything. That's only going to harm your team. And it has historically, and it will harm it in the future when team players do it in the future. Go Hawks. I'm so excited for Everett. I think he can produce a near Pro Bowl level with Russ as his quarterback as the true number one tight end. I agree. I think he can really tap into a better potential than even where he was with the Rams. Be interesting to see how they used him, Go Hawk. They certainly were able to feature Hollister over the last couple of years. So they found a way to feed that move tight into the offense. They know how to do it. And this guy's so much better than what Hollister is. So you have to figure just on that nature alone, you're going to see 15, 20 more catches. I see this guy at that 50 catch range, and his yak stuff is going to be so much fun for Seahawks fans to watch. It's going to be just a treat what this guy's able to do after the catch versus tight ends we've had in our history after the catch, where we've really not had the yak guy like this before. He says, but Alexander had Walter Jones and Steve Hutchinson, arguably among the best left side offensive line ever. Yeah, two guys, great run blockers too, as far as offensive linemen. Absolutely phenomenal run blockers. Randall says, Ray thinks Ben the bad guy. Oh my God. Majority of NFL fans say DK is massively overrated and isn't even better than A.J. Brown or Terry McLaurin. I don't know if the majority of NFL fans say that. I think DK's star is pretty big on the rise right now. I think if you took 10 NFL fans from NFL teams and you said, okay, you're not a Titans fan, you're not a Washington football fan, you're not a Seattle fan, who's better, DK, AJ, or Terry? I think you're getting 9 out of 10 takes DK, man. But I did notice 312. Let me see if you responded to it. Let's see if you responded. I did notice 312 that you did not respond to the fact about whether those two guys were both out on free agency, who would be the one to make more money in this offseason. Because wouldn't that be a sure determinator in itself? They're fairly close in age. DK's a little younger, but Juju's not old. So if Juju's this vastly superior player to DK, and like you said, it's not even close. Well, if that's the case, then shouldn't he make more on the open market if they were both a free agent in this particular offseason? You buy in that DK was getting less than $8 million a year on this market? Go Hawks, his only quarterback comparable to Brady is Peyton Manning. I'd agree with that. Dude, we are Seahawks fan. Have you been to the NFL Reddit? No post without having the Hawks post. Seahawks Gaming Bill is a goat. He's the definition of buying low, selling high. Dude turned a lot of bums into stars and traded them. Yep, I like Bill Belichick. I'm not down on him as either. I hope I didn't get that across because that's not what I intended with Belichick. I have a lot of respect for him. Yummy says Watson won't be convicted either because in America, whoever has the money wins the court. That's true. Yummy says, I swear I might quit if Brady wins the number 8 this year. It would be brutal to see him go get another one, man. Like, oh, dude. Enough, Brady. You've won enough. He says Belichick had one of his best coaching years this past year. That team was terrible, and it was only coaching that got them to 7 wins. Very true. Why? To look at New England's roster for the last 20 years and say, without Brady, this is the greatest roster ever, and any quarterback wins 6 Super Bowls is a bad take. Hate on Brady all you want. Nobody has done the quarterback thing better. I agree. He says Juju got exposed when AB left. He's not a number 1. He can't separate from top cornerbacks. He's a great slot, though. He'd be a great for the Seahawks. I agree, Huey. I agree on that whole hog. Full stop. Daniel W., how likely do you think we take Brevin Jordan, the tight end, out of Miami with our 2nd-round pick? We love Miami U players, and we are thin at tight end with guys on their final year. If you get through this year with Disley, you can still put a restricted tag on him, so you still have another year of club control essentially with him. You're right about Everett, but you do have Colby Parkinson that you just drafted last year, Daniel, in addition. And this team reportedly had a 1st-round grade on Parkinson. I don't know if that's the truth or not, but that's just what I've heard. I like Brevin Jordan. Little limited, though, in the respect of I don't ever see him as an inline guy. He would have to be a move tight end first and foremost, and you currently have that taken up with Gerald Everett. There would be no situation I could see, Daniel, where you'd have both Brevin Jordan and Everett on the field at the same time, so this would really be a pick. It would be a pick for the future. It'd be a pick that you would almost make if you're a team like tight end, like Tampa Bay, versus a team like us that actually does still have some needs. So if I didn't have any needs and it was a luxury pick, then I could see us taking him. But that's not the case where we kind of stand. He had an okay pro day. He didn't blow it out in that pro day. It was just so-so. I was hoping for him to actually be a little bit faster, a little bit quicker in that realm, Daniel. But he is a move tight end. That's his positional fit at the next level, and he should be a pretty good move tight end at the NFL level. I don't see stardom on him, but he should be a good tight end if he's asked to just kind of stay in that role and not be an inline guy. Go Hawks says, I want us to develop DK's short route game, a big target in the middle for Russ to get 10 easy completions a game. Me too, Go Hawks. I would like to see that as well. I think you'll see a little bit more of that. 312 is still sitting on the Ben is better than Russ train, and Juju will have a better season than DK. Mark my words. I'll be back when Juju makes All-Pro and DK slumps. But will you be back when DK makes All-Pro and Juju ain't nothing? Or Juju catches 70 catches for 900 yards and 10 yards a catch? JSD, could the Seahawks trade for OBJ? Yes, they absolutely could. And that's been one that I've moved to. Like, what if you're the Browns? You go through this draft, you go draft a receiver, you get your replacement from an OBJ. That would be the time that I'd expect OBJ to either be released or traded at that point in time. Not released, he'd be traded. Somebody would probably trade for him. But I'd be open to doing that. I would like to restructure him, though, because he is carrying a little bit of a high base salary, JSD, if you do that. So you don't just get all that bonus money to eat out. The bonus money's already been eaten out. He's got a high base, which if I'm paying him $13, $12 million a year, that's a little bit tough for me to spend that amount of money on him this year. He's got to go down a little bit off of that. And as Yami says, we will be here to accept your apology once you're wrong about Juju. 312. Ruvim, he thinks Juju is better than DK. He's on this point, Ruvim. He is on it. All right, 312 is blocked. I couldn't take it anymore. Oh, man. Go Hawks says, I bet Parkinson's our red zone machine in a few years, kind of like how Robert Tonyan was for the Packers. Solid comment, man. Solid comment. When you watch the Stanford tape, Go Hawks, that's the thing that leaped out to you with him is he's every bit of 6'7", long arms, and he's got a little bit of hops. He can really go up there and stretch out his catch radius way past a guy. You put him up with a linebacker that's 6'1", 6 foot on him, and you have him running up a seam route. He's going to just go right up over the top of that guy and moss him. He's got the ability to do that. I'm not certain about him as a blocker. I'm not certain about him in his ability to be sudden at his size. But I do think he at least brings you that skill set to play, at least as a base level, as just kind of the minimum that you could require on. Y2Y says, won't drafting a good offensive tackle for the future make as much sense as drafting an interior offensive player this year? It makes sense, and it makes almost as much sense Y2Y, but why I lean towards an interior guy this year is for the following, and mainly for the center position, being about the maximization of this year. Moving for a tackle of the future will help you out for the going on to the future years, but for this next year and getting the most out of this year and putting the best potential offensive line out there for this season, I think you've got to go to the inside to do that rather than the outside, because you're relatively set at the outside for this season going forward, where you're not completely relatively set for the inside, especially the center position as we go to this next year. All right, so we're 6 hours in on the stream. My voice is going. I've reached all the comments in the back end, so we got through it. It's been another awesome stream here. 312, I think we are going to disagree on your love for Juju and our love for DK, but we'll see how it goes. And yes, please do come back in the chat after the season. We'll see how this all does play out. I do want to see... I have asked you 312. I just want to see, because this is this thing that speaks to more about our personal bias. We have confirmation bias being we're Seahawks fans and we love ourselves DK, and you got confirmation bias being that you're a Steelers fan and you love Juju. So my question to kind of remove us out of that, and I didn't see you answer it, so if you could do me a favor, this is maybe kind of your final bookend on this. If both of those two players were available in this offseason and this free agency, do you see DK making more money than Juju, or do you honestly believe that DK would have made less than the $8 million that Juju got paid in free agency on the one-year deal he was offered this offseason? If you so believe it, I want to see you say that in the comment that you believe that, because that would be proof of that, right? That would show you what other teams view Juju. Not a team that has a homer or that has a dog in the fight, but a team that has no dog in the fight. All things being equal, who makes more money on the open market if they're both available this offseason? I will wait on your answer. Ravim says, do you know how many picks we have in the 2022 draft, or do we not know yet? No, we know how many for the most part, Ravim. There's the draft there's the compensatory system that comes into play that factors into where you can get extra picks. We may be aligned for like a fifth round compensatory, mainly due to the Shaquille Griffin signing that happened. Right now you sit with 6 picks because you're minus your first round pick, so you have 6 picks as we stand right now. But that's basically where you're at. 312 says DK would have been paid more because Russ made him look better and he had a better system. Juju will get a big contract next year after he finishes All-Pro and proves himself a wide receiver 1. He had a better system. We were running a 1987 offense, 312. That's not a better system. There's nobody in the league that would have said that the Seahawks are running a better system offensively than the Steelers run. I guess so. Maybe, or maybe here's the thing about that though, DK312. I don't think when teams go out there and they sign a free agent, they're signing a free agent because of what he did with one quarterback. They're looking at what he's going to do with their quarterback. So when they look at DK and they look at Juju, it doesn't matter what you've done with prior quarterbacks. We want to look at what your talent's going to do with our quarterback. And if they made the assessment that you made that Juju is a better player than DK, then that's the guy you would have brought on for more money. It would be a no-brainer that he would make more money. You wouldn't have to quantify it by saying, well, it's because he had this and well, because of that, then he makes more money because the rest of the league values DK higher than they value Juju Smith-Schuster. And why do they do that? Because they know that DK is a more talented, better player. The league has told you this. They told you this offseason in this free agent period, and they said it pretty loudly and pretty concretely. Either way, I do appreciate your perspective on it. I do appreciate your perspective. And you're right, go Hawk. I think DK does push for Hopkins' money. I've made the contention it'll be somewhere between 23 to 24 million per year on his next deal, and I am perfectly happy paying that money to potentially a generational talent at the wide receiver position. Hands or not. Hands or not. Yeah, Russ does have the best deep ball in the league, 3-1-2, but you also have to get open deep to take advantage of that deep ball. You also got to create separation against the likes of guys like Stephon Gilmore. Okay? You got to, and that's something that DK did as well. That is something he did as well. Thank you, Tony. You're super kind. Appreciate you. All right. Hey, Brandon, next year on year, I will be a doctor. Exams this week. Next time on year, I will be a doctor. Awesome, Yami. Congratulations. Well, best of luck if it's an exam and test. Say a little prayer for you, man. But I love it. We got a doctor in the house, Yami. It's good. We're going to need doctors in the house. We need some medical advice on this. So give an A player or whatnot. Just again, as another announcement, I mentioned it earlier, I am doing a secondary channel here. It's called Seahawks Scouting on YouTube. This is going to be a channel where it's going to be just film breakdowns of me looking at players. And right now I'm looking at players in the draft. When we get into free agency next year, I'll be looking at free agent potential targets for Seahawks, that type of thing. It's just a place for me to do some kind of dirty grind and film study, that type of stuff. So if you really want to get a little bit more of the Hawks Nest channel, go over there and sub up over there and hop on in. I'll be kicking out videos. I'm going to try to do about one a day over there as we lead up into the draft. Also kind of hoping I have a video on in the background there. So if we do pick one of those guys on draft day, I can just launch into a draft day breakdown right off the gate for you guys and have a good breakdown so we can get a quick snapshot of that player right after we do draft him. Just once again, if you are watching this in being record, please do slam on that like button. If you're not already subscribed, please do subscribe. We are on the road now to 5,000 subscribers, and man, we are cooking. We are cooking down that road, man. Just keep making progress. I thank you guys for your support. You guys have been amazing. Thank you for the donations in this during the chat. A bunch of folks put up some donos. Always appreciate you guys doing that. If you guys too have been lurking for a while, that came out of the weeds to let me know they've been lurking and put a little donation down. Thank you for doing that. I'm loving seeing these new names we got on the chat. Just shows the growth and just keeps rounding out the level of discussion. Just keeps making it more and more and more fuller. Other than that, I will be back on Thursday. I'm not sure if I'll be doing next Sunday as I'm going to be moving next Sunday. So we'll probably go Thursday and then pick it back up to the next Thursday after that as we're leading up into the draft. We'll be doing all 3 days of the draft, of course, too. Thank you so much for watching. I had a bunch of you guys hang all the way in through the whole stream. You guys are champs. You are my heroes. I appreciate you in that respect. Other than that,